side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take flight.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the best.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the touch. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and send again away.
I can't believe we are out of gas 2 hours from Madrid.
I don't see any gas station nearby. Guess we will have to wait.
Es la primera vez en 1000 años que la LEC viene a Madrid. No nos podemos quedar aquí esperando.
Ah, ¿y quién decide salir con tan poco tiempo? ¿Y quién decidió no llenar el depósito en la última gasolinera?
A mí no me tocaba la gasolina. Yo fui al baño y a por bebidas. Y se te olvidó comprar.
Chill, guys. I can hitchhike there and back. People do that in Spain, right? Is this okay?
G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crow's storm. Knockback, instant combo, person clap this people. Oh my God, claps. Everybody, you know the story, you know the legend.
Hello everyone and welcome to the very first LEC road trip. LEC is here with Movistar Koi in Madrid in their home base of Spain, and we're going to be broadcasting from here on Saturday and Sunday. As you can see here in the arena, of course, we have the awesome co-streamers doing the show, the Movistar Koi boys, but we here, myself, Shox, Goldberg and Jack Spectra get to be here as well, and I feel really lucky that we get to be a part of the very first road trip.
Yeah, it's amazing being in front of this huge crowd and Spanish fans as well, incredibly passionate, and I'm just super excited.
I mean, honestly, this is what it's all about. Yeah, it's about coming to these events. It's about the passion for the esports that these fans are bringing, and it's about the atmosphere.
The esports, it's about that passion, yeah. And also, if you are maybe unaware of what this system is, the LEC partnered up with some of our teams to make these shows happen. So basically, we are in the house of Movistar Koi. We're playing by their rules, but the question is, will they win also at their own event? We've got G2, Fnatic, GX, and Movistar Koi here, so very interesting field.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly exciting. For me, I want to see how can Movistar Koi perform in their own arena with all of these fans, and how will that go? Because it's their stadium.
Now, we have a big history of Spanish events in League of Legends specifically, right? We've been here a lot of times, and I think we've seen the evolution. You have guys who used to be or cast for the official LVP broadcast and became their own thing, their co-streamers. It has all evolved so much, the Spanish scene.
I mean, it really has, and it really came from the big names in the beginning, but you're also right, the grassroots, the Superliga, the fact that there's still teams in our academies here has really just leveled up the playing field for you being able to go to all these crazy events in your own regional country. And Spain, I mean, it's been a fantastic place to be.
And for me, it's so cool to see this like new generation that's now not really that new anymore, but like Elioya, Supa, Mirwin, all of these players that are coming up from the Spanish league. Like for me, they still feel like new, fresh faces, even though they've now started to make their mark and make their legacy.
That's a great point. I mean, if we look at the record of all the Spanish players and what they have achieved in the context of Europe, but also in the context of the world, it's a good mix between players that have retired a couple of years already, and then a lot of players that are playing this weekend trying to make their legacy happen.
I was super surprised to see Razork #1, and something that you mentioned as well is he's yet to get a title, which feels so unreal compared to, like, he's been on Fnatic for all this time. He's been a great jungler, like top 3 throughout most of his career.
But it's just a story of the transitional time of the rookie that came into Misfits, where he was promised great mechanics, little lack of brain, but that was something that was going to get involved,
That's
right?
still what they say.
And that is still what they say. You're exactly correct about that. But if there's one place where Fnatic has an opportunity to get rid of the mantle as chokers in arenas, this is kind of it.
Is that what you think?
Well, I think that's what we all think, no?
I don't know. You don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, Jack.
I mean, for me, I think they've choked it where it matters, right? Their last year in general against G2 was disappointing. You always thought they could compete, but then in the end, they threw games that shouldn't have been throwable. And I think now this feels like
it's
something
a big test.
Much bigger than a regular season
I mean, they're
BO3.
playing Koi today and G2 tomorrow, so I would say that now our very first match we will have here in the arena is G2 up versus GX, and we actually have an exclusive new setup. It's Jack and Jackie's in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
What? Thank you, Shokes. Here we have Jack and Jackie's. I'm Jack Spectra, joined by Jackie's. First of all, I want to talk a little bit about, you guys had a great winter split start, but then spring split, been struggling a little bit. What do you guys think went wrong for the team?
I mean, for the start of spring split, I think it had to go to the fact Closer is not playing with us, because then Isma had his whole EU Masters run, so our scrims were a bit delayed, and sometimes we didn't even have them. But yeah, I mean, I hope it goes up from now, because we're kind of on a do or die in a way. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think I'm positive though about our gameplay. So
yeah, that's great to hear. And also, you guys are working with Giotto, who I had last year, who I really liked, and I was wondering to hear, like, how has he been helping you guys now with the new jungler, and just in general, I felt like his mental help was like the most useful. I feel like he understands the psychology of players very well, and I was wondering, like, what are your thoughts on him?
I mean, for sure, Giotto helped us a lot, right, mentally. I mean, so like I think we started I mean, we are 1-4 right now. 1-5? No, 1-4.
Well, I think you should know.
We are 1-4. We are 1-4. So of course the mental, even from Giotto part, like of course it's not easy, right? But I think he's a big part of actually like saving it in a way, which is what I admire about him. So for Giotto, I mean, I think he's a very good coach, and I think he's doing his job very, very well. So that's why we are not mental boomed, I would say. So
yeah, so it's player diff that you guys are losing then, or it's not coach gap?
Yeah, some games maybe coach gap, okay, but most of them were player gap so far.
But we're here in the Madrid arena, joined by thousands of fans. How do you feel? You excited? Is this your first event with a crowd?
Not with a crowd, but the big crowd.
With the big crowd,
The big crowd for sure. And
true.
Very excited. I mean, I just walked in and I saw all the seats, right? I saw the GX fans already outside. So I'm very excited, and I hope it's gonna be banger games for sure.
That's great. And you're gaming as G2. What's gonna happen?
2-0.
2-0? Okay.
2-0. I came here for a 4-0 week, like 2-0, 2-0, and go back home. You know.
Sounds good.
100%.
Great. That's been me and Jack and Jackie's signing out.
Signing out.
Awesome! That was Jack Spectra in the interview. He can do it all, everybody. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was great speaking to him. Good confidence. Very excited to see how they do in their matchup, if he can fulfill his prophecy.
What did you feel? Because, you know, an arena like this, it is something new, and it can, as you know very well, it can propel some viewers, but it can also push them down.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, especially since it's kind of, as Jackie said, his first big event with a crowd, like a big crowd.
Yeah,
you know, of course,
you keep saying it. Berlin has a crowd as well.
Berlin has a crowd, but this is like a bit of a different scale, right?
A little bit.
And I do wonder if he will be the one to crumble, because like he's up against G2, who are no strangers to a big crowd.
No, absolutely not. And G2, of course, you know, they lost last week, so they have something to make up for. But when it comes to the fans and everything, in my head, I felt like, okay, Movistar Koi, it's their event. They'll have tons of fans. But the first people here were actually the Giant X fans with their music, with their ambience.
I've been super impressed by the fan base of GX. We don't often, as English broadcast, get to experience the passion they're actually displaying. But coming to Spain here, seeing them march on with their orchestra, seeing them first year in Arena, seeing how much energy they bring to the arena. I think that's something that the players of GX will be benefiting from a lot.
I mean, it's an historical org, right? I played against them in the Superliga, and I think they have the most Superliga titles out of any Superliga team, and they've just been legends for so long, but kind of dropped off recently, so you might think that their fans have too, but they have not, as they're showing today.
No, D'Antonio is a bit of a legend here as well. We saw him on the side of a bus now. Who can say that?
I don't think any other.
Not me. But Jack, can you have us a lay of the land a little bit, right? Because we always have to remember that in Spain, just like in France, we have kind of the teams that make it to the LEC, but we also have the rivalries that are in the local Spanish league or in the local French league, right?
Yeah.
The Superliga or the LFL. So what's the deal here when it comes to Koi and Giant X and maybe also Heretics, who regrettably are not here?
I mean, in my head, the Giant X Koi rivalry isn't that big because neither team has found that much success in the Superliga recently. The biggest one was kind of Heretics versus Koi because they joined the league at the same time. Both kind of had Graphic on the other side and then Ibai on the other. And I think with Giant X though, it's like it's more just about their history coming into this, and they just have so many fans that were from all the way back then, followed D'Antonio, he's played for 10+ years, and they're just here to support.
It's crazy. And maybe because of the match they have here tomorrow, which is our match of the week, we'll see that all explode. Now, they're playing versus G2 first Giant X, and apparently there was some sabotage in the works as well in terms of getting G2 to the arena, GB.
I mean, if you can't beat them on the Rift, you beat them off the Rift, right? If it's a tier 2, sure, let's have it. But yeah, it's comical. Obviously, GX has nothing to do with it, but... Well,
why do you do that?
I don't know.
It's a joke.
Yeah, for sure it is. But you also know that someone might be like, what? They got rid of a tire from them? Are they crazy?
What? I get it. Let's do the lay of the land a little bit. And I think perhaps we should have done this at top. Maybe people are wondering, is this a separate tournament? Is this the finals? We are in the regular season. We are on a road trip that is completely comprehends in the regular season. So the matches that you win here will get you up and down the standings in the LEC. But we wanted to add a little spice and add the King of Madrid tournament, which is completely unserious. But if you win
also completely serious.
But completely serious. The rules are simple. Win and you get the most points. 3 points for a 2-0, 2 points for a 2-1, 1 point for a 1-2, and 0 points for a 0 and 2, Jack. So, yeah, we'd like to see who wins that.
Yeah, I think that just makes the whole kind of arena more exciting. I think overall, it's like, as you said, it's a regular season, but it's not really regular season. There's a special vibe to this place, and I think winning here holds more merit than winning a normal regular season.
Yeah, it's also just the momentum you bring for that, the confidence as players, right? We're talking about GX as the team that's been struggling. If they manage to take wins here, and you bring that back to the Berlin studio, of course they'll go a long way. But also for the other teams who's looking to solidify themselves at the top. At G2, at Fnatic, you get a 3-0 week here, or 2-0 week here, sorry. That feels good.
It's amazing. Now, we are a bit in a different setup than we usually are. We are on a road trip. It's basically what you see is what you get. It's us. And usually they can hear the info from the control room, but I only can. So I will tell you, we have a bit more time. Of course, it's the first match that's being set up.
Classic.
Yeah. Okay, can you lift the curtain a little bit? Because it's hard to set up in an arena, but often players, their settings, their mice...
It's players' fault?
No.
I mean, some players can be a bit, maybe not lazy is the right word, but they take their time, you know? And then they suddenly, the most common that I've had is like a player that's like, we're going to start in 2 minutes. And then he's like, I want to go to the toilet.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, now it's late.
Well, it's very hard. So it's very, like, it's far away, so you shouldn't. This is the King of Madrid graphic that we've prepared in terms of the storylines, because I think, of course, we need to remember that you could be the King of Madrid, but there's a lot going on in terms of the race for playoffs in the LEC. Where do we want to start?
Well, I like to start with G2 just because they came from a loss, right, against BDS. They were looking to be the team that was going to go undefeated and continue that streak towards playoff. And I also still think they're a team with the regrets of that winter final still lingering a little bit. I think this is the perfect place for you to boost that momentum that we've already talked about against some really strong team as well. You're going up against your biggest rival in Fnatic. If you're able to keep it going here, you're going to pretty much be able to keep it going.
What's your read on that loss versus BDS?
I mean, I think it was pretty meaningful to me because I felt like G2 looked like the best team, and I thought that was like the team that wasn't inconsistently going to lose to random teams, but then they went and did it.
You call him BDS random?
No, just lose to lower tier teams that they normally would win against, right? So I definitely put stock in that, but for me, the highlight story is MKoi. I feel like this whole arena that they've gotten here is just insane. And if I'm an MKoi fan, I'm coming to the stadium, and they lose both their games, I'm gonna be
they're 2-3 now when it comes to the LEC standing. So if they pick up both wins and versus very important opponents, versus a Fnatic and versus a GX, which they are having a growing rivalry here, we're going to pitch it because it's
But on the contrary,
arena.
if they lose both games, 2-5.
So I think MKoi stand to lose the much if they lose their matches, and perhaps GX stand to gain the most.
100% is specifically if you take the context of the schedule into context, right? KC were playing up against MKoi in the beginning, then it was G2 up against MKoi, so their schedule was rough. So we were expecting that they were going to have an easier time once they started playing against, well, the likes of a Vitality and some of the other teams they've gone up against. But when you're dropping these games and you're showing inconsistencies and you're going into an arena like this, these are the things you don't want to replicate.
No, absolutely. And then we have a Fnatic. They are playing MKoi here. They are playing G2 tomorrow as well, which is a classic. And it was interesting to me because usually in a weekend, if there's a G2 Fnatic, that's what I'm most excited about. But I think it says a lot about the state of our teams and how competitive other teams are getting, that you're now looking at a Fnatic MKoi and thinking, maybe it's just because I'm here, though. That might also be the case.
I think G2 Fnatic still sounds like a mega banger to me. And for me, it's like the battle of first place, which is always going to be compelling. But there's something about just the raw emotion and passion that you'll get from these fans when it's their team playing that makes it more compelling, especially when you're here.
It's true. What do you think there is going on there in terms of that the Heretics aren't here? Because, I mean, MKoi, of course, this is their arena, right?
I mean, to me, it's strange because I think that's the biggest, like, Spanish league rivalry, and both teams are very, like, similar. Started, you know, as streamer orgs and then kind of became like this. And they also both joined Super League at the same time, joined LEC at the same time. But I don't know.
We'll see, indeed. About a couple of more minutes, I think. That's good. We can preview the match a little bit more in depth then for G2 versus GX. This is, on paper, one of those matches that should very easily go the way of G2. I will say, I've seen tons of MKoi shirts. I've heard a lot of GX music. I've seen a lot of blue shirts. Not that many G2 shirts.
No, honestly, and that's a rare thing as well. We barely ever see that unless we're in France as well, but that's what the regionals will bring to you. But I am looking at GX, and I am looking at some of the improvements that they've made over these weeks. They were struggling a lot. You did see Jackie's in your interview with you as well, Jack. Yeah. He wasn't feeling great about the start, but he was feeling optimistic. And I think if you're looking at gameplay-related things, they have become better at implementing set plays with Isma. I have started seeing them get better at invades, where they're specifically just going 4 people together, we're joining enemy blue buff, red buff, whatever it is, and we're just going to fight it. And they've gotten early game leads through this.
Yeah, and GX is just such a weird team to me, because it's like, I speak to Gyoto, he tells me their scrims are going great, they're beating top teams, and then they lose to SK. And it's like, what is going on here? They're just not consistent when it counts, and I feel like the only thing that they've found that works so well for them so far is playing around Isma, like you say. And it's interesting because it's so different from their dynamic previously, where it felt like Closer would just do whatever the laners wanted, and he was kind of their dog. While now, they have to, you know, adapt their playstyle, which has taken them time. Maybe they can do it against G2.
Maybe. We do know that what's happening on stage is their peripheral issue and the mouse is being swapped, so that won't take too long, I guess. But after yesterday, I don't want to change anything. So I want to, like, Isma gets a lot of flack, and I get it, because I do think he had a rough entry into this team. I also think he was put into a very, very difficult position. To me, if you discount some of the early games, he was great last week.
No, he was. You're right. And it was actually not the early games for me that was the issues. I think it was when they transitioned some of the leads that they, by the way, got against a team like KC. That's where they started faltering. That's the quick improvements that they have need to make from last week going into this week against a good team like G2.
And a matchup that may become very important today. On the one hand, we have an absolute stage beast in Broken Blade in the top lane, and we're up versus, in my opinion, the weakest link on Giant X currently. I think Lot has had a troublesome introduction into kind of the top tier league. I think especially when it comes to it's never a one-player issue, but I just feel like he really needs to find his groove, and it might be difficult here.
It's been weird for me because he came into Winter so strong, and that he over-succeeded my expectations. I thought he would be pretty quiet. I think kind of coming in same as Carlson, who I also think didn't have the strongest Winter performance. But then something just happened in Spring where he just kind of lost it. Now I feel like he's never really winning lanes, never really able to have an impact. His games against KC, despite the fact that the series was close, he was struggling so hard in every single top matchup.
Yes, as we get closer and closer to the walkouts for our first game, for an org like G2, I think it probably hurts for them. Seeing the likes of KC lift the trophy, seeing the likes of Movistar Koi filling up an entire arena with all the jerseys, and I just can't help but think that there's a little bit more motivation at play here this weekend.
Yeah, but they've always been big showmen, all of them, right? And you know, even if they're fans of them, or if they're not fans of them, they're used to being in arenas and the international stage where they are not with them, right? So they love going up against them. They just love the atmosphere in general. And I think no matter with G2, I hate saying this about a team, you know? I hate saying like, oh yeah, they get a buff on stage like it matters, but for G2, it's true, right? And I think that's something you always have to.
Oh, it absolutely matters. I mean, you know firsthand, right? How big of a difference can it make if you're well adjusted to the stage or not? Tell me some of the things that can happen when you're just flustered in an arena.
I mean, I feel like it feels like it's a fresh new start, kind of like even if you've had a bad week of scrims, it's a whole new experience. While it's so easy when you're playing in the normal setup or you're normally used to, if you have a bad week of scrims, it feels like that's your week. That's just, you're not going to be able to get out of that rut. While here, it's a fresh new start. If you do well, you can take over the momentum.
We're about 20 seconds from seeing our players enter the stage. Super, super exciting. A huge thank you, of course, to Movistar Koi for teaming up with the LEC and bringing us a really unique roadshow. It's 2 minutes more, but that was a great start to a toss. I think it's going to keep happening. That's
Probably,
just the way it is.
Yeah. I can be a narrative merchant.
What?
I can be a narrative merchant.
Yeah?
I
Go
think
ahead.
this could be the start of a new era for LEC. Like, imagine, as you said, if G2 and Fnatic, for example, get inspired by this, and we end up going on road shows multiple times, just not two, throughout a split, I feel like this can start a new tradition that just makes the game so much more exciting.
I totally agree. I think, you know, I have the memory where it was kind of random, but we would find ourselves in Wembley Park, like, not Wembley Park, sorry. It wasn't Wembley, that was last year.
Yeah.
But we would find ourselves in London in the Wembley Arena, I believe.
Yeah,
that's like the smaller one. That's the one it was. And we would just go there randomly, and you could see teams really getting a boost and getting experience from that, and you would see completely different players afterwards. And what you say there, I feel like when it comes to esports and being in stadiums and seeing everybody around you that is excited about the same thing, that has that same fan heart for the game, and you get to talk to those fans.
It's why you're a fan.
Absolutely. I think there's things that happen in an arena, in a stadium like this, that you cannot replicate anywhere else, and I think it's part of the lifeblood of a successful esports story for some of these teams.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not just like that for the fans.
No.
It's like that for the players as well. The most memorable events I've ever had has been with a huge crowd, even despite the fact that my biggest win in an event was Superliga Finals, and I won EU Masters, but that was with no crowd, and it felt kind of like nothing. It was just like, oh, nice. While winning with that crowd behind you and hearing all the cheers, it was magical.
Now, apparently, it is really 25 seconds, so just to recap, otherwise we'll just keep talking. It's what we get paid for, GB. It's all good. Again, super happy to be here. We're, of course, getting the sign-off from the Movistar Koi crew to see how everything works out here, as the players want their introduction, because you'd want to shake the hands of everybody, you'd want to feel the energy of everybody in the arena, and a proper introduction, and then we'll really hear where the battle lines are drawn. Will G2 get the cheers or the boos? Will GX get all the cheers or not? I don't really know, but I know that we're all waiting in huge anticipation for that moment. I guess I'll just stop talking. We still haven't seen it. Let's see. Maybe they surprise us. Everybody's calming down a little bit. I can see so many GX shirts.
There are a lot of Giant X fans.
Yeah, it's actually crazy.
I see a G2 shirt.
You saw one?
Let's
find them.
It's like find Waldo. Can we find the G2 shirts in the arena?
I would be very surprised.
Screenshot it right now and see if you can find it.
It's like, where's Waldo? We'll see. All right. Well, since we are not yet ready to go into G2 GX, we talked a little bit about the kind of budding rivalry, the importance of GX in Spain, of G2 esports, and how when you've been the top dog for so long, I'm sure you want to stay there, and I'm sure you want to reclaim it on this one. But let's look ahead a little bit to what I think is the premier matchup of the day. Fnatic versus MKoi in this arena in a couple of hours, GB.
I mean, what comes to mind is just straight up El Yoya versus Razak.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Like,
I
Spanish
feel you.
arena, two of the biggest Spanish junglers going up against each other, some of the biggest organizations. I think Razak has definitely found a bit of more footing coming into this spring split than in winter. And I think for Elyoya, I'm seeing really high highs, but I'm also seeing sometimes a decent average flow where I'm so used to seeing him at higher levels, and I'm really hoping that this is going to be a resurgence for him with fans like this where he can really just come up.
Yeah, I've been a bit disappointed by Elyoya, to be honest. I thought he would, you know, this is a team that he kind of created with the players he wanted. And then it feels like he hasn't been the best performing player on his team when he used to be. I remember it was like G2 were willing to pay 1 million for him. It was like insane
really?
how much.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. G2 wanted 1 million for him. Like, what was it, 2022 or something? And he was an absolute superstar. Everybody thought he was the GOAT. But now I just feel like he's like.
It must be quite frustrating for him, I gotta say also, right? Because I don't believe that he doesn't have that in him anymore. But there's been a lot in this team. Like, he's like the responsible part of why this team was built around him. He had to, I think, accelerate his captain duties. He had to adjust to another new player coming in this year. So I think it's a lot for that whole team. I almost think like they need the injection of, I think, playing here in Madrid in front of this crowd, perhaps, to give them that little thing they're missing.
Yeah, and I do want to say, I played Iberian Cup finals with Mirwin, which wasn't a crazy crowd. It was like 100, 200 people. Yeah. But he was super clutch and had some of the craziest comps I've ever seen. We were hard losing game one. Yeah. And he was playing Ahri top, AD, Ahri top, you know, crazy. And he was just like, guys, stop choking. We need to fight or we lose. We're down 7k gold. That's legit what he said. And everybody just locked in. And then we did a crazy backdoor with Ahri and Nico. And Nico was disguised as a minion. And they backdoored and we won the game.
Oh my god.
I want to find that. Should we find that?
Yeah, that's a replay. Yeah, that would have been sick.
Yeah, amazing. And in the same vein, then you have Oscar, right? And we've had a lot of discussions about this because I think I want Oscar to be great for this team. And I think this is going to be a great test for them because sometimes the whole Fnatic, we've said, right, when it comes to the big moments, they're just left, they fall a little bit short.
Yeah, sure. I think a lot of people will think of the Oscar Now ultimate when he got a lead this form of this split. But honestly, no. I think Oscar is getting too much flag. In my humble opinion, I actually think he's doing fine for what he's doing. I think obviously he's making mistakes. Don't get me wrong, he's not perfect. But the amount of criticism he's currently receiving, I don't think it's fair to what I've seen some of the issues with Fnatic be in general. And I don't think you can contribute their defeats to just Oscar.
Yeah, there was the one Gnar play against SK.
Yeah, that's what people remember.
It was I mean, but the thing is, it was so
really
criminal.
bad.
But at the same time,
sure,
his stats have been really good. He's been really solid.
Yes.
And he's definitely one of the best top laners in our league.
Yes.
That's saying, is that saying something?
But you can't
yeah,
it's so bad.
I don't know. Regardless, though, that'll be a super cool matchup. We'll see between Fnatic and MKoi. It'll be hard. It's actually, maybe it's my favorite of the weekend. I don't know.
I will still go with G2 versus Fnatic.
Okay, well,
you can call me
I'm going to go for G2 GX because it's starting right now.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis? Espectacular, lo que se viene. Más de 10.000 personas aquí, Pero que estoy bastante bien, ¿Tenéis ganas de League of Legends o no? Pues vamos al lío. Es uno de los equipos con más historia aquí en España. Esta fiesta no se la podían perder. Han traído una charanga y todo. Vienen desde Málaga. ¡Ya! Es un chaval que quiere comerse la LEC. El aprendiz del peluquillas. En la top lane.
Every extra mission, every enemy listening, get off my dick, I got bad intentions, make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes.
Un tío con alma española, pero con sangre francesa, ha estado en uno de los mejores rosters de la historia de la Superliga, en la jungla. Isma. le bautizamos como Jacobo en la mid-lane. ¡Jackis!
I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions, make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes, piece of my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know that you know, suited up, bitch, my whole team do the same.
Viene desde Corea, con manos de acero y nervios de hielo, uno de los mejores tiradores de toda la LEC, de AD Carry. ¡No! Tiene la mejor red de Europa, la explosividad que necesitaba el equipo, como support.
Oh shit, they don't let me shoot a whole clip. Firepower in this coalition, we just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions, make it right
Desde la Superliga hasta los escenarios más grandes de Europa y del mundo, carisma pura y dura. Se le quiere mucho aquí, se le quiere mucho en España. ¡Guilloto! Enfrente, el equipo más laureado de la historia de España, el rival que todos quieren batir. Fuerte al plazo para el rey de Europa, G2 eSports. Consistencia, talento, liderazgo, el que nunca falla, el terror de la top lane. Broken Blade. La promesa que ya es una estrella para muchos, el que será el rookie del año como jungla, es Jumor. El rey de Europa, el principito, el mejor jugador de todos los tiempos en esta región. Pónganse en pie en la mid-lane. Es bueno, es listo, es guapo. Este tío lo tiene todo. Como de Carry, Hansama. la polivalencia más absoluta. Te juega el mejor Blitzcrank, como que te toca el triángulo de support. ¡Labro! Detrás de cada victoria hay un cerebro que lo planea absolutamente todo. Es el entrenador que más ha ganado aquí en Europa. Él es Dylan Falco. Madrid, todo listo, todo preparado. Que comience el primer partido del día de hoy. G2 contra Giants.
Well, here we are. Us not in Madrid, but the players in Madrid very excited to watch. Yeah, I mean, it basically looks like we're there, right? Yeah. It's fine. Yeah.
Either way, I'm excited for these matchups.
Yeah, they should be really
I think
fun.
they're going to be sick. Like, I kind of was looking through the schedule as the weeks went on, and my eyes immediately drifted to this. The fact that you've got like G2, Fnatic, Giant X, Movistar Koi all kind of playing these back-to-back days are just absolute bangers. So I'm excited to see how they go.
Yeah, it should be some really good games over this weekend. For Giant X as well, kind of the weekend that decides their fate in the LEC. If they lose both their series this weekend, incredibly unlikely that their two remaining series will get them through. And for G2, after a loss against BDS last week, they really want to show that they are still top dog here in the LEC. I think there's been a few wonderings as to who the best team is. Like Fnatic are definitely rising up in a lot of people's estimations right now.
Yeah, I agree. And I think especially the fact that that was the first time BDS had ever beaten G2 in a best-of series kind of said a lot about kind of the stumblings that G2 have had, but also like BDS just popping off in that series as well. But I mean, you were kind of talking about it before we came on. It's like every time G2 kind of has a series like that, though, you have to be fearful if you're the next opponent because they suddenly clap back very, very hard. So I'll have to see if they're able to managing that here against GX as well.
And also there's the curse to talk about, right? Giotto just, he has some sort of magic going on where he has cursed this team, saying that G2 might not make Worlds, which could still be true, of course. We're playing for MSI here in spring rather than for Worlds, but Giant X since then have not won many games. 1-4 here in spring, looking to try and get that to 2-4 against G2 today.
Yeah, especially the fact they have Movistar Koi tomorrow, then it's BDS still to play and Heretic still to play. Like, it's not the easiest of times, so I think they'll definitely be looking to try and at least start on that campaign well.
I mean, the thing is, if they don't beat G2 today, even if they don't win this weekend, we'll say, even BDS and Heretics, if they can pick up those wins, it shouldn't be enough. Yeah. 3 wins doesn't usually qualify you through. Obviously, if we do have ties for 6th place, we'll play those tiebreaker games. But apart from that, we will not be playing tiebreakers here in the LEC. You can see the players getting ready on the stage, just getting their final checks done. And hopefully we'll be into the action as soon as possible. Everyone's in the lobby. And it'd be great to get us into some League of Legends.
Yeah, I think just going back to the Giant X points, I think they were a little bit like unfortunate in some of the series. Like you look at the KC one, they picked up a win there, but they shouldn't have really won that game too. Yep. And then even going back to the SK series, you kind of expected Giant X to be able to win that series. And like Jackie's put on a hero performance on the Ari, but couldn't really get it across the finish line. And it's kind of moments like that where you're like, there's individual plays that can happen, but it's just the team as a whole never seems to be able to sync on the one moment that they look well.
I have been informed someone spilt some water on the stage.
I mean, it had to be.
Yeah, it has to happen. The first couple of minutes, you can't trust pro players around water bottles. Without caps, you need those children anti-spill sippy cups. You know, they've got them. They've got them, and they still manage to spill water down the stage somewhere. Obviously, like we want the players to be in the best of positions for their games, but it is typical that something like this would happen at the start of a series.
Yeah, look, it's just going to be a wet and wild series. That's what we have to accept that it's going to be as we get into this. All right?
It's hot in Madrid, guys. Just needed to cool myself down.
But no, I think on the opposite side, though, for G2, like, this is the team that everyone expects to be able to pick up the win in this series. And I'm looking towards things like, how does BB fare against Lot on that top side? It feels like that should be a very one-sided affair. And also then for Caps to kind of come back into form, because a lot of question marks were kind of thrown his direction when they faced up against BDS. Nuke honestly dominated that matchup, constantly getting leads, getting the solo kill, and in matchups where you shouldn't necessarily have been hit as hard as you were. So I'm curious now to see exactly what Caps wants to try and strike back with, and how G2 tried to play towards him to enable that.
Yeah, and I do think part of that is enemy support playing around Caps a little bit more.
Yeah.
We've seen a jump in that from 2024 to 2025 by, it's about 2 percentage points, so it's only 14 seconds or so. Actually, it's before 8 minutes, so it's more than that. I can't do the maths.
I was impressed that you
30
were just
seconds or so.
numbers, yeah.
Well, I used to know between 2 and 14 minutes, every percentage point is like 7 seconds or something, because I knew it at the time. But this is between 2 and 8 minutes, so it's slightly different. Anyway, he is getting ganked a little bit more, and perhaps we're not seeing as much reciprocal pressure from his jungle and his support. But it is hard, you know, when you are the player that has stood out for so long. All it takes is one bad week for people to be like, oh, maybe he's not as good as we thought he is. Maybe he's not. Maybe he is slumping now, whereas at the start of spring, in my opinion at least, he was in impeccable form.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of the old adage of, you know, a nail that sticks out will get hammered. And I think that's kind of the focus from a lot of teams has been, how do we try and keep Caps in check? And I think the change in jungle support has meant that you're going to have to change those systems. And there's moments where traditionally he may have a ward in a position that keeps him safe, or he has his jungle in a position to keep him safe. And those aren't there in the same way, right? So it's also more difficult to play, or you feel less inclined to go for an aggressive trade or go for an aggressive play where he would win the lane because you don't have that vision and that information. So it kind of is a double up factor. But also, like, I think we have seen him have some decent performances when it comes towards things that are a little bit more off meta, I'll say, like the Akali and that, where he's looked great, but we'll have to see as we get ourselves on into draft.
Straight on in game one of this best of three Fearless, Mundo, Kalista and Maokai banned away by Giant X, Gwen, Varus and Rumble removed by G2. Yone is the first pick.
Yeah, Yone, very, very strong, but also you kind of want to go for some sort of AP jungler, especially now that you got Gwen and Rumble taken away. It means that you're limited in the AP champions who can play on that top side of the map. So curious to see what Isma wants to bring out. Could be his Nidalee, which he is regularly brought out, and it's not something that has been banned away here.
It rounds out to a relatively nice poke comp if perhaps you want the Jace or you want the Ezreal alongside that for some of that range damage. Varus taken away as one of the other poke AD carries that we often look towards. Aurora the answer for G2. If that Yone is going towards the top side, wouldn't be surprised to see the Aurora matched into it. Xin Zhao, the jungler for Skewmon, something that gives you good early aggression, great in skirmishes, which is nice into the Nidalee, but also gives you that big crescent guard as the game goes on for damage reduction in the middle of fights.
Yeah, I think just the early skirmishing power with both the Aurora and the Xin Zhao is insane, because Aurora with Electrocute does a ton of damage in the early stages, plus then the dueling power and the setup from the slow for the Aurora for the Xin Zhao just works out incredibly well. Looks like Sejuani going to be on the cards here for Giant X, which is kind of I think they saw the Nidalee hover. I think when you have a Xin Zhao on the other side, trying to play Nidalee can be a little bit tough. So going back towards, hey, let's just try and get 2 melee solo laners, and we can try and play through a strong top side of the map into this Xin Zhao instead.
That makes a lot of sense. It looks like they're going towards support right now. It could just be Jackie's hovering Nami as a little holding hover, because AD carry would make a lot more sense. There is the Misfortune locked in for them, so they have a good front line. They've got non-committal engage. They have a lot of damage from their AD carry if you can get that bullet time off appropriately. Where are G2 going to look to try and punish Giant X? MF, very low mobility. You do have the possibility of finding someone that can dive on her alongside the Xin and the Aurora. The Kai'Sa always springs to mind when you're looking for an AD carry that wants to go in.
Yeah, it looks like it will just be the Ezreal though. I think the MF was kind of an answer because it's very good into things like the Draven, which if you go towards an Ezreal or you go towards an early Kai'Sa can set you up. So I think it's kind of like we solidify ourselves a strong lane in the bot side for Giant X and limit the pool that G2 can go to. So G2 just said, cool, we're just going to take an easy bot lane. We're not going to play too aggressive and more than likely look for these 4.5-minute rotations that G2 have kind of been prioritizing when they're in these more difficult or unsafe matchups for Hansama.
Has gone really well for them in most games. They've been about 1,400 gold on average ahead through the early game, but now we'll see where both these teams want to go in their second rotation. Poppy and Gragas fans, I wonder, do you want to get rid of Braum if you're Giant X? Just to make sure that you can't have someone absorbing that Glacial Prison all the time?
I don't think it's a bad shout. I think, yeah, just it's absorbing that plus whatever other pressure you're going to be bringing down. And even if you end up going like significantly melee heavy, Braum just gets a ton of value in those comps as well because you get to auto attack people and set up for a lot of these stuns. So G2 actually going to be the ones that ban it away though. So maybe a little bit nervous that Sejuani was enough engage. I feel like with this comp you probably want a little bit more, but we'll have to see what the plan is.
It's also the double stacking stuns, right? Concussive blows and the permafrost coming out from the Sejuani can lock you up for a very long time in the middle of a fight. So G2 avoiding some of that extra CC, Sion the final ban from them, from Giant X, it kind of implying that G2 might take this Aurora into the mid lane rather than just playing it in top, which is kind of my expectation for Broken Blade.
Yeah, I'm curious if you just take Rel for Lebrov here and say, look, we're happy enough, we denied. Okay, so going to take the other side and say, my thought was take the Rel away from the Misfortune engage, from the follow-up engage, and being able to set that up. They're basically G2 saying, well, we'll just take the Alistar. We're happy enough if you want to go for the Rel, if you want to go for Leona or any of these picks, because Alistar still does relatively well. And in general, we just want to be playing a passive lane that plays defensively anyways.
Yeah, just move around the map, get away from that MF plus whatever on the bot side. Looks like it might be Nico. Can be special. Yeah, Nico for Jun makes a lot of sense. You can also take it into the mid lane if you really want for Jackies, but it looks like that Yone is going to be flexed towards mid and Giant X going towards top for their final pick. We'll have to be blind, assuming that Aurora goes to mid, but there's still a bit of flexibility in both of these drafts.
Yeah, I'm curious what BB wants to try and answer with here. There's the Renekton that could, you kind of just say, hey, we're going to try and play for the early win and then look to outscale, but I think you're kind of hitting a mid-game spike, so I wouldn't be surprised by something like a Gnar here, just to say, look, we can control the lane and then off of 1 to 2 items, really try and take over and power through this game.
We'll see where he decides to go. Has been consistent for G2 across the course of Spring Split. Last week did have a little bit of a struggle. Ooh, okay. Okay, Malphite is the lock. So, I understand it. Predominantly physical damage coming out from Giant X. That Nico is going to be support, so really only 1.5 items with the, oh, what's it called? Zax. I keep wanting to call it ZZ Top, and that was a band. So no, with the Zax. Expectations are obviously that Jun will flex to mid lane. The Yone will flex to mid lane here, and Jun will take that Nico. I think they have swapped in the lobby. We just haven't had it update on the screen, and now it has for us. So.
Yeah, I was like, there is always some funkiness you can go for with like Nico going mid or Jax going jungle, which was like an old school counter to Zinzao, but I think we're just going to see the bog standard.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think it does force Jax into a very AP heavy build, which I think he'll be able to survive fine with in the lane matchup. So I don't think it'll be as strong again the individual matchup, but when you look at a lot of the carries that are there, they're actually pretty immobile. Like, the MF is going to struggle. You've got good re-engage if Nico ever tries to go in with the Malphite. So it does make quite a bit of sense in that regard for playing for the bottom half of the map. And it does just say, look, more than likely what we're going to see from G2 are these 4.5-minute lane swaps where Malphite's going to be fine, farming underneath the tower. There's going to be no real issues. And in that position, you should be totally okay.
You should. We do have a small pause as we get on into the game. So should be fine in a moment. Assume the players maybe have a setting that's incorrect or a light in their face or someone spilled water again on the stage. You know how it be.
Yeah, look, as long as we're not VC team, okay?
Didn't need to do him like that, man, okay? The problem is it's only the two of us in the studio.
Yeah,
so if we do have to podcast, it's going to be you and me talking for a couple of hours, which is... maybe we can get some of our producers up here to chat with us.
True. And also they can like put anything that they want on the video behind us. So we can just become like, what does he stick up, what's the game where you're running past the trains? I can't think of it.
Oh... I wanted to say Crazy Taxi, but it's not. Taxi Surfer? Subway Surfer.
Subway Surfer, yeah. We stick Subway Surfer on the screen behind us.
Yep.
And then we just chat for a little bit and we keep everyone entertained with the Subway Surfers and no one really listens.
It's true. We need to find some things that look cool when you cut them. You know, like sand or something like that.
I think
And that little circle game
yeah.
at the bottom where the ball's bouncing around. It's Giant X who've said there's maybe some potential audio issues on the stage. So let's go back to these drafts. We're talking a little bit about how the Malphite gives counter-engage for G2. They have relatively strong early skirmishing as well, but it does feel a lot like G2 are going to try and avoid conventional lanes after that 3-4 minute mark.
Yeah, I think that's your best bet. There's a style of these lane swaps that I think is probably how you operate this as G2. When you're in a position where you're behind in the laning phase and you're the ones that are getting pushed in, you'll tend to push in bot lane, reset with your bot lane, and then instead of actually having your top laner reset, you use this TP to immediately go bot lane and forgo the reset. And the thought process behind it is, well, it doesn't really matter if I get a reset or not. This lane matchup is going to suck. So all we're doing instead is using that tempo advantage to make sure all waves are caught at all points in time. And that's how you can hard force this swap. And then it becomes a case of, okay, well, how are Giant X going to try and respond to that? Because the obvious one is to try and then use your own top laner's TP to immediately go bot. But oftentimes, because you're the team with the tempo lead, you've already shifted your bot lane into that bot position. So it means you can't keep up. And then it's just constant rotation around the map where you never get the matchups that you really want to. And I mean, a Malphite with less gold is going to be way more impactful than a Jax with less gold.
Yeah, that's very true. I do see ready checks have happened. And I think we're going to get onto Summoner's Rift. So here we go. Summoner's Rift in sunny Madrid for these two teams. Both of them will play 2 series over the weekend. Today we see G2 taking on Giant X. Tomorrow we'll see Giant X taking on MKoi and G2 taking on Fnatic in what is likely to be a battle between at least 2 of the best, if not the 2 best teams in the LEC right now.
Nothing too crazy happening in the minute. Everyone's just going to span out and see if they can catch everyone as they start to rotate themselves through the map. But yeah, again, I think for Giant X, you have a composition that very much can pop off inside lanes if you can get the ball rolling in your favor. But team fighting, I think, a little bit less attractive to you just based on what G2 have brought to the table.
Yeah, I think I understand that. Generally, it looks like Giant X might be going for a little bit of a late invade. Isma, Jackies, and Jun here to force Skewmon out of his jungle. Just get a ward down on his red, and then they can back off immediately after. So nothing too crazy. Just want to make sure they know where Skewmon is starting. Want to make sure they know his path through the jungle. He's going to go down towards his bottom side, but Giant X will still know that he started on the bot side because he's not seen on that red buff.
Varied information is a beautiful thing.
But you know what assuming does?
Leads to scientific debate and finding out new things.
Exactly right, Rob. Exactly right. Jun transforming into the MF here just gives him a little bit more range in the lane. Lebrov doing... It's like a strategy I've seen a couple of times on Analyst recently where as soon as someone tries to walk up as the AD carry and farm a minion, you just W them away. On repeat. Every time. And it just tilts the enemy. You can see he was trying to do it to Noah there, but he didn't know which one was Noah because they were both MF. So he just yeeted away Jun. But you just do it on repeat.
So that was a Jun outplayed in champ select, just basically realizing, hey, Alice is going to go for this.
Also by picking to be the misfortune as he walked down into the lane. Because he could have been the Yone. Or he could have been the Sejuani, right? But you don't know.
I feel like as default as Nico, I take the one person with range on my team so I can poke.
I 100% agree with you, but as you say, just Jun mind games. Jun mind games. Absolute genius.
Still though, I do think you're in just a decent spot here as Giant X on the bot side. Like, I feel like all you're going to do is make life miserable for Lebrov, so at least he gets one back with the headbutt, and then it's just like, I'll go back to my corner and sulk as I get poked and prodded. At least level 2 hit, so you can try and trade back. But if you ever... Sorry, not trade back, but like look for a trade. But even if you mess it up, it's just going to be a bad time. Caps, though?
Isma looking for Caps in the mid lane. Caps should be able to jump this wall. Has to flash it. Permafrost comes in as well. Jackie's with the Q3. Will chunk about half of Caps' health bar. Good gank path from Isma. Went 4 camps into gank.
Yeah, there was a ward there. Must not. I didn't catch it quite.
I think he snuck just around the corner.
Just smoke around the corner of it. So nice job by Isma not to get caught, and now moving back in towards the red. But this is what we're talking about, is like kind of Caps being the punching bag for teams in a lot of situations. It's just trying to even just get that one gank mid. Now you're half HP. Jackie's going to have a much easier time. Both pots burnt by Caps as well. like this just gives a ton of resources and effective trading power to Jackies.
And they talked about it on the analyst desk before the show. Like, Giant X's early game has not been the major issue. They've had some good plays. They've had these 4-man invade timings, and it's worked well for them. It's just the consistency as it gets to later portions in the game, and sometimes the consistency in the early game as well, has really let them down. G2 tend to be more consistent. That's one of the reasons they are so consistently at the top of the league. And although last week against BDS was a blip for them, the question is it an actual speed bump, or was it just a dot on the radar?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we're looking for them to prove here. And I think it's again going to be a case of, are we going to see that map movement from the mid game show up in the early game as well? Because in this sort of position, this is kind of the LeBron.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Jun had to flash away. Hans Summer going forward onto Jun, who's popped the heal. Ignite ticking. LeBron flashes out, but Hans Summer gets first blood. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, there's a kill happening in the mid lane as Isma falls and Caps goes down as well. It's a little bit difficult to see exactly what happened there. Looks like it was a just a jungle mid fight in mid?
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, bot side, nicely done, at least by Hans Sama. Had the level 4, so was able to go for it and take that effective trade before Noah ticked over to level 4. And Brav ends up going down, but didn't quite catch what happened in the mid lane, so we'll have to wait and see.
I think it was just a 2v2 skirmish that ended up going 1-for-1. Isma actually looking for the dive here onto Caps.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, I think Isma just needed to use the E, so then you could actually lock him in place, so then it was easier for Jax to finish him off. Even getting that increased damage as well would have finished off. He didn't have to tank as many tower shots, but not wanting to go as far underneath the tower meant that, well, he ends up getting caught, and it is going to be the kill that's picked up by Skewmon in the end, but no assist onto Caps, crucially.
Yeah, unfortunate for Caps there to not pick up the assist, but a lead in bot and jungle for G2. Jun trying to see if he could gank mid lane, but unable to do it. Lebrov's coming across. And looks like they're just trying to help Caps get this massive wave underneath the tower for now. There was the swap that we talked about, Rob. You can see Hans Summer going towards the top side. Noah's going to answer both the teleports used by the top laners to meet those waves in bot. So a grub fight perhaps on the cards.
Yeah, so this is kind of what we're talking about, is what G2 like to do, but Giant X at least look prepared for it. They're now moving into position to try and match that, and should be able to try and keep up pressure, but honestly that early 2v2 working out great for G2, because now you've got that Sheen and Tier, which is kind of that crucial back position for Hans Sama, and he should be fine now to just look for these poke trades before you get to that BT versus Noah.
Oh, between worlds, Jackie has to dash out of that. Ultimate for ultimate exchanged, and I wonder if because of that and Jackie's low health bar, whether Giant X will call off the fight around these grubs. Noah, about halfway to level 6, does have both the summoners, but you can see as soon as Jackie's is that low HP and doesn't have an ultimate, Giant X know they can't fight that.
No, they're completely going to back away, but I think at this stage, like, for G2, you're happy with the way this game's going. Like, even you're pushing Jackie's back, you're getting the kills that you need. You're now in a position that you're getting the objectives as well. You can probably even get the push up in this top side, transition down towards getting that first dragon in this point as well. So, like, overall, I think you're perfectly fine here.
Yeah, should be pretty happy with how things are going so far. Skewman's on his way up towards top side. There's a blue buff available to G2 if they want to fight around it. But I think they're going to decide that may not be the best course of action. Lebrov goes in again. There's a true shot barrage hitting onto Jun. Ignite ticking. Noah opened up, but wasn't able to get the bullet time down because he's still only level 5. And G2 will just chunk out Jun and Noah.
Yeah, and they're going to continue to push here. So you can kind of see Zinzao starting to push through. See if he can get on towards Isma here. Isma's still level 5.
Yeah, Skewman coming in with that level 6. He's going to chase Isma out of the jungle. Jackie's having to dash back in the mid lane. And, oh, Lebrov, Hex Flash. Won't find anything. They'll take the blue, and they will walk out.
Yeah, I do love those moments when you're playing Alistair and you're like the bull that's scruffing the ground. You're like, oh, I'm going to go. And then you're just like, no, actually, I'm backing out. I don't want this. So, but still, I mean, G2 getting the pressure again on towards Isma, preventing him hit to level 6, and now they're going to get the shove in this top side as well. And Dragon is still on the bot lane, so I think, as you can see, G2 going to look for the reset, and I wouldn't be surprised now if they're in a position to just go for the objective.
An important thing with resets like this is Noah and Jackie's were low HP, so they had to back away, right? They're going to lose 2 waves, 2.5 waves of minions to the top tower because Broken Blade got the shove in bot, Hansama and Labrov got the shove in the top side, Noah and Jun, when they reset, went bot and were able to catch that wave, but you can see how late Lot is to getting his reset off to come top. So it's when you do swaps like this and when you're trying to play around tempo, that magical watchword in League of Legends, these are the things you've got to look for because a wave is, 300, 400 worth of gold and experience.
Yeah, and that's why you can see if you look at Hansama, the little purple bar under Ezreal's portrait in the side. Thank you very much. You'll see that is significantly larger than where Noah's was, and now Noah, well, as long as Hansama there goes to collect the wave, that experienced lead is going to open up. Less so in the top side, but you are seeing these little moments of G2's bot lane getting ahead, and this is what we're talking about. This is something that G2 do extremely well, is focusing on getting Hansama these early leads, but we're going to have to see if they can try and play for that early lead as the blue buff is stolen by Isma here.
Isma should be able to take this one away, smites it. Skewmont was coming across. Jackie's has the push in mid, so he's the first to move here. Skewmont able to get away from that permafrost, but there's a Gromp that the prize will be for Giant X. While they do this though, Caps is able to push out mid, so we'll see if Jackie's can get there to catch that wave, because otherwise he's kind of sacked at least 2 or 3 minions. Big bot wave as well that Noah and Jun have to come across for. Yeah, it loses 2 minions.
Yeah, I'm also watching Skewmon because he was hovering around this bottom side in case Isma came into the bot lane once more, but now you've got the push, and I imagine Dragon's going to be next because Caps just reset as well in the mid lane. He's now going to be coming back, so I think he should be in a decent spot unless Skewmon feels like he needs to pop his head in mid just to guarantee that push.
Do you think there'll be warriors at the Dragon? Because you imagine dragons.
Oh, yeah.
Skewmon looking for Jackies alongside Caps, just chunks him out a little bit. Look, man, we're in the Euphoria set. You're getting the jokes that you get today, okay?
I'll accept them. Sorry.
I forgot the lead singer's name. I couldn't remember it.
I'm not going to lie. I blanked on every other song by Imagine Dragons as soon as you said it. I was like,
Radioactive? There's one.
Well, it's not even a Kendrick, so what the hell am I supposed to do with this?
Exactly. There's probably something to do with mountains. The teleport comes in behind G2 here. They're looking to take the Drake. They'll get it. Glacier Prison onto Skewmon. He pops the Crescent Guard. Great flash into the bullet time, but not really too much damage on the backline of G2, and they're going to re-engage. Caps goes forward, dashes out to the other side. Jackie's and Jun here as well. Broken Blade trying to flank himself with a TP. Labrov able to get away towards the bottom side. Broken Blade has that unstoppable force. Labrov the first to fall. Flash forward from Lottie to get the stun on BB, who flashes to the wall, and then unstoppable forces across. And will manage to escape. G2 sacrificed their cow for a dragon.
Yeah, it was a great flash by Noah just in the back half of that fight, managing to get away from Labrov's re-engage, which then sets up for the kill, but a little bit messy from G2. Like, they don't really have a major engage to apart from Labrov and BB, but BB needed time to TP down to the bottom side. Even Caps looking to reposition halfway through this fight to join with BB, but we'll see here, like, you're not really in a great spot as this engage comes through because Jun gets the big engage, but you've only got Broken Blade now TPing down. He's a mile away from this fight, and as you go in, watch the follow-up here as Caps repositions the bottom side, but this just means he's kind of separated from everyone, and as you get this re-engage coming through from Labrov on towards Noah, hoping maybe he can set up a Broken Blade, Noah managing to flash away, sets up for loss, but everyone just so separated on G2 because Caps was trying to regroup with Broken Blade and they were just all over the place.
Immediately off that, Giant X will start up the Void Grubs. They'll get to Labrov trying to use Isma as a taxi to get out. Skewmon gets in to steal away a Grub though, and that means he'll have Mike spawning. Lot coming across. Labrov stopped in the middle of the blast cone, and Lot gifted the kill. 3-2 now in favor of Giant X. Caps just taking plates in the mid lane while all of this happens.
Yeah, they're trying to get the plate mid and also the plates in bot lane as well. You can see Broken Blade work his way through, but Malphite not exactly renowned for his turret taking ability, so I think the fact that you are now getting the plays on top side, and it looks like going to get some plates on the top half of the map as well for Giant X, like, they're significantly happier where this one's going. May even catch Hansama here.
Glacier Prison hits, he cleanses and flashes away from Jun. Didn't want to get caught in that Pop Blossom. It will be a plate over to Giant X. They are losing plates on the bot side, and Skewmon looking for the dive here onto Lot. That tower very low. We'll be able to take it. Lot pops the Grandmaster's Might. Skewmon goes in, but a leap strike out is enough for Lot to escape his clutches.
So you can kind of see a lot of the gold has shifted over the course of the last few minutes, right? Like, what was a pretty substantial gold lead for Hansama, about 350, has now been limited to a certain extent. And also you're seeing that shift in Lot getting a lot more gold. Or sorry, in Broken Blade getting a lot more gold over Lot. So I think you're kind of now looking at, can you see Noah carry this game from the positions in. He's actually going for the Infinity Edge first rather than the Bloodthirster, which will give him significantly more DPS in a team fight, which feels where Giant X trying to play for. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Still decided to go for the Bloodthirster, but was on his way to what could have been an Infinity Edge.
I forgot it changed. Yeah,
it did, yeah. It's one of those, like, every now and again they'll change an item, and then 3 years later I realize they changed the item.
Yeah.
Just because, often you don't see the little parts of the item being built. It's like, oh, he's got a BF sword that builds into 7 different things, you know?
It's also just in my brain for so many years, it has just been, well, if I get the pickaxe and the BF sword,
it's like,
then
obviously
I'm going,
it's Infinity
Yes,
Edge,
exactly.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Jackie's not able to do too much damage to Broken Blade yet. Doesn't have that Blade of the Ruin King, and Broken Blade went Frozen Heart first alongside the Barmy Cinder he picked up to help him clear out some waves. Isma trying to flank Skewmond. Lebrov, the one who's caught out first, though, as Lot jumps in. Isma dives forward onto Skewmond, has that permafrost, will get the stun. Jun coming in from the side alongside Jackie's as well, and this is kind of the Giant X that we know and love. Those 3-4-man invades where everyone begins to collapse. The problem is, your side waves are getting shoved in. You're losing gold on the rest of the map. Lot's going to lose about 2 or 3 minions again. Broken Blade has a tower to get to here and has the unstoppable force it required. So he shouldn't die. If he does, because he didn't use the ult properly, and he manages to escape.
Yeah, again, though, like, you're seeing all these tools used by Giant X to try and make this play and force it on the top side of the map, but you're not really getting anything for it. You're even getting the rotation from both Caps and Lebrov now to be able to cover that top half of the map, so it's what you're alluding to, the side waves being so much heavier in G2's favor is netting them a bit of an advantage here as
Broken Blade's just fighting. True Shot Rush coming out as well. Jackie's might have to use the Fate Sealed to escape because Caps is on the flank underneath the tower. Jackie's down to 300 HP. Caps jumps in. Soul Unbound from Jackie's is perfect. Caps will take him, but he'll fall for it. I think that's all that Jackie's could have got out of that.
That was the best Jackie's could have hoped for, especially as I thought Caps would just defend. Jackie's trying to get out and then wait for that wave to crash, but you go 1 for 1 in the trade, you don't lose too much on the waves either, so you should be alright. Although actually there's another wave about to crash in and it looks like Lot not going to move up that way. He's going to just look for the tower bot instead.
Yeah, I think that G2 have kind of given up the bot side a little bit here. Knowing that they didn't have people in their own bot side jungle or vision, Giant X could gain control of that whole area. I was wondering if BB would teleport down to this tower to make sure it survived, but he was at risk of a 4-man tower dive if he did that, and even Malphite isn't tanky enough to survive that. So it will be Drake and a tower over to Giant X. Gold lead about 700 in G2's favor right now, but they will be able to pick up this Rift Hold, and using that will hope to break through with the tier 1 in mid.
They will need to TP Broken Blade back to the top side though if they want to try and make this fight happen.
Is the eye open? It's not. Isma could steal this. Glacial Prison, there's the eye, taken away by Noah. Skewmond diving onto Isma. Lebrov coming in from the side as well. Skewmond doesn't really have anywhere to get out of this one. Might have to flash out of the back of the pit. Broken Blade flashing forward. Jun flashes over the True Shot barrage. Manages to get the 2-man stun as Skewmond's killed off Jun now. Skewmond's so low. Sunder Sky healing. Absolutely massive, but he's shut down by Lot. The flash out from Lebrov as Broken Blade opens up onto Noah, who still has the barrier. And Broken Blade is CC'd to high heaven. Broken Blade falls. Giant X pick up a 2 for 1.
Great call from Giant X. Oh, there's no Soul Unbound, so Cap should just walk away. But great re-engage by Giant X. They went, hang on, Broken Blade has just gone and reset from topside. He had 0 mana, cannot stick around for this fight. So as he goes for the reset, Giant X like, great, we can try and come in onto this play. TP from Lot, who would also just reset. But you're then forcing G2 to collapse, whereas Giant X, they're already in a position for this. Set up perfectly, and G2 routed in the pit. And Sama isn't really in a position to do the damage that he needs to, especially as Lot starts to reposition him. Noah is being jumped on by Broken Blade, but it's not doing a huge amount. And Jackie's and Isma are just having a field day in the pit. Like, when you get these isolated skirmishes with the Sejuani and the melee champions, it works out so well.
And it does. Rift Hold used by Giant X immediately afterwards. Lot jumping onto Skewmond. Lebrov there for the knockup. Bullet time onto Skewmond as well. As Giant X are now 7-4 up. Jackie's wants a piece of the action as he CC's Caps, and Caps just about glides away with the Between Worlds.
Still though, this Giant X playing so well in this mid game. They've managed to get over towards the Rift Arrow, make that big play. Now they're catching out members of G2 underneath their own towers, and in the 1v1, Jackie's is coming out on top of Caps as well. This is fantastic.
It really is. Incredible stuff all round by Giant X. Lot at the forefront of a lot of it as well. 4-0-1 on this Jax, having an absolute field day. As we see BB like struggling to have as much of an impact on the Malphite as he'd like.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of to half be expected. Like, the Malphite was a pick into, hey, there's a lot of AD on the other side and we can try and play in towards that, but the early moments when Lot has been able to move into positions to like get free access to bot side tower, get a ton of gold that way, now cleaning up a lot of these fights as well. You're not really hitting their stride as G2. We kind of talked about that item and a half to 2 items is where they come aligned. That's kind of now, but they've already lost out on a bunch of those early fights thanks to the way GX have set them up and had that TP advantage coming into those fights.
So with a 2,500 gold lead at 19 minutes, with the Drake apiece and with a very fed Jax, can Giant X close out the game from here?
I think the thing about this game is that it is... Oh, hang on. Oh, Jackie's alright. But it's the exact opposite of how Giant X have traditionally won their games, which is trying to play through side lanes. Lot's now in a position where he's pushing in on bottom side. Jackie's is filtering in with a lot of the plays Giant X are making on this top side jungle, but you still have to try and address your waves and try and outplay G2 on the map, and I think that's going to be a pretty sizable difficulty for Giant X, because you can even see here, Lot doesn't feel comfortable trying to move down to threaten that tier 2 tower, now starting to rotate up, but even if you find a fight here against G2, it's already going to be taken away further into that top side away from Lot, so it looks like they're a bit unsure how they want to try and address things right now.
Understandably slow. So Lot has had some struggles this split, right? These are some really cool radar graphics that Hayden made up for us. We saw them first on the LPL Molecule, so yeah. You can see BB, top of the table in basically everything. His damage per gold lacks a little bit, but the red circle is where BB is, and then the blue circle, which is very small, is where Lot is. Yeah, it's a
that's crying.
it's a tearful triangle. Lot has struggled in spring, but in this game, he is in prime position to carry on the Jax, one of his favorite champions. 2 items already complete. BB now does have the Hollow Radiance, so he's in an okay spot as well, but with a 1.2k gold lead on just the top laners, like, Lot is primed and ready to take Giant X to a victory.
Yeah, again, though, we're seeing a big wave lost here on the top side, and this is kind of the small mistakes that Giant X are slipping through. You have both Jackies and Lost with TP, but not using them for... I understand the Dragons in a few moments' time, but you can still have someone collect that wave. Caps just pushed that wave and is now here to take the fight, so you're just kind of losing out on small bits of gold here and there for Giant X, but can they take the big fight?
One of the things we praise Giant X for doing is grouping and pushing into the jungle together here, but as you say, it always comes at quite a large cost. G2
Lot, that's not
up in the mid lane. Lot is going to teleport in here, can immediately counter-strike if needed, and will do so. It takes half his health for it. The dragon goes down. Jackie's is the one to secure it for Giant X. Second dragon of the game, Glacial Prisoner hitting onto Broken Blade, not the target you want. Handsome able to jump away from Lot. Jackie's will pull his soul back into his body and retreat from the fight. Good slow from the Make It Rain. But Giant X aren't going to find too much more here. G2 still grouped up as 5, looking to push through for this mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, Giant X did manage to get the dragon, so they're just trying to reforce entry in towards the mid lane tower. G2 trying to play for that. But if GX overextend here, it could be Anakan.
Jun! 3-man knockup with the Pop Blossom! Fate sealed, follow up, and Broken Blade has to ult away. Cap's already dead, didn't have time to react with a flash of his own. An incredible engage from Jun. Doesn't get Giant X too much, apart from saving their mid lane tower.
Man, Jun's Nico engages have been sick. He's one of the few people that are still bringing this out. Like, it's his, well, Labrov has, but 4 times now it has been a consistent factor for Giant X, and Jun has just performed every single time, and now G2 kind of feeling the brunt of that, as that could have been the moment G2 start to take over control of the game, getting that mid lane tower, starting to get some of these side lanes under control. But Giant X now onto Adakan off the back of that fight.
Able to go down towards this bottom side, secure the Adakan for themselves. You can see Skewmod all the way on the top side of the map, just farming up his Krugs, trying to get as much gold into his pockets as possible. But there's the Adakan, there are the Roses as well. Didn't quite see how many Giant X were able to pick up. Does give you, of course, that buff to your neutrals. The 2 Void Grubs and the 2 Drakes will be buffed up for Giant X, and any more neutrals they get for the rest of the game.
So for G2, question marks starting to come forward again.
Oh,
like
100%,
after
yeah.
BDS and now Giant X kind of putting the hurt onto you. Like, this isn't as clean cut as G2 traditionally played, and like setting up for their fights, having all their waves in order. Actually, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Their waves have been fine, but definitely their approach to how they fight hasn't been as clean as it usually is. And Giant X have been punishing well, like Jun getting into that position over the wall, finding the flash, and now catching more.
Oh, Lot with the flash forward, double stun. Summer coming across the wall as well, as Lot is quite deep here. LeBron gets the knockback, Glacial Prison going short. LeBron still knocked up, pops the Unbreakable Will, but there's the bullet time from Noah. As they manage to kill the cow, they chunk out the rest of G2. Baron's up in a minute's time. Giant X have a wave pushing through topside here as well. The two-shot barrage will stop Lot's base as teleport back up in about a quarter of its cooldown. Skewmund unable to get into his own jungle as the red has been begun by Giant X.
So Giant X at least will get the kill onto LeBron, but unfortunately not really able to get any of the towers. The wave was cleared out by G2 as they were on the retreat, so nothing to try and play for the tier 2. And you also lost the wave on bot, so it is nice for Giant X, but these are kind of the moments where you're hoping you'd be able to, really solidify that lead through an objective, but at least you're still, getting flashes out of LeBron, clearing out some of these key summoner spells, just to make things a little bit more difficult for G2 in an upcoming Baron fight or Dragon fight in 2 minutes time.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I think it's a setup for the next fight. You're getting those cooldowns out. Jun's flash will be up before LeBron's flash is up. Caps is having a real struggle bus of a day as well, as Broken Blade will be able to take this top tower. Face Sealed comes out, LeBron chasing forward here, but Giant X are on the collapse and Broken Blade is in too deep. And there's not much he can do as Giant X collapse on him. They'll kill off the rock, and now Hans Summer has to arcane shift away from Lot, who is on an absolute tear.
But that's 2 members of G2 that are gone, so Baron could 100% be on the cards here. Skewmund, can he make some sort of hero save? But looks like G2 aren't even sure if they want to go for that.
Giant X have really come here and woken up ready to fight. I have to remember, in front of their home crowd in Madrid, Jackie's jumps forward, True Shot Barrage has been used, we'll give it a little bit of vision, Glacial Prison down as well. There's the bullet time, and Skewmund doesn't get to play the game. Jun with a good pop blossom onto Caps, and here comes the rest of the chase. Giant X keep G2 away, cull Caps, take the Baron, and now come back away and set up for the next raid.
Man, the home team advantage is coming in clutch here for Giant X. These guys are absolutely popping off, finishing off Caps on the back end of that as well. And now you've got Dragon in 30 seconds, putting Giant X onto Soul Point, plus the Baron. It's insane. And you'll see as it starts off here, like, everyone in G2 wants to go for this, but Caps is your only real damage dealer here. He doesn't really get to deal the damage because he's chasing it the entire time. And at that stage, Jackie's with Soul Unbound able to come back through. You finish off Broken Blade, and it's Giant X then. Also off after a nice pick from Lot on getting most of Hans Summon's summoner or health bar, they can move over towards Baron.
Now a 5,000 gold lead for Giant X. They've made 2,000 gold off this Baron power play as well. Jackie should be able to take the tier 2 here in the bot side, and that TP is going to be a little deep from Broken Blade. Does have the unstoppable force, but doesn't have as much of a health bar as he would like to. And the issue as well with Malphite's Engage is it's very telegraphed. Like, Noah has flash, Jackie has flash, Isma has flash, Jun has flash. The only person you can jump on is Lot. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think you really want to jump on the Jax when he has that Counter-Strike up.
And the Seeker's Arm Guard as well. So he doesn't have to flash away, he just goes invulnerable in space, and then you're like, oh. Damn.
What a shame. What a shame. G2 having a real struggle over the last 2 weeks, and Giant X just having a storm of a game. Let's be honest, it's been exceptional so far. Still have to see them close it out, and remember it is a best of 3. Fearless draft will be in effect, so we'll see how much Giant X can do in the next couple of games, or whether it is a one-trick wonder here for GX, as Isma steps forward, getting himself some Heartsteel stacks. For once, we see a jungler with Heartsteel that has over 30 stacks. It's about 200 right now on the Sejuani.
It turns out if you just keep fighting, you get a couple more stacks. What a thunk it.
Yeah, no.
But I do like the positioning from Isma as well. He is very aware how tanky he is, especially with the locket as well. I know it isn't as many stats, but that team-wide shield is going to be super nice.
Yeah, but I've realized something. There is a very easy way when Jun pretends to be Isma to work out which one's the real one. only one of them spams emotes. It's like, there's two Sejuanis, guys. One of them's telling me to take notes. I wonder which one's the real one.
See, we were talking about Jung's mind games in the beginning. We just didn't realize he had to do it for his own team as well. He should have equipped the take notes and caught everyone out, you know?
That would have been truly
to be
top
fair,
tier.
though, I don't think it matters. I think if you see either Sejuani, you're like, I don't want to be anywhere near that thing at this stage.
Very true. Very true. One of them slightly squishier than the other one, even if the health bar looks a little bit bigger. As Lvov here trying to defend his top tier 2. Lot goes in, Counter-Strike use. Lot, that was so greedy. Pops the stopwatch. Face still coming out from Jackets as well. But I don't think Lot survives for too much longer. Never mind. He jumps in, gets the Thunder Sky, goes into the burst of bullet time. Lot, that was absolutely gorgeous. He survived for an absolute age. Does die in the end, but at what cost for G2?
I don't know if it was gorgeous, but if you squint, you can make out the picture. And I think for Lot, that's all he needed to do in that situation. Coming out with the kills, Giant X. Can they just end right here? I think they can.
Lvov's up in 8 seconds. Hans Summer's 20 away, as is Caps. The inhibitor tower and the inhibitor have gone down. Giant X with an 8,000 gold lead now. Knocking on the Nexus. Lvov looking for that long flank round. The second Nexus tower, the target for Giant X. But the minion wave not actually in range. Lvov gets a double knock-up, stopping the channel through those Hex gates. Caps on his way in. Dashing forward with the weirding. Isma the first target. Isma the only target as G2 will fell the board. The chase continues as Caps is dashing forward. Doesn't have a blast cone to take to go any further. Jackies jumps back in with a base seal, takes down one, he's looking to make it 2, he'll find 2! And he channels his way out, where is this guy?
It's daylight robbery from Giant X Jackies. That was sick. 9, 1, and 7. This guy is popping off. And here, we'll get to see the play that... Look, it was an attempt. At this stage, I don't know if it was
He's
intentional.
He's a master at it, Rob.
In the Seeker's arm guard, setting up for Jackies, and then these Sunder Sky procs are absurd. The fact he keeps healing, the flash away, being able to keep himself going for so long, and eventually he will fall. But it's Giant X that are just picking up the pieces after him.
It's just perfection. Zonya's Hourglass with just a long enough cooldown to get your Counter-Strike back up, which means those auto attacks aren't hurting anymore. You get your Sundered Sky procs. Lot had it all calculated in Madrid. Noah now taking the mid-tier 2. Giant X 7 towers to 2 up. Still 7,000 gold in the lead as Skewman pops the Crescent Guard, but Ghost pops himself. A little bit too greedy, trying to hold on to that tower on stop. Unbreakable will used by Lvov just to survive through the bullet time. I'm sure Nia would have wanted one of those, but instead, he had to dodge the bullets. Broken Blade on the front line. He is not a tanky mountain. Meanwhile, Caps goes down as well. Giant X. It is a demolition. It's 21 kills to 6. It's a 10,000 gold lead. Like, the only person with more than a couple of kills on G2 is Hans Summer, and he really hasn't had a chance to influence this game.
Yeah, I think when you're an AD carry in this position, there's very little that you can do. Giant X demolishing G2. That was not the sentence I expected to say coming into today.
No, nor did I. Absolutely incredible from Giant X in front of their home crowd as well. A large contingent of Giant X fans making the trip to Madrid, or being in Madrid already, to support this team. And that was a very different Giant X to what we expected. We're going to hand it back over to the analyst desk. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much. We're, of course, in the thick of it. That is what I call stadium diff. GX, they were the first ones here in terms of defense. They brought the energy. This is not the Giant X that I know.
But it's usually G2 who has the buff. GX is the one this time around. We talked about it. The team with barely anything to lose and everything to gain in the first match against G2. They take it. That's incredible.
And the confidence from Jackies. In the interview, he says, we're going to go 2-0, and it's going to be another 2-0, 4-0 week. And he shows up in game 1, absolutely styling on this Yon as the crowd goes, wow.
Unbelievable. By the way, we've got a special guest. See how we've got our little setup here. We just grab people. Treats, who's not playing for Movistar Koi, well, Movistar Phoenix. right, as a support. So there's a rivalry with GX, but they're winning here.
Especially their solo lanes. Lot and Jackie's really popped off this game. Obviously the Nico as well was really clean. So, I mean, solid performance from them. And honestly, I was kind of surprised. I thought G2 would have the stage buff, but Giant X played really clean.
Yeah, and to talk about Lot, it's someone we introduced beforehand also, right? It's someone, Jack, that I think we're a little disappointed by after the start in winter, but he had an unbelievable game.
Yeah, mind blown. I mean, we came into today thinking a lot has been looking rough and against Broken Blade. But Broken Blade, even with the Malphite counter pick, it was Lot that was doing everything on the map and able to impact these fights way more.
And that's just so impressive as a rookie. We wondered, can he bounce back? We only saw the best signs of him on the first week of winter. Ever since then, it's like we never really saw the same high. But coming in to this arena, where as a rookie you feel like they'll probably have the most nerves.
Yeah.
He was solid against Broken Blade, the best top laner in the league, and he was just taking him down.
And in general as well, I felt like they all trusted Lot to kind of go forward in these fights. Even when it looked like he was maybe a bit out of position, there was kind of GX going together as a 5-man unit into G2 and looking really strong as a 5-man. So to me, when you're on stage and you're playing together, it's going to be a good game, and Giant X did just that.
Can you explain that to me? As two people with tons of competitive experience, why is it that they can't get it together necessarily in the LEC in a much smaller studio, and here it's just like they're all on the same page, even though I'm sure they can't hear each other as well?
I mean, I think it's just like, it feels like a fresh start. Like, Lot probably forgets about all the games he's had in LEC, and it's like, it just makes you present. You're here in the moment, it's the crowd, it's a one-off, and you just feel so amazing when you then get into that zone and you're able to perform.
Jackie's also said in the beginning, right, that it was kind of, I don't want to say fake scrims, but it was hard with Isma in the beginning. It was a total change, but now they seem all on the same page. And to talk about Jackie's a little bit more, right, because something we didn't touch on before the show was Caps. How is he momentarily? Is he scaling into the season? What's going on? And I feel like this is a false start in Madrid.
I mean, we wrote some things down, and for me, it was like, what was Cap's form like? And it's not been the best, and I think both Isma and Jackie's did a phenomenal job at just giving Jackie's a bit of attention in the early game, giving him what he needed for that laning phase to actually take it all the way into these mid to late game team fights where he had an impact on a Yone that's such a signature pick for him.
Finally, I'm seeing the Jackies we were promised. It's only one game, but...
I also think just the Aurora pick. In LEC, it just doesn't really seem to ever work. There's been a few top lane performances that have been good, but I feel like if you don't stomp lane on this champion, your damage just runs out, and Yone's damage never runs out.
Yeah, it's not that a bad draft always loses you the game if you're supposedly a better team, but can we point to a couple of things out of the draft here? Because I'm hearing the Aurora. The Malphite also didn't really come to fruition, Eric.
Yeah. I think in general, the comp of G2 just lacked damage on the front line of Giant X. Like, when you have Ezreal and Aurora as your damage dealers, and Ezreal wasn't really snowballed, right? Like, who is killing this Jax in the fight? It's very hard to kill him, so...
But to be fair, Giant X comp was full AD into Malphite.
Yes,
so it's like... But he does magic resist, so, you know, does it count?
But it was one of those things where I don't think the draft is literally what led to the loss.
Yeah.
Right? I still think as a G2 roster, they're struggling a lot with their objective setup. We saw it with some of the first Dragons. We saw it with the Herald. I still think that they need to layer their CC better together and actually have a game plan. Are we taking the objective? Are we turning? How are we utilizing the draft? I think that's a better question.
I also feel like the sixth man today is in favor of Giant X.
That is very true.
Like, the cheers for Caps were insane, but other than that, Giant X fans are out here in control of this arena. Yeah.
They absolutely are. You talked about the objective setups. We can take a look at the replay also. In terms of the Herald, you say that this has been an issue. So has this been, you think, a spring split issue for G2?
As for me, it was actually something I only started noticing recently in their loss against BDS. I think they've been fine against the other teams, but I also think they haven't been contested as much. And it's the small things. It's like, where's Broken Blade when we start the objective? Which way are we really starting it as well? And how are we playing out the fight if we want to play that fight?
Yeah, it just looks like they're a bit desynced on what they want to do, right? Like, 2 people are on the Herald, the other people are kind of far off the fight, and Giant X are walking in as a 5-man knowing that they want to fight. So I think always when you're on the objective and you know what you want to do as a team, you have an advantage. And looks like G2 this game didn't really know that.
Yeah, it's really rare that you can both just finish the objective and take a winning fight. So if you try to get greedy and choose both, you just lose.
Yeah, and they were just everywhere they needed to be as a death ball almost, right? I also thought that the bot lane, it's something that should be a very strong point for G2. It was probably more the dynamic of this game specifically that didn't allow them to step up, or do you think there's more there?
And somehow had a good laning phase.
They had a good laning phase. They go to 2v2 kill.
So
But then
should they
it's
have
like
done better?
later on, I don't know, Jun was just styling with the Neek ults, and I feel like Labrov was a little bit invisible.
He continues to be a question mark for me, and I where his high has been high, but when they're low on a team like G2, you're really left wanting a bit more.
So do you think that with the laning phase that they had, which was better, are there other bot lanes you think that could have parlayed that into a different game state or not? Is that too much?
That's a good question, actually.
I mean, it's a hard Estral game. As Street said, like the damage department is just kind of low. So it didn't really, like for example, for Hans Sama this game, he had a great game. He didn't do really anything wrong.
But he didn't do anything extra.
But what can you do extra? You know, it's like an ADC.
You?
Better?
I'm kidding. I'm just trying to get you guys talking, right? But you said it's an interesting question. Do you have a different answer?
No, I mean, I agree. It is, like, of course he could have done more, right? That you can always do more in League. But I think in general, the synergy of Labrov and Skimon was kind of the difference maker to me. Because Jun and Isma, they were always playing together. They're looking for fights together. They were very sure of what fights they want to take. But it didn't look like Labrov and Skimon were actually together a lot. So even though they had a good laning phase, I wouldn't blame it on Hansama for his low impact in the game. I would say it's definitely more on the jungle support synergy with Labrov.
I get you talking, right? And we got where we needed to go.
I think that's what's crazy, right? You're looking at G2 right now, and you're still saying, yes, they have the individuals, but are you saying they have the better team right now with what we saw here? Right, that's actually what we're missing from this team currently. We're missing that jungle support link-up where they take over the game. And it was GX that brought it.
Yeah, most likely they will be on the blue side. I haven't gotten confirmation yet, but this is a best of 3, so the cool thing is that we get to talk about this match a little longer, and players from the caliber of G2, I would say they don't get O2'd, but it happened just last week, Jack, so maybe that's in the back of their minds as well, saying, well, we are definitely not infallible this spring.
I mean, it definitely could be. I think they're serious against BDS. They were playing a little bit like loose, it felt like, and it felt like they were really thinking they were going to win up until they lost. Well, I feel like now, when you're with a crowd, you're much more like locked in. You're fully tryhard. I don't think G2 are coming into this thinking it's okay to lose the game. They're thinking right now, okay, what was wrong with that draft? What do we need to do better? What do we need to change?
And I believe it's GX that's on the blue side again, and G2 on the red side, right?
Okay.
My beautiful producer, I wasn't listening really well.
Then it's maybe like a little more aggressive top lane pick. I think BB, like when you play Malphite into these carry tops, your goal isn't really to win lane, it's just to neutralize. Well, I think BB should be playing to stomp a lot in lane and actually make his impact that way.
You guys agree?
No, absolutely, especially when we were talking about how Lot was struggling. It felt like you almost gave him a little leeway by saying, "Hi, I'm going to play a neutralizing lane. We'll get you your best champion in Jax as well, right?" So this was comfort set up for Lot, but still, I don't want to take anything away from it. It was still a super impressive performance by Lot.
It absolutely paid off. We didn't mention it in the pre-show, but we had a little tape about the Gyotto curse, right? And how it was all about then losing to G2, and perhaps here they can turn it around. And I can bet my bottom dollar that these players are feeling that, every single one of them. I think Jackie's probably feels on cloud 9 right now, and he probably sees that lane matchup completely different than he ever played it going into this next game.
It would be a beautiful twist of fate if what caused them to fail in winter, cursing G2, was what caused them to propel and succeed in spring.
And maybe take that momentum very, very far. We'll see. We'll take a quick break, but we'll be right back with Game 2 between G2 and Giant X.
Okay, we are taking what you want, we are taking what you want.
Oh, nice shit. Holy shit. He's a. Nice.
No, yes, no, shit, no. Just take it, we can.
No, shit.
That's it. That's it, guys. Nice. That's it.
To take to go any further. Jackies jumps back in with a bait seal, takes down one, he's looking to make it 2, he'll fight 2! And he channels his way out, where is this guy?
It's daylight robbery from Giant X. Jackies.
He doesn't like that.
Look at him. He's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Madrid. We are in the thick of it. It's Giant X that took the first game versus G2 against all odds, I'm gonna say. And now we're gonna drive with a Kia and dive into game 2. It's still fearless with an arena. This is like the best day.
It absolutely is. And I think the fact that you get an upset to start off the mood with the fans going crazy, like you're all feeling more energetic as well. You are, I know.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just seeing the Giant X crowd and how passionate they are, and also seeing just the fact that the roster's finally working. Jackie's with a huge mid diff. I don't think that he's going to be able to do the same because Yone's out. I think that Jappy is just
I mean, Caps is on watch.
Gap's on watch,
But
for sure.
I think he's been on watch ever since the BDS series. Against Nuke, he was completely gapped as
Nuke
well.
was crazy gapping him.
Nuke gapped him as well, and I think it was a lot of pressure that G2 actually lost towards these objectives when they don't have that mid.
It's true. The reason we're still yapping is because we're gonna yap about champ select. Here we go. G2 really need to get back into this one. So what are some choices they should make?
Yeah, I mean, the banter in the first game was still Mundo, Kalista, and Maokai. I don't really see a reason why he would change up any of it.
Yeah, I think they're just going to go back to that. Ideally, you'd normally always take out this Kalista from Hansama. He's just one of the best early game ADCs in our league. And then I think also just the Varus ban back from G2, just a great first pick for Noah, also one of his best champs.
To me, in general, the G2 draft where they went wrong was that they had kind of a mix of a front-to-back comp and a dive comp.
Yeah.
When you have Aurorans in, you really want to look for backline targets, but Ezreal and Analyst really want to play front-to-back, so they kind of had this disconnect. So I think in this draft, I would like to see them kind of have more of a similar style comp throughout.
But I could totally see GX go for a dive comp here as well. This time around, they got rid of the Maokai. They've gone for the Poppy instead as the ban. And there's still junglers up like Vi, top laners like Abessus. These champions allows you to just go for single target damage and you full send it.
It's interesting to me the Rel first pick, like especially when the MF is out, who I think is like the strongest pairing. And I do think it's kind of like a personal takeaway from Labrov, as he's always been kind of a Rel merchant.
Yeah, I think especially when the Alistar is out as well, the Rel kind of jumps out to you. And like you said, they could play a dive comp with Rel, maybe something like the Kai'Sa as well to go along with it. So yeah, will be interesting to see what they pair with this Rel. And on the opposite side, the Maokai, very stable pick for G2, was banned last game.
And they decided to ban the Poppy instead, so now the Maokai for G2 here, and they can kind of create a really easy front-to-back comp with Maokai Azir.
It's like a G2 classic. I think it's just a question about what we're building it up with. I mean, 80 carries right now. Jack, what do you favor right now with both Ezreal, Barry's out of the pool, and also the MF from earlier?
Braum, wow. I mean, I think Ashe on 3 here goes pretty hard. Very strong lane with the Braum, and also just a very strong ADC in general. But you're kind of in the thick of it, Treat, still in competitive, so maybe you want more of the ADC prowess.
I mean, G2 right now, when they've locked the Braum, they've already said they want to play a front-to-back comp, right? So if I'm the side of GX, I'm not going to win this front-to-back, so they lock in Pantheon Talia, very strong mid-jungle combo that can take over the map. I like it.
And we were just talking about this as well. We're like, well, Pantheon's still available. We thought G2 was going to go for something like that in Game 1, but it's actually GX that's making an adaptation and super strong jungle mid duo here. We already saw a bit of Isma giving Jackies a bit more love in that early game. I think we're going to see a whole lot more of it coming with a draft like this.
Wow, and the Hui from Caps here. So you really want to try to bully out this Talia early game.
Interesting.
He's angry.
The Giants, I mean, the thing is, it's really interesting to me to see the Pantheon when Skuma was kind of the one that invented it in EU.
Exactly.
And I do think, though, that they can kind of do the same thing that they did last game. They have a losing mid matchup, but you just send this Pantheon mid, and you camp Caps, and he dies.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. I'm interested to see now. I expect the Kai'Sa to be banned away by G2, because it's an easy pairing for Giant to kind of play this dive comp with.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Noah will play after that. I think he might just play like a standard front-to-back-ish champ. His options don't look that good to me.
I think he could do something like Jhin. They already banned the Sigs, right? You just have something that can reliably help his team from range.
I like that, yeah.
Because after Kai'Sa's out, there's not really that many champs that can help your team. And the Draven ban, I mean, Hansama's one of his best.
The classic. I don't really think you would want to play Draven this game, if I'm being honest.
No.
It doesn't look like the hottest Draven game ever, but it's a respect ban.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a nice like damage distribution at least for it with the AP mid jungle, but definitely can be hard into the Pantheon Rel. It's gonna be the Kai'Sa ban as well. So I'm thinking Jhin, for me, is the one that like sticks out as a pick for Noah.
How are European Jins?
I mean, I like to call the champ Mr. U, Mr. Useful, aka doesn't do anything. He's just sitting back very far, doesn't do much.
Jhin is useful. Jhin is useful. Jhin is very useful. Like, I hate this narrative. Oh, he only has 4 bullets. He needs to reload. He is very useful, but his damage is like hit.
Okay,
like,
Mr.
And
U.
like, a root can change a fight crucially.
Yes, and we've also seen some recent good Jhin performances. Ice
really good
actually
Jhin.
had
Ice
a
was
really good Jhin,
crazy.
yes. Caitlyn coming through. I'm also paying attention to that now ban because I was thinking to myself, what would Lord like to first pick in a scenario like this with a potential dive comp? But he could just straight up go for the Sion, be that front to back, and have a super stock standard draft.
I hate Sion. I'm
You
a big
do?
Sion
You hate
hater.
Sion?
I swear that champ is so useless.
I hate Jhin.
I think Jhin is useless. It's gonna be the Jhin. Go, Noah, go!
down.
Let's see if he proves me wrong then.
Let's go. We have a little side bet going on. What do we think about?
Well, now the Jin is
God damn it. Oops. I mean, mierda.
It can be a little low damage when you have this on both sides.
Yeah,
Jin
that's true.
is a facilitator quite often. So when you see him in the bot side, you
That's
often
a
want
great
something in the
Aatrox.
top side as well where you can still have a little extra damage. Side doesn't provide that.
Why is it a great Aatrox?
I mean, there's a lot of low damage champs on the side of GX that have to go into you, right? So it's really easy for Aatrox to just keep healing in the fights and soaking all the pressure from GX. I think actually the Jin pick will be the difference maker this game. Unironically, if he's ahead and can actually do a lot of damage to their front line, I think they're in a good spot. But otherwise, their comp is so low damage on the side of GX.
Yeah, I prefer G2 drafts, unfortunately. I just like, for me, the Scion doesn't really make sense with the Jin. Like, you really want someone else to carry you when you're the Jin, so you can set them up for success. But he doesn't have that. And as we said, Aatrox.
So let's make a deal, right? Because if G2 wins the next game, you're going to stick around and then you can battle it out and see how useful the Jin was. I like that. So I have kind of a split desk here in terms of who's going to win based on the drafts. What do you think, G2?
No. I think we're still all very much at G2.
Okay.
We're just split in terms of Jin and Scion between these two. But make no mistake, I think we all think that G2 has a favorite one here.
Yeah, it's also a very easy draft for them to play. So I think they will be a bit more in sync than the last game.
Let's see.
I see Maokai, I see Easy.
Okay, Brom, Ooga Booga.
I'm looking at a couple of players in particular. I'm looking at Caps. I'm looking at Lebrov. I'm looking at Lot and Jackies. Is that fair?
That's for sure fair.
Yeah.
You need to see a better performance on Caps because last week and today, it's been rough. And now he has a counter pick. He should be able to bully out this matchup. Let's see how he does.
I mean, it's the same, almost the same match as we saw against BDS. He played Wei as well.
Yeah.
That's where it went wrong too. Got back into the mid game, but let's see if they can take it back this one.
And we're in the game, so let's kick it over to our casters. Let's go.
Thanks very much, Analyst Desk. They have all done a very good job of bigging up G2.
Complaining. Oh,
They've been, also that. They're like, oh, this G2 draft's so easy. They've got to win this game, etc., etc. So, as we know, caster curse exists. Do you think Analyst Desk curses exist? Oh, no. Of course they do. Avia has a lot of experience with Analyst Desk curses. I think Giant X win just because of the curse, guys.
And I was going to say, like, Chronicler votes against T1 every Worlds, and it doesn't work out for him, right? So.
Yeah, he is a T1 fan, though.
Is he? I thought he wasn't a T1 fan.
No, he's...
Oh, he is?
It's one of those... He is, as all of the LCK guys are, incredibly biased towards T1.
Oh,
right?
sorry.
Obviously.
My bad, yeah.
They're always biased towards the team that's winning at the time. It's a strange thing with casting where you're always talking more about the team that's winning.
Yeah, it's like they have more control over the game or something.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, G2 looking for a late invade here. Jun gets the knock up onto the bomb. Ignite is ticking, and G2 will be forced away.
In the grand scheme of things, though, heal for a flash, you got to take it as G2, so not the end of the world. You get to walk on out. Lebrov able to pop a pot, so he'll be healing up nicely, so you don't end up missing out on too much. But I do like the idea from G2. Like, this is a composition that has so much value in the level 1, especially with the Brom, so looking for it, but not able to find too much.
Yeah, we talked a little bit in draft about the Caitlyn and the Braum, and you kind of predicted it when you saw the Ziggs ban coming out. What is it that you think Caitlyn really gives you for G2 here?
I think a lot of it is just about push. And when you got the counter matchup with the play in the mid lane, you should be able to push in effectively against the Talia once you kind of hit level 4, level 5, and you get a couple more points in your queue. Do we get the all-in?
Jun's just going to land the stun. One more auto attack on him would have that concussive blows proccing. Good dodge from Noah there from the Piltover Peacemaker. Just steps to the side of it.
But this is kind of what you want from G2's bot lane. Like, you have the control over mid. Okay, let's get control over bot now, play aggressive, and look to start taking and working through these turret plates, because Jin is fine at trying to push these waves out, but certainly with the range advantage that you have in the auto attack discrepancy there, Hansama should be able to put some hurt on towards Noah and just try and play heavily through this bottom side. So Skewmod already moving up towards this top side though.
Where is Isma going?
But yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think Isma's here to find him.
Through the lane. He's looking for the Maokai. Spotted on vision. We'll start up this red buff. You can see Jackie's moving across as well. Lot has the push in top, so he's going to be first from the top lane. Caps, as you say, is quite low. 250 HP on him. Isma flashes forward. Broken Blade flashes away and survives. 40 HP enough for him. Dodges out of reach of Isma's spear.
The red is still there though, so you could always just go for the repeat play here as Isma, but looks like with his flash burnt, he just wants to back away. So both flashes on the top side of the map for Giant X burnt. you still get the red buff for Skewmont, and it's only the flash on Broken Blade burned. So it's going to be more a case of, can Isma now work through some of these burned summoner spells and make value out of them, or is it actually just, hey, Skewmont got pushed off his red for a little bit, and it's actually Isma who's slow on the clear?
Yeah, he is only just going over to his blue right now. We did miss something in game 1, by the way. We thought it was going to come up last week, which is why I was a little bit slow on the trigger. Hans Summer got 2,000 kills in the LEC. His first kill in game 1 was his 2,000th kill. Looking to make it a few more here as Noah and Jun fall low underneath the tower, but good stuff all around. Probably the standout performer for G2 in game 1. Did pad his stats a little bit at the end. Played the Ezreal well, obviously, but 2 kills as the enemy fountain dives you is...
Yeah, but also the 2v2 kill was kind of the big setup there, and we thought that might have been where G2 could look to play through, but unfortunately weren't quite able to. Now kind of doubling down on let's support Hans Sama, and you can see here getting a good amount of pressure on that bottom side. And Lebrov spots Isma.
Yeah, gets the Winter's Bite for the slow. Isma had to give up on his Razor Beaks. His bot lane low as well, as is Jackie's, so might be contested over his Krugs. Looks like Skewmont's going to go the other way.
And this is the other thing that the Caitlyn does give you, is a lot of freedom in that bottom side, especially when Jun doesn't have flash. It's very difficult for Rel to close that distance onto the Caitlyn to actually punish her as she's pushing in, so opens up Lebrov to roam, but Jun now roaming mid, recovering.
Caps knocked back, does have the flash, good fear there. With the Grim Visage, will force Jackie's away. But Caps does have to burn the flash in the end. Jun had Ignite, and if he could have got in range, probably could have taken down the Hui. We see Giant X the first ones to go for the lane swap here as they move Noah and Jun towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, so trying to get them out of what has been the not nicest of lanes there, as the Caitlyn has very much been able to push in consistently to control that, but going to be matched here. So maybe you just try and rotate around again as Giant X and keep out of this matchup, but it is opening up Jun to get some vision, but Lebrov spots him out.
Jun's going to be so mad. It's like, just put down that control ward, please. Please, Lebrov. That was 75 of my well-earned early game gold to try and get that. Isma eats a Bramble Smash, but Jackie's with the push in mid should be first to move. As they try and take these Razor Beaks away, good Severing Bolt from Caps. Isma jumps back in, Concussive Blows a risk here, Seismic Shove a little bit slow, and Giant X will call off the play again.
They were trying to play off of Noah having first move on that top side as he's pushed in the wave, but not in a position to follow up as quickly as he would have liked Jackie, so it's just going to be these Void Grubs started up, and if you're G2, I don't think you really want to try and contest this right now. Like, you're flashless on Caps and on Broken Blade on the top side, so just take it easy, just look for the push instead, and see if then you can maybe chip away at this turret plate on the top side.
But Giant X do what they wanted, move their support AD up towards the top side, take away 2 grubs only, it seems, as with Lebrov moving down and Hans Summer able to move from the wave as well. They won't go for any more. Broken Blade having a whale of a time here against the Scion, just getting those grass pops as often as possible, stopping the decimating smash as well, but lots farmed up well in terms of raw. The Slayer stacks already at 220 extra HP.
You can see it's not a fun time as Scion. Every time you try and set up with that decimating smash, you just immediately eat a Darkened Blade, but as the game starts to go on, it's going to be more about Loss being in position for team fights and providing that front line, because you kind of heard the Des talk about it, like Caitlyn is not exactly a tank killer, so you're trying to rely on the Hui, who has some percentage damage in his kit, but also not fantastic at killing the Scion. So I think for Giant X, it's, hey, can we try and play through this strong mid jungle, lean into especially the level 6 hits for Isma, like side lane plays off of that double semi-global ultimates, and then try and take over the game where we end up just snowballing through our damage so effectively that Lot becomes that impenetrable front line.
You see Lot using the Unstoppable Onslaught to get towards that top wave a little bit quicker. BB doesn't have TP, so Lot will be trying to make him lose a wave as he catches that wave in top, but I don't think he's going to be able to get that one in too quickly. So once again, in the early game, we see Giant X, able to pick up a little bit of a lead, very minute, but G2 playing the map ever so slightly better. Spiraling Despair gets the slow, Winter's Bite for the follow-up, but a good Seismic Shove will keep Caps away. Grand Starfall in by Isma. A little bit of a waste of an ult, but if they had kept going, could have been great.
I think it was a bit unnecessary because Jackie's still at the flash, whereas Caps doesn't. So now that ultimate's down for what we were talking about, that like potential for Jackie's and Isma to play off towards the side lane, especially towards Noah. Also with the Dragon still up and available on the cards, not having some of these tools to threaten elsewhere on the map going to be a little difficult.
I wonder how Giant X is going to play it, because right now Jackie's is working his way down towards the bottom side, has that Weaver's Wall, but Seems like he is just going to go mid and catch the wave. A couple of pings coming out from G2 being like, hey, Jackie should be here on this wave. He's not right now. And you can see G2 walk into the fog of war, clear out some vision, and then can step back as soon as they see the Giant X mid laner appearing again on the map.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue, is like how effective Jackies can be from that mid lane. At least Caps has his flash coming back up, so you're less nervous of Isma and Jackie showing up there, so you can contest the wave a little bit easier. But as soon as he disappears, especially Hansam and Labrov, like, you've got to be so careful, because you can see where they are on the map, right? Like, your whole job here is shove waves indefinitely until that tower falls. But when you've got that double semi-global ultimate, the threat and the ability to do that becomes so much more difficult, which is why I think Isma burning that ultimate early lessens so much of that threat and opens up for Hansama to be that much more aggressive at the bottom side.
Isma trying to sneak away this final grub while his top laner was resetting. We've seen a couple of times, like, Giant X keep looking for something towards bot. Like here, Lot recalled out of vision just around the corner in that top lane, and then started to path down towards bot, being like, hey, if Hansama and Labrov keep pushing, I could just charge into this lane. And then we saw the same from Jackie's going across, being like, can I, you see him hovering right now, it's like, can I Weaver's Wall? Can I get down here? A lot of pressure being put by the G2 bot lane, as we expected because of the push that we keep talking about, but Giant X aren't able to really find a way to punish it as of yet.
I don't think you have to punish it necessarily, though. I think it's just stopping the push itself. Yeah. Like, okay, Dragon, bit of a annoyance to lose, but it's only been, what, turret plate gone to that bottom side? When you're Caitlyn, you want this turret basically gone by 15 minutes. So the fact that you haven't actually been able to snowball an effective lead is a win in and of itself for Giant X. Now, I still think, like, you need Jackie's, well, maybe now, to get some early kills so then he can be that carry, but these are the kind of things where it's like, okay, I don't mind if you don't get the lead, it's we're stopping this Caitlyn from getting to a mid-game where she is powerful.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, and they're doing that okay. Only 120 gold between the two AD carries right now. And it's still only 10 minutes into the game. Not, we do have proactive junglers in the form of the Maokai and the Pantheon, but neither of them mind as well if they get to this point without getting a kill. I think Pantheon would be a little bit more upset after he burned his flash early on to try and kill Broken Blade. Wasn't quite able to land it. Caps here with the Gaze of the Abyss will land a bit of damage down onto Jackie, who answers in kind with that what's it called?
Boulder Toss?
Threaded Volley. It's not called Boulder Toss.
It's Boulder Toss in the second one. Oh yeah, that's it. I think because I think it does change the name of it when it's the second half.
Oh, is it a Boulder Toss? Okay.
Maybe.
I mean, that makes sense. It definitely does, but I've just never learned the change name, as Weaver's Wall will be used by Jackies to get away. I kind of hope that the audience at large doesn't expect me to know all of the transform names of everything as well. Trying to learn Hui's 11 ability names caused me a lot of grief.
I think it would just take you an afternoon. I don't understand. You just don't care.
Yeah, I'm just lazy. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You my boss?
No comment.
Oh,
no, it's just an
empowered active, is it? Oh, interesting.
There's a boulder. Okay.
Interesting.
The boulder is italicized, though, so maybe it's just called boulder.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And then you can use the track quote. It's a nice boulder.
I love this boulder.
That is a nice boulder.
Both the top laners proxying waves, as they are wont to do. Isma looking for LeBron. Glacial Fisher coming down as well, and Isma and Jern in a 2v3 right now until the curtains open. Nature's Grass coming out. And Jern pays for his jungler's arrogance, really, there, stepping in. They thought with the curtains called they could do a little bit more, but first blood over to G2.
Yeah, nicely done by G2, but as you say, like, Isma, there was no reason for you to try and contest that, especially with the numbers disadvantage you had in the push in top. So a little bit of a whoopsie does end up giving over the life of Jun, but in this position, I mean, G2, it's a nice kill going across, but it's not really going to net a huge amount. When it comes to objectives, you're still going to be able to contest this for the point grubs.
I think importantly, though, it does get Caps a bit of gold under his belt. You can see he's about 530 gold ahead right now. He'll be very happy having finished that Blackfire Torch. If he can get to 2-3 items, like Hui can absolutely decimate team fights. Spiraling Despair against a relatively squishy lineup, only the Scion obviously tanky. on the side of Giant X, it can do a huge amount of work.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that you don't have something like a Vive for me that kind of sets up for a Severing Bolt, makes him a little bit less threatening.
Yeah, I get that.
Because when I look at these fights, it's like Lot in front line, Isma even with the E being able to annihilate a lot of the damage, or nullify, sorry, I should say, a lot of the damage that Caps wants to put through as well. So I think you do have tools to try and play around it. And as well, even getting into some of these fights, if you have like no opening up from long range or Isma being able to jump onto him, I think you can make things a little tough. So I'm not saying that Caps will have a bad time, it's just that operating as valuably as possible as a play in these fights can be a little tough.
G2 are going to try and contest this. Broken Blade has not moved at all, whereas Lot has. Unstoppable Onslaught coming out. The Magnus Sword follow-up, and Skewmon is down. Giant X will get their first kill of the game. They'll get all 6 grubs as well.
Nice. Good job by Giant X, shifting Lot towards the mid lane to make sure he was in a position to get that separation of the fight so G2 couldn't follow up. Now, Broken Blade was just able to get the tower on bot lane, so at least G2 opening up the map and getting a lot of gold for Broken Blade in the equation. So it now is a case, can Giant X use these 6 Void Grubs to their advantage, or will that be a lot of gold into Broken Blade's hands that he can look to carry with?
Yeah, G2 have relatively good wave clear. Like Caitlyn with the Piltover Peacemaker can clear out waves when she gets to 2 items or so. Caps, obviously, Molten Fissure does a huge amount of work when you want to get these waves down. There's a Spiraling Despair, Seismic Shove away, Severing Bolt. Good dodge from Jackies, wow. Okay, able to walk out with that huge slow on him.
Yeah, a lot of damage though gone on to Jackies. The fact that he just barely managed to dodge it away was nice, but still fills you with a little bit of fear as to exactly what Caps can do. Still though, now G2 got to be in a position where they can try and play off of that pressure on the top side, move the Maokai up into covering for that potential play. You can see Jun trying to match that on this top half and protect his mid lane.
Interesting that they're playing, I mean, it's topside Scuttle, I guess. With the Dragon up in, well, now, I was expecting G2 to want to play a little bit more around the bottom side, and that's where Skewmon's begun to move. Lot catching a wave behind the tier 1 as G2 have a lot of members on this side of the map, and Giant X don't have any, so Lot is in a precarious situation. It might be a between the towers play. Instead, he's putting on his best cosplay.
Is he out?
As he looks to pretend to be a wolf.
No way.
You can't catch him, man. He's a wolf.
And you get the top tower for it. Like, Dragon will be taken, but the fact that Lot managed to escape there is incredible. As GX, yeah, they get tower, Dragon gone. 2 dragons, I should say, now for G2 as well. So definitely a little bit of nervousness around those objectives, but still.
Yeah, I think for Giant X, they're happy enough that they got the 6 grubs, right? It's that exchange that they've decided to make. Lot getting out is huge for them as well, not giving over that extra gold alongside the objective. Giant X will want to play around the next couple of Drakes, obviously, with it being Infernal. You don't want G2 to get to an Infernal Soul with that Hui or even the Caitlyn. Can just do a lot of damage from long range. Jackie's here looking for Labrov. Skewmon as well. Seismic Shove will get the stun back onto him with that Unraveled. Double TP's being used. Glacial Fissure coming out. There's the CC follow-up onto Labrov, who tried to save his jungler, but can't save himself. He will fall first. Jun takes it into Portal Combat, and G2 begin to back away. Noah clipped, ace in the hole. Not enough, as the Severing Bolt does not connect.
The Severing Bolt and the artillery fire from Caps meant that Noah wasn't able to open up with the curtain call as much as he'd like to, so that could have gone very...
He just stepped straight into them, he's still out. Flash, Caps is down. Broken Blade short to follow. G2 just lose their minds.
What just happened?
He walked into a Seismic Shove is what happened.
I'm just... Like, there's moments when you're casting and you're just like, oh, okay, like, the fight is done, I'm going to back away from this and just, like, talk about, like, there is 0 avenues in my mind where Caps just walks into that.
Yep.
But, like, so we see the fight here, like, it's a click back from Skewmon. Jun manages to get the Shattering Strike as the engage comes through, so Skewmon is forced to flash away, but Noah, who opens up with the curtain call here, it's the pressure from Caps with the Severing Bolt that means that he's not able to follow up, so GX have to play further into that top side, so can't fight on towards Caps and Broken Blade on the bottom half of the fight. But here I was like, oh, okay, this fight is over. There's nothing more happening, but yeah, Caps, I mean, way too far forward trying to get the play on towards Jackie's and sets up for Isma to follow up.
Just way too far forward there from Caps. Good one, Rob.
Thank you.
It's a good joke. Oh, LeBron got out as well. Shadowing Strike coming out, but Bob Pops the Unbreakable can stand beside Skumon, but the Decimating Smash coming out might stop him in time. Okay, all credit to Giant X, but G2 have absolutely lost the plot. These last sequence of plays have been diabolical from them. Giant X playing into that home field advantage, now have a 2,500 gold lead. It is looking pear-shaped at best for G2.
Yeah, I didn't realize the burst tire was going to be a metaphor for their gameplay coming into today, because it has not worked out well. Now G2 trying to hold on towards the mid tower. You got the push that's coming in onto the bottom side. A ton of vision that's gone into that bot side jungle. But again, like, you're still getting at least towers for G2, so they are getting some control on the map. But the fact you're seeing this gold lead open, 2.3k, pushing slightly more as you imagine GX going to get back onto the map and start to look towards things like Rift Herald. Like, this is where it gets very dangerous.
Really does, especially, like, they talked about it on the analyst desk. They said, I think the Jhin might be the difference maker if he can get ahead. He's rapid fire, Yumu's complete.
And I mean, you can see the Giant X fans losing their collective minds in the stands there.
I mean, they're not the only ones. There's 5 players on the map who seem to have done so as well. Jackie's has been absolutely on point with those seismic shoves as he does catch out Labrov. Rift Herald started up for Giant X. G2, I mean, if you're going to fight it, you've got to have BBTP in, but they decide against it. They'll back away with Labrov at half HP. The Rift Herald will be secured for Giant X. They will get the enhanced booties as well, I believe, from that, because it's their 3rd objective. And they have the 3 kills first.
But think about how difficult this becomes to play now as G2, because as soon as this mid lane tower goes down, you've got double this Pantheon ultimate that can either play up towards top or down towards the bot side. So you're always going to have to keep pressure, especially around this Taliyah. And you can even see Isma is hovering around the Taliyah at the moment. But it just makes it incredibly hard then for you as Caps to step up, because suddenly there's a Pantheon underneath the tower with all of that CC. You don't get to play the game. Even if you try and push forward as Broken Blade and use the kind of advantage you have through the matchup, you still can't, because Isma can show up, or Jackie's can show up.
Or Lot can show up. Like, there's 3 ultimates that obviously Lots is a little bit harder to navigate through the map, but I'm pretty sure he's watched Fast and Furious a couple times in his life. He knows it's all about family, and it's all about finding those drifting angles. Drake up in 26 seconds. We talked about this as something Giant X had to fight a couple of moments ago. That was before they were 2,500 gold ahead. So I think this might be something G2 decide not to fight now, and Giant X may just get it for free.
Yeah, I think you're right. The way G2 are set up is they look like they're contesting, but Broken Blade is still pushing in that top side. But, oh, that was nerdy, the deadly flourish from no one to hand Sama, with Jackie's waiting in the wings. So Hera going down, looks like mid lane tower before the Dragon seems to be the call, as BB looking for the tier 2.
It's the classical play, right? You go with the Rift Herald in as the Dragon spawns, you put the pressure on, Rift Herald will get the charge in, good Weaver's Wall will lock out G2. There's the tier 1 in the mid lane for Giant X. Now they can turn their attentions over to the Drake. Isma tried to ride the Herald, but she was not long for the Rift.
Jackie's
on the flank, flash forward, seismic shove, Nature's Guard's coming out as well. There's Magnustorm to follow up. Skumon dashes in with a twisted advance, but the Spiraling Despair's going to do a lot of work. Jun is the first to fall, and now Jackie's is the second to go down. Giant X a little bit too greedy, a little bit too deep, and they might just lose 3. Broken Blade comes in with the World Ender and ends Isma's day. G2 fight back.
Jackie's didn't get onto the carries with that flash forward. Hansama managing to sidestep the flick back, which means it's just Skumon who ends up setting up, and even on the back, Noah getting locked up in the curtain call means he couldn't really follow through, and G2 desperately needed that team fight win. He sees Jackie's goes forward, he's looking for Hansama, but Hansama doesn't get connected with, and even that last Tendro locking up Noah in the back, which means when the curtain call is finished, he can't move forward to really take this fight. Caps is able to push up in front of Lot and just continuously hit on to key members as the TP comes through from Broken Blade as well. Just unfortunate from GX pushing that a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, it's that risk of really group fights against the Hui as well, right? Like, it's just so much damage from the Spiraling Despair. It was a good Nature's Grasp out from Skumon, good Glacial Fissure out from Labrov to stop the play from really happening. And now G2 back in this game a little bit. Still a 1.2k gold lead for Giant X, but sole point for G2. 2 items on their carries, 2 items as well on Skumon, who has gone for the Unending Despair as Labrov caught a little bit here. Skumon jumped on as well. Good double knockup. Isma should be able to make the tree go timber. He runs towards the top side though. Phase rush. Not enough He phases out of existence instead. Giant X once again with a pick. Is it Otacon time? That would feel very greedy.
I think you kind of need to get something out of it though, because you use Jackie's TP to get to here, and also then the ultimate, so... But it looks like they don't want to try and overcommit first. I wasn't sure still as you had Jackie's... the Weaver's Wall still to separate out the fight, and Isma's ultimate to try and close the distance that you wanted to look for something, but... Yeah, Giant X, at least they're finding the picks, and they're doing a good job of finding these picks. Like, G2 are trying to force their way into getting the vision that they need to allow Hansama to play aggressive at mid-wave, but Giant X have been doing a decent job stopping them.
Broken Blade dashing forward here, doesn't have the flash. It's Labrov coming around the corner, so he has a bit of support. Giant X playing through the top side to make sure this wave is pressure. They can deny vision around the Artican, just deny G2 access to their own jungle, and looks like it is going to be maybe a 1-4, 1-3-1 split, but only located on the top side of the map. 3 people in the jungle, 1 in mid, 1 in top, as Giant X tried to deny G2 as much as possible.
But I think this is the right call from GX. Like, again, their value in their picks is the semi-globalness of it, so being able to control this topside jungle just makes it way easier to immediately commit to a side lane or immediately commit to the mid lane if they're in trouble. So I think Giant X trying to get that control now and kind of establish that should make it a bit easier to play through both mid and top.
And denying G2 any of that vision as well means they can look towards the Artican. It can be a game killer though, and not in the way you'd want it to be as the team that starts it up. You get all of those resistances shredded through. G2 with hardly any vision at all, aren't going to step too far forward. Labrov, Winter's Bite, doesn't catch Jun. Decimating Smash comes out control ward first. Giant X will start up the Artican. And they're going to keep it aggroed for now. Jackie's is on the flank down towards the bottom side. He's spotting out Skewmon. Good double shadowing strike. Jun can jump across the wall. Artican should reset as it runs out of patience. Jackie with the Weaver's Wall. They're going first for Labrov, but the Nature's Path. And Cap's still alive on the backside. Could make this a very sticky situation for Giant X. Jackie's is already dead, so's Isma, and G2 didn't really have to burn too much to do it.
No, the fact that G2 ended up being on the right side of that wall in the grand scheme of things worked out fantastic for them. Better grouped, better frontline access, and now it's over towards the Baron, and I don't think there's much that Giant X can really do.
Yeah, it just felt a little forced from Giant X, unwilling to wait out for the next Drake, instead trying to get the Artican Baron double combination. But G2 will get the Baron. They'll take this fight as well. Let's have another look, because it was a very odd sequence.
Yeah, because so Jun has now come out of this equation and he's trying to find a way back in. Lot is now pushing forward and they think, oh, we can make the play with Jackie's, but Jackie's ends up in a really awkward position where he's just in the middle of Broken Blade and Hansama. You've also got Isma, who's on the opposite side of the wall, being shut down by Caps. And Broken Blade then is able to just move in with Skewmon, having that ultimate across everybody.
Yeah, it's a nice placement from Labrov, putting the Unbreakable down to stop the Weaver's Wall, meaning that Jackie's dismounts. I think Jackie's maybe was expecting to go all the way over to Caps and catch him out, which obviously could have changed the whole sequence of events. G2 now with the Baron buff for the next 2 minutes, picked up that Artican as well, got all of the... No, they didn't pick up the Artican, just went for the Baron and then reset. They're looking for the Soul though. 40 seconds before that Drake is up, and the gold has swung back in their favors.
Giant X trying to move both Pantheon and Talia across the midway, but I think, as you say, it's just going to be the Dragon push. Try and see if you can keep Giant X underneath their own tower and open up as well. The trap line that's already been successfully put down by Hansama is kind of where you're going to fall back to and play behind us.
Oh, Jackie's Broken Blade dashed across the wall here, snuck behind Jackie's, flashes forward. The Voltaic Psycho Sword doing so much work as BB finds a kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, another engage with the Magna Storm. Broken Blade's going to TP onto the backside though, as Noah has to cleanse away from Skewmon. Broken Blade joins the fray. I'm not even sure he was needed. He'll take a double out of it. Hansama gets another. Noah's going to fall, and this is it. Giant X swept away a triple for BB, 11-6 now for G2. Soul on their minds and these tier 1s and tier 2s.
Skewmon did a great job there of getting onto Noah in the back of that fight, because Jackie's was already dead, so by removing Noah from the equation, there was just no damage left in the middle of that clump of people in the river, so Hansama just outperforming in the fight, and G2 outperforming in the rift. You'll see it here as the pick from Broken Blade, really well done. Jackie thinks he's safe, but ends up finding Aatrox coming in behind him, finishing him off, flash away from the seismic shove as well, and then the finish. But you'll see here as the fight goes on. So the engage comes through, But watch Noah. Immediately Skewmont flashes onto him and just keeps Noah from being able to auto-attack this entire fight. And Sama is free hitting the entire time. Backline, you've also got Broken Blade who's TPing in, Caps there to try and help out as well. So across the board, G2's damage dealer is just having a much better time over the last sequence of events.
Yeah, they're really in a good spot overall now. 5,000 gold ahead, and the small contingent of G2 fans are very happy with how this is going. As G2 can now push in through this top side, stop Giant X from having control of their own jungle, which only a couple of minutes ago is what Giant X were able to do on the map. And it's a tier 2 remaining on the bot side. G2 don't really want to play around it, instead likely looking for a possible Atakan if they can somehow find it. Labrov, Glacial Fisher down onto Isma. Will get pulled back with the Infernal Chains. There's a Nature's Glass as well. Lot tanks it up well. A good Weaver's Wall as well from Jackies to dissuade any further engage from G2.
The problem is, though, G2 used a hell of a lot there trying to pick Isma, so Giant X is going to start to move down this mid wave. Should be able to reposition themselves as G2 to cover the play, but you've lost a lot of ground now, especially when you were the ones on the offensive. Isma resetting, has that ultimate to rejoin as well, so I think G2, their kind of passage of play here is done.
I agree with that. I think they won't mind too much. Baron's expired. As you say, they were looking for something but couldn't quite find it. The Glacial Fisher will be up relatively soon. Only Labrov's Flash really in terms of big cooldowns used there by G2. For Giant X, you're beginning to struggle, right? You've got 3 items on your AD carry, but Hansama's overtaken him, is 1,100 gold ahead. Got 2.5 on your mid laner, and you have 2 people who've had to itemize towards healing reduction as well, that Grievous Wounds with the Mortal Reminder and the Oblivion Orb. So everyone just a little bit more delayed than they'd like to be. G2 setting up towards this top side. There was an Artican and the Baron up in 2 minutes time. Giant X unable to really step too far forward, have to, you know, group 4 people in mid if they're going to get any pressure. G2 will start up the Artican. Look how quickly it's going down. Already down to 3,000 HP. Unstoppable Onslaught coming out. Lot's going to eat up a couple of those Yordle Snapshites. The Grand Starfall onto the backline, but Isma is way too deep. Lot's already fallen. Giant X just can't find a way in. The false life now sitting on G2. Broken Blade with that flank position. Look how much damage the Infernal Soul is doing. Noah dead to a Severing Bolt. Isma's gonna fall as well. Only Jackies and Jun left alive, and I'm not sure they can stop this advance.
I mean, Jackies was in the base as that Atacam was going down, and G2 punish effectively as Lot overextends, and now the base gonna fall next.
Seismic shove on a Broken Blade, but he's still got the false life buff. Jun is dead. Hans is dominating. G2, they have enough minions. They have a tanky enough Maokai to push this one in. The Weaver's Wall blocked again by Labrov. Jackies, ace in the hole, won't be enough to get through the Seraphs, but Broken Blade will. 1-5-1 on this Aatrox. 6-1-3 on this Aatrox in the end, as G2 take the win and even out the series 1-1.
It looked like Giant X had started to get the better of G2, but just a couple of overforces again and again from Giant X means G2 find their window and push us to game number 3.
And they do, and Giant X had it in the palm of their hands that game. You could see like just a couple of mistakes in that mid game, a couple of fights forced when they didn't really need to be forced, allowed G2 to get back into the game. I want to give a lot of credit to Labrov. His Unbreakables held for the Weaver's Wall did really help out G2. Broken Blade had a great game as well, was funneled a lot of that plate gold in the early game.
Yeah, it's the fact that Broken Blade is consistently kind of in these side lanes. It's what G2 used to do with Caps. They're now kind of implementing that for Broken Blade, and the Aatrox was able to pay dividends in the good matchup.
Yeah, it really was. It really was overall. Hi, we're here.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to do a short break. We'll be right back. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
I'm ulting you.
Yeah.
I have something though.
Yep.
Mokai.
Yeah. You stay.
Nice. Nice. Good job. Oh, Lolo, what the f?
Okay, nice. Nice.
Watch the healing.
Yeah.
Nice! Just see me, don't see me, we win.
Okay.
Really good.
Yeah.
Keep it as well.
Let's go. Drake. I can chase him. Okay. Go Drake. Really good.
Well, the voice comms really say it all. GX, they had it in the palm of their hand. A 2-0 over G2. If they could have just parlayed that early game, but they didn't. They dropped the ball and G2 squares this out.
There was a massive party here in the arena. You heard the trumpets, you heard the orchestra. They were out in full fanfare. They still are, but there is a moment in that time, in that game, where it was shut down and G2 came back.
And I'm so sad. I was so ready to sing Giant X their praises because they played so well, so decisively, and they were going for everything, but then they kept going for everything, even when it was terrible.
Too much of a good thing.
Yeah, I think they got a bit overhyped in the end there, to be honest. They were like, oh, we're winning again, 2-0 against G2, oh my god, is it happening? And then 2 fights in a row go bad and your comp is worse. Sucks.
Yeah, you woke up a sleeping dragon, it looks like. We can take a look at a little bit of the early game. So what initially went wrong for G2? Is it the same things we have seen, or is it the same things we have seen being relatively successful from Giant X?
Caps looks off. He's making so many strange decisions, so many strange plays. I think his laning phase was much better this game. He ended up with like 20-30 CS lead. But some of the ways he's playing these fights are just really bad. And I think Giant X in general are the ones that are actually pulling the trigger and making fights happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Caps for sure is the one where you're seeing it. You're seeing him be caught off guard. But still, I'm very critical of G2 as a roster right now with all 5 of them together. It feels like they're anticipating these team fights with no plan in mind.
Bro, look at this! I mean, they're saying in the comms, like, what the F? Like, what is this guy doing?
Dry Talia flip on Caps with flash. Like, I don't know when that happened last time. Usually Caps is the one buffering spells perfectly and kind of setting up himself for success, but this game he looked really off, and I think in general G2 still, their jungle support as well, when they retake, they're really sloppy and they give a lot of windows to Giant X.
This isn't CS, bro. What are you talking about?
You still have to retake those objectives. There's no bomb planned.
No, unfortunately not. There was a bomb going off for Giant X, though. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep it going, and that is where you do have to give credit for G2, right? If you give them an inch, they're going to take a kilometer.
Yeah.
A mile. If you give them a centimeter, they're going to take a kilometer. But what happened there in terms of GX's decision making?
Yeah, but I hate to be that guy, right? Because I do want to compliment G2 for coming back into that game. But I really think it became a little bit of an in-competition between Jackies and Caps in terms of who can go the furthest forwards. I think there's no reason to fight in this mid lane here at all. Third Dragon was coming up, and you gave G2 the entire game back.
Yeah, if we're going to flame Caps, we got to flame Jackies.
Absolutely.
That's true. And I think you like being that guy, GB. Because, I mean, I agree with you. But at the end of the day, it was still a great early game from Giant X. And I think in game number 3, I kind of favor them.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just disagreeing that it was G2 who came back in the mid game by themselves.
There was something else we had to settle because we had a Jhin hater and a Jhin lover, and Jhin lost.
Yeah,
well, Jhin lost.
The facts speak for themselves, Jack.
No. Okay, let's calm it down. I mean, I hated the Sion pick, but the thing is, it was actually neither the Sion or the Jhin that did anything. It was the mid jungle and support that once again
carried a competitive game.
Yeah, as you know, you're useless as an ADC. That's why you're not playing anymore. It's mid-jungle support every time. You were randomly talking about Jhin buffs, though, so do you still think he should get buffed?
I mean, I would love to see him get buffed because he's a very fun champ, but I think he's quite strong right now. He did get a buff recently that gives him just more damage when he buys crit and attack speed. I'm not in love with the Yumus build. I think it's fine, but it just delays your crit spike so hard. You can see this game, no, got to 3 items, still no Infinity Edge. Not the highest of damage, of course. It's hard to be the carry when you're the Jhin. That's why you really need like Jackies to step up when it's these type of games when he's kind of the solo carry, and he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X actually played their comp really well in the early game. They CC layered very well. Pantheon ults were good. They found a lot of different kill angles that I didn't really expect them to get, to be honest. And you kind of saw when 2 fights went wrong and they were even in gold that they were completely out of the game almost, because G2's comp just wins front to back. And when you have this Rel pick 1P for GX, you need to play dive comp. But Sion and Jhin are not really diving anyone.
Was Rel the problem here then?
I mean, they didn't build a dive comp around the Rel, so I would kind of say so, to be honest.
But honestly, draft aside as well, though, I still think we're seeing Isma get more and more integrated in this GX roster. Like, we're seeing Jhin and Isma have better team-ups that I'm seeing Stumon and Lapo.
You said draft aside, I'm saying that, Rel.
Okay, sure, you can go for it. I think it's a fine first pick, but is there anything that come after? I mean,
yeah, but you're not a pro player, he is, and he said it was trash, so
yeah, okay,
it's unlucky.
We're not doing so well either right now, so I don't know if you can trust me either, to be honest.
How are you doing?
I mean, we made it to playoffs now, so now it's a new complete roster incoming. The regular season was a bit shaky, I would have to say.
Okay, see, so, you know, we all know it can change around. Look at them. It is a fanfare, I guess that's the word, right?
Yeah.
For it? Because an orchestra would be different, I guess.
It's a fanfare orchestra.
Yeah. It's
combination.
That's all I'm going to say. I love it. I absolutely love it. Sorry to cut you off. You are right. Isma's integration, especially in those early games, the fact that they're on the same page, you know, it's going better. And as my desk has been telling me, as in many pro games, jungle support synergy wins games.
But I do think as well, like, not to take it away from what we just talked about.
You wanted to talk about Isma.
I did want to talk about Isma,
but you think a lot.
But now, now I'm generally just thinking going into that next game as well, because it is fearless. It is fearless in an arena. It is where a lot of pressure's on. And we were talking a bit about, like, okay, what do we actually think is going to come up? Because I think you saw GX struggle a little bit, Ori, in this game too, in terms of identification with a composition. Going into game 3, you can't make the same mistake.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what type of draft approach they do take. I think they could go all in on the dive comp, but I don't think I want them to. I'd really like to see them have more of an easy front-to-back comp, because I feel like if they try to go for that dive comp, they're going to go for too much. Like, they're hypey here, they're in the stadium. If they start winning, I think they're going to throw again.
Yeah, I think it depends on side a lot as well. Like, I think Azir is a high prior now with the Talia out as well. It's the most common matchup in mid lane, and obviously both of the mids can play it. So I think to me, it's like if one team picks Azir and the other one goes Vice Kai'Sa, it's like front to back versus dive. Who will win? Who will execute better? And as you said, on stage, having these really hyphy plays and having a dive comp, I think could go very wrong as well.
And with GX selecting blue side, I think like that SC as you were talking about, Treat, that's what's going to come in. But I could easily see Caps, despite his performance so far, still be the kind of player to have the confidence to say, well, I'm playing Akali, and we're making a dive comp into Azir right now.
And when it comes to that dive comp, Alistar's out, Braum is out. So a lot of the actually peeling tools that you want against this type of dive comp, you can't pick.
Yeah.
We did highlight the top lane after the first game, right? Lot had a really, really good game on that Jax. I think the Aatrox was super important here. And perhaps if BB is feeling it a little bit more, that's usually a great sign.
Yeah, and like we said as well, BB on a carry champ R5 hits pretty hard, right? And this Aatrox was really, really powerful.
It's like a 5-course meal, really.
Yeah, I mean, he was really popping off, and especially on the pick on Jackies or on the Dragon, that they got a lot for them.
But I think that brings one of GX weaknesses, though. Like, Lot had a great game 1, but the blind pick that you have to do on blue side is so difficult now.
Yeah.
We have been so used to be, well, last year just, okay, Kazante on blue side, there you go, that's the safe blind pick.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist anymore, and it makes it very difficult, especially when you're going up against a guy like
That's why I'm disappointed that they went for blue side. I feel like trying to punish Caps and BB is the recipe for success against G2, and when you go blue side, you're not going to get that against BB. You're going to probably blind pick maybe a Gnar, maybe a tank, and then BB is going to have free reign of whatever he wants to pick.
Yeah. Dangerous game you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when they pick blue side, they have to have set up a good top lane matchup for Lot this time around. I don't think they will end up with something that just like is a mid-lane pick in the game. I think they really have a clear draft identity going into game 3, and we'll just have to see if it's this front-to-back style or if it's the full dive send.
I'm also curious to see, like, so when you pick the blue side, usually it's because you think that 1 pick or 3 picks are so powerful that you just like, you have to go blue to secure it. And I I'm curious if that is the Azir or if it's the Vi. Because it shows a lot of a team. Like, I don't think Jackie's is the biggest Azir player.
No.
So maybe they want to go for the Vi and then play the Akali that you talked about, because Jackie's much more of an Akali player.
Yeah, but I mean, last week Jackie's had actually a really good early game performance on the Azir.
That's true.
Take it back to a 15-minute rule we've made with Daniel Dracos.
What is this? What is
well,
this?
15-minute rule with Daniel Dracos is that if he looks good in the first 15 minutes, he had a good performance.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if he
They
got
just
caught.
lost the game.
Then Jackie's was popping off this game.
Hold up, let me defend myself. I was arguing against the rule. I'm just
Okay.
bringing it out, okay? But the first 15 minutes.
I mean, it's a good early game.
Yeah, for sure.
So-
And that's something that GX has been very good at. And the question still remains, can they transition that good early game into a good mid to late
Wow.
The Nexus falls in late game,
Yeah,
DB.
that's true. Daniel Dracos, a 15-minute man, allegedly, apparently, as to what you guys are saying.
That's pretty respectable.
But for GX, we want it to be a little more than maybe they could have closed out that second game. Here we go then. Let's take a look at the picks and bans. And again, would be so huge. Remember, Giotto cursed them back in winter. If they can beat G2 here in the arena, it would be huge. But G2, they're a dangerous beast.
They are.
So I'm thinking that they probably just ban out the Poppy again and then look for either a Vi or an Azir. Even if you want to go for the Azir, Poppy can be pretty annoying, especially if you are looking for more damage. Oh, the Vi ban, actually.
This is screaming Azir now.
This is screaming Azir for sure.
I think honestly G2 could just get rid of it here. I don't feel like there's any pick that's higher value here than Azir.
I mean, the one you're leaving open is Gwen, and I don't think are they going to first pick Gwen for Lot?
I mean, I think Lot could first pick it. I mean, Jax is out, Rumble is out, you do have the Akali, you do have
BB is
out.
And they do ban the
That's the
Azir.
Azir. So Gwen is the power pick that's open right now. The question is they're just going straight for the Victor.
Oh, I forgot about Victor.
Yeah, I mean, Victor is pretty high prior, but I wouldn't say it's higher than Gwen. I think both top laners might play hot potato with it, and the BB might just R3 it here and then ban tops for it, because I think when you pick Gwen this early, you're kind of scared of some combos on top lane, right? Like the Akali counter pick's really annoying. There are some other niche champs that someone like BB could pull out, so
but
let's see.
These niche champs aren't like they're so hit or miss. You know,
It's
like
true,
I
yeah.
feel like if, for example, the Akali into the Gwen, we have seen it before with really lackluster success. It's just you really need to snowball early, because if that Gwen gets to 3-4 items in team fights, it's just such a menace.
Orianna then for Caps, looking for that redemption.
Yeah, I mean, both mates just picking a scaling mage here. I think that says a
Boring.
lot. I mean, that says a lot about the game through, you know. They just want to scale up and have like an even fight, so I understand it with Azir being banned, though. I think it makes a lot of sense. I want to see what jungler they opt for here.
Oh, just
yeah, I mean,
Jarvan.
Jarvan is always good into Victor. There's a lot of AD carries out there mobile as well, so maybe something like the Corki here.
Like Ezreal will be the premier pick, right? But that's out. You could go to Corki, you could look for something like Kai'Sa or Zeri later on, but Zeri is kind of useless champ, I'd say.
What?
Yeah.
Oh god, we have a new useless AD carry.
Yeah, I mean,
Zeri?
Zeri is just, she takes so long to scale. It's like 5 items and then she's useful.
All right, let's
This
see.
is AD carry POV. Every AD carry sucks.
I love it. He's like, I can't. This is like Jack, like he can't win with any of them, so he's like, this ADC sucks.
Yeah.
This ADC sucks.
But the crucial thing is as well to go back to that Gwen here as well, because 80 carries, there's not a lot of them left.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't think GX can afford to take it here. I think they need to find a good premier one for Noah right here before he gets banned out in second.
I think you lock in the Corki here and you're really happy as
But
Noah.
Corki is so, I think Corki, you know what?
It's Corki is useless. Corki is useless.
Global win rate is like 25%. It's unreal bad.
I agree the win rate is low.
Oh, wow.
Wait, this was open?
Yeah,
it
I
is
guess
open,
so.
But it's one of those things where I'm really curious now to see how Noah's going to fare going
You want
into
to pick
second
the Gwen here as Broken Blade? I think that's the biggest question.
But the thing is, Gnar is pretty good into the Gwen. So maybe
it's a
you
bit
wanna,
annoying, you know?
Yeah, maybe you want to go for the Jace, or you want to go for something to bully the Gnar out early.
BB also has a lot of picks in general. Yeah, he likes to kind of hold, you know, so...
They could go ADC here and drop, or even support the back
No,
okay.
he's actually going for it. And this has to be a comfort performance from BB, because he just locked it in last week, and it did not work.
Listen,
He
and I
had
heard
one
the
botch
lines.
dive.
I heard the lines that you hate the Yasuo. I don't know if it's you, but someone hated the Yasuo on G2, and you hated. Jesus, you hated the Yasuo regardless as a top lane pick.
It's just so
in
hard
Europe.
to play. It's so hard to play. You need crazy good setup. He has good setup with the Jarvan and the Orianna, but he's into Poppy, man. How can you dash around?
Also, his
against
mid laner hasn't been hitting anything. Do you think he's going to get set up for anything?
This is a way better draft for Yasuo than last weekend.
Okay.
I think that's the most important
tricky though,
thing to
with
hear.
against Poppy and full tank Victor might still be pretty tricky if I'm being honest. Top matchup is good, don't get me wrong, but like you said, like last time BB played this, he didn't look too hot, and IMO If GX locks Zara Khan right now, the draft is over, by the way. They won the draft.
The Lucian ban is very interesting. Lucian Nami, we haven't been seeing that a whole lot. But
Lucian Braum in LCK as well.
Oh yeah, true actually. You can even pair Lucian.
So that's not
that is true, yeah.
True. But I think, as you said, like, Zyra Khan here is just really insane.
Yes.
You don't have the dash, but you have so good peel back, and it's so hard for this Yasuo to play. They even banned the Nautilus for it.
Ooh.
I want to see now if they just honestly pick away Rakan. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think Rakan pick away is not that bad because I feel like
you caught into Poppy, which also feels
it's not optimal, but it's actually not that bad. When you get Merc cuts, you can actually play the game okay, and I think that with Jarvan as well, it's such a good combo. So I would love to see Labrov pick away the Rakan here.
And also then a lot of agency on Labrov. We've had a little bit of a magnifying, a magnifying glass on him. He's gonna have to make it happen. They got a lot of knockups now, though.
Yes.
Do we present Poppy support here, or is there a better jungler that you take in this angle? Because like, there's still other champions available.
That's a good question.
I mean, Wukong is actually very good. It's also really good into the Yasuo. Just to, like,
more soak, I think, is very good here on the side of GX. So something like Wukong would be good.
Disruption, soak.
I would just look for a quirky Wukong here if I'm GX. I kind of like it. It's very safe, very all-round.
So you wouldn't still go for the Xayah? Like, I don't know anything about the game.
It can be a bit into this.
I think Xayah without Rakan.
Exactly, yes.
Sucks.
Takes so many items, but I do like the Kai'Sa actually. I think both Kai'Sa and Corki can work pretty well.
No,
and
special.
now you have this dive from the Wukong to actually go in.
Some tools,
So I like the Kai'Sa.
What build do you want to see out of the Kai'Sa?
I mean, definitely AP. You have the AD from the Wukong and the Gnar, so you have really good damage distribution. And it's actually a bit of Zyra
they get Zyra now.
That is smart from G2. The Rakan takeaway really flexes the champ pool of Hansama here, so I respect the... I mean, it looks like they have the biggest wombo combo comp in the history, G2.
Yes, it's crazy.
I am getting an old school Peace Pigeon wombo combo right now from that G2 composition. We want it set up for the Yasuo. You got it in jungle, you got it in mid lane, you got it in support, right? If this doesn't work now, it's pretty much never going to work.
Does this mean GX dropped the ball? Because, I mean, 30 seconds ago it was if they get Zyra Khan, this is the biggest draft gap ever, and now it's been stolen from under their noses.
I mean, GX draft also makes a lot of sense to me. I think they have a lot of kites back, they have a lot of options now with the Kai'Sa and the Poppy, so I think their draft makes a lot of sense as well.
And I still prefer Giant X draft. I think they're going to take it. Yasuo's going to be useless unless he goes understeals up in lane.
I was just going to say as well, but I don't hate GX comp. They have so much room to play around with. Kai'Sa W, Victor Laser, they get to be in control of so much of the space.
So who's got the better draft, GB?
Well, I'm going for the Yasuo because you're a hater and I'm going for it.
It's a Yasuo hate watch time for the people who have to play against a good one in solo queue and with a shitty one when they play. Let's see, but a lot is at stake here for G2, right? It would be very embarrassing after last week getting beaten by BDS if they cannot overcome this and beat Giant X. And for Giant X, I mean, the momentum would be unbelievable. Let's see if they can do it.
Let's see if they can do it. As Shock says, for Giant X, this would be a massive win. They've got a difficult schedule coming up, and they would need every single win they can get if they're going to make it into our top 6 and get to playoffs. For G2, it's a rocky road at the moment, and I don't mean the delicious, calorific, dense kind.
And I'm not talking about the rocky road to Dublin either, so...
What's the Rocky Road to Dublin?
It's a song. It's also in the new movie Sinners that is out there.
I need to watch that movie. Apparently it's really good.
Yeah, I think, are we planning on going?
I think we're but here's the thing. We plan on a lot of things. We had planned to go to a food thing tomorrow.
Yeah, but then...
And you backed out.
Because I have to work.
No, you decided to work. You said money is more important than our friendship, and I'll remember that for the rest of our lives.
Only... Yes.
I think it's justifiable. We did hear a lot of people saying they quite like the Giant X draft on the analyst desk. Jack in particular. I do wonder if he'll like it as much when this Kai'Sa builds crit.
Well, apparently he hates every crit build ever. So it's like, I don't...
He hates every AD carry ever and every crit build ever. Okay.
Unless he's piloted.
Unless it's Jhin.
Oh, unless it's Jhin.
Maybe he hates it because he's
also went
piloted it.
Youmuu's rapid fire, so technically it wasn't a crit build.
Yeah, true.
That's probably why I liked it that much.
A few flexes happening in the draft, though. The Poppy going down towards the bottom side will make Rakan's life a lot harder. We see Broken Blade back on his Yasuo. Yasuo hasn't had the best of times in the LEC this split. Seen it a couple of times from Nuka, where it's lost. We've seen it from Broken Blade, where it's lost. We'll see perhaps if he can buck that trend today. A classic matchup into the Gnar, though.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just making sure that this Yasuo is safe. Like, you have to play so aggressive in this matchup to try and get value out of it. You see it there from Broken Blade. Like, you want to dash forward, constantly get onto Gnar when he's in mini form and just make his life a living hell. But to do so, you need good vision, you need your jungler to be playing up around you, and I think that's where oftentimes it's failed, like especially when you look at what Naka was playing. The man got dove 15 times in 3 minutes and was like, all right, well, this is doomed. So I think that's where I want to see Skewmon moving up already towards his top side, but getting the vision down to enable Broken Blade to play aggressive.
See a couple of pings going down onto Skewmon. I can't quite see, but I think there's a ward in his Razor camp, so I expect that he has been spotted as he clears up towards the top side. There is. And we see Isma clearing down towards bottom side.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too much like hecticness in the early game from the junglers. Skewmon definitely wants to try and get active early, but for Isma, you generally end up waiting till level 6's Wukong because that's when you get access to your CC, and a lot of the champions on your team don't have access to immediate forms of CC, like you're kind of waiting on the gravity well to hit, or Lot 2B in Mega Gnar form, even Jun kind of needs a wall, so it's a lot of variability or inconsistent CC that's on the screen.
Yeah, it can be hard to land all of that crowd control. And as you say, when you get to 6, it's a little bit easier. Obviously, you have the Gnar, you have the Kiva's Verdict from the Poppy. Cyclone allows you to have a little bit more pressure for Giant X. On the side of G2, a bit more consistent CC. You know, flag and drag, the knockups from Khan, quickness coming out as well, the roots. We've already seen Hansama using well in that bottom lane. But for the moment, not too much happening. I wonder if Isma might look towards bot after he's taken this Scuttle Crab. Lot chunked out a little bit, but he's on his way to Mega Gnar. Yeah, Isma's there, waiting behind Labrov and Hansama. Cap's very low in the mid lane. Oh, one more! Oh, Jackie's! Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, Jackie's kind of into that one a touch. A small tad.
A smidge.
A smidge.
Teeny weeny bit.
Yeah, just a little baby, you know, just a small one. Just a little baby boy, you. Just a little baby. Little baby.
I would say that was a royal. But, yeah, unfortunate for Jackie's. Yeah, there's not exactly what you want, especially when you have been doing a decent job of keeping caps in check. The Orianna, a champion that does very well with gold. Like, so much of her kit revolves around her finishing off her Seraph's Embrace and then being able to get up towards kind of half an item or another full item, and she just becomes a menace. So the fact that you're kind of getting off to this early start is huge, particularly if level 6 is about to be hit and suddenly Skewmon shows up in the lane and there's a shockwave that's pulling Jackie's away from the safety of his turret.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Jackie's now. Low mobility mid laners are really susceptible to those ganks. Lot TPs down towards the bottom side as Noah reset early and went towards top, so we're going to see those traditional 4.5-5 minute swaps out of both teams, with the Grub spawning in a minute's time. I'm going to try and get control over that top side and then push out. A plate did fall there, but no one from G2 was near enough to pick up the gold. It's like a tree in the woods. If no one gets it, did it actually go down? The answer is yes. We can see objectively that plate has been broken. No one got the goal.
Yeah, but did anyone hear it? And that's what I really wanted to know in the grand
Well,
scheme.
Noah was nearby, so he probably heard it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I also heard it, so I'm not going to lie.
Oh, okay, cool.
But that's the full thing, you know? You got to go through the whole rigmarole.
Yeah? Of hearing things.
Yeah.
Thankfully, kind of in our biology to be able to do that, isn't it?
Unfortunately, everyone listening to this cast has to hear me, though.
And me. Both of us, let's be honest. Look, guys. We're sitting here in the Euphoria studio. Things are going to get a bit loosey-goosey throughout the course of the day. We're doing both best of threes as well. So a little bit more free-flowing than usual, perhaps, as we have another slow early game between these two teams. The Grubs are up, but Isma is sneaking away the Drake. And without knowledge of this, it looks like Skewmon is working his way down across here, maybe thinking something tricksy might be going on.
Yeah, I think it's just a good read. And now he's just going to continue the leash that has been set up, right? Because Jackie's has basically been sitting underneath his tower because he's way more vulnerable with his splashdown, which is now giving control to Caps to go towards the objective. And good read from Skewmon, as we were saying, to just cover that. And it's kind of been the dichotomy between the two teams. Giant X has definitely been more topside focused in this series when it comes towards getting grubs, whereas G2 have kind of put their latches into the Dragon and say, this is our win condition, fighting around these. And it looks like we'll continue that for game number 3.
What we don't realize is it's actually next level mind games from Isma. he starts up the Drake to make Skumon think that he wants the dragon.
Okay.
Whereas actually he wanted the grubs all along, but Skumon was on the top side of the map. So now Skumon's on the bottom side, he can take a grub.
Don't you feel foolish?
Yeah. Outsmarted are outsmarted. As Skumon looks behind this tower. Don't think they're going to go for a dive. G2 do have pressure in basically every lane. The only lane that has a small gold lead for GiantX is top. About 80 gold ahead on that Gnar into the Yasuo.
Also, I'd like to point out that there was only 1 point grub that was taken by GX. So
but there was only 1 dragon taken by G2, so it's equivalent, right?
Okay, my bad.
That's how it works.
But I think the G2, this is kind of more what you expect from that.
Just
Not
pushing the wave. He's pushing the wave. Look, the R in his name is silent, okay?
But, I was going to say, the controlling waves, well, getting leads through, hey, you got the kill on the mid wave, whatever, but you also been doing a good job of then Caps being able to get a little bit of a CS lead for himself. Same when you look at the top side, or sorry, when you look at the AD carries that have been on the top lane, so, and you're now getting advantage in objectives. So it's a much slower pace from G2, but it seems they are significantly more locked into what is happening on the map.
Yeah, and this is how they came out at the start of spring with this sort of mentality. It wasn't all about early action, it was we move around the map well, we use pressure in the lanes well to get objectives, and then we get gold leads. And here it is only 500, but the expectation is that will continue to ramp up as the game goes on. And they've already got a Drake and 2 grubs, so very much in the lead across the course of this early game. For GiantX, they really haven't found an avenue to find fights. Like, we had that one little play from Jackies in mid lane that didn't work out, but haven't really seen Isma on the map too much as of yet. Does have the Cyclone now, so can have a little bit more impact. There's some hard CC coming out from him and a little bit from his laners, depending on where he goes.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Skumon hasn't been very active kind of helps out. Like, Sherry pushed him off of Dragon and got the objectives, but as in interfering in the lane states, like the early kill towards Caps is nice for G2, but it's nothing too crazy at the minute. So you still should be in a position where if you enter into fights, you have those chances to try and step up. And even the fact that Jackies has gone towards the early Ionian boots does mean it's like a little tough. You don't really have the damage there, but you can kind of tell he's more on the defensive side of things, where he's like, I just want my flash to be up as often as possible, so I'm going to go for the ones that reduce summoner spell code.
Makes a lot of sense. Jackies will get tankier as the game goes on. Oh. Jun looking for the knock into the wall here. Keeper's Verdict coming out as well as Hans Summer is exhausted. Good root, good knock up. Jun able to keep Lebrov and Hans Summer at bay for now. And, in the end, it's a Ghost and an Exhaust for a barrier and a heal.
And Lebrov's knock-up was crucial there, though, because you wouldn't have got the feather pullback from Hans Sama, because you would have had the killer instinct to reposition yourself as Noah, so Lebrov kind of doing work there to make sure that you actually go for a bit more of a need and trade there off the back of that. But now with level 6 hit for Lebrov, they're just going to continue to put pressure on that bottom side, and it's Noah now who has to play very safe as he's fairly low on health.
Lost just going to TP down here again and catch this wave. We've seen this a couple of times already from GiantX. They're trying to move out of the difficult lane that we talked about G2 trying to do this in the past. They're 20 CS down. They know this is a hard lane into the Xayah Rakan, who have a lot more pressure than those champions would have matched up with other supports or a different AD carry because of the Lovers duo, their ability to get in from longer range and have the enhanced recalls and everything. So you can see that GiantX struggling a little bit in that bot lane, a little bit in mid as well, only because of that first blood. They're just trying to get through this early game as unscathed as possible. Next set of grubs up in a minute 30. Next dragon up in a minute's time, though. So I wonder if we'll see either teams deciding to fight over that.
I'd imagine it's G2 that... Oh, hang on, Rob.
Yeah, he's got the quickness. You can't do that. Noah has to use the killer instinct to kind of piggyback off Lebrov and get out.
But I was going to say, I think for G2, if I was them, I'd try and push in top, as Mega Gnar just going to be there for damage, but push in top and then look for the reset down in towards bot lane. But with all the rigmarole, it hasn't really happened here, and BB is doing fine.
Going in, Lock still in that mini-Gnar form. You can see BB flashing over Isma. Flash Cyclone, though, does get the double. Lot healing up as well. Lot will fall. Caps now knocked up with the second cast of the Cyclone. Isma! Oh no! Yes! Isma! Never mind! Caps knows. He's in your mind. He knows exactly where you are. Caps now 3-0 on this Orianna.
Yeah, the Labrov had gone for the reset, so I think Isma kind of knew, look, if I try and run into any other bushes, there's eventually going to be a G2 bot lane that shows up, so had to take the risk of resetting, but broke Cap's ankles for a little bit, but it turned out it was only a sprain, nothing too much to write off about. As BB, I mean, nice play underneath the tower, right? Unfortunately though, for Lost, he thinks he's got his jungler there to help out. Broken play with a good flash, and then just being able to barely clip on towards Lot with the extended E as well. And then Caps, like, it's a nice job from Isma to kind of fake Caps out, but there's nowhere to go, right? You can see where Labrov is on the map, so you always know it's Isma. Unless I can immediately reset, it's over.
And Caps coming out swinging in this game. 3-0 now on that Orianna. 1.2k ahead. Second Drake as well for G2. Skewmon took that as we were watching the replays. Grubs are up. Giant will start them up. If G2 can get a couple of these away, they get themselves the Might spawning as well. But with Caps TPing into the bot lane, it would be a difficult thing to fight over.
Looks like G2 still want to go for it, but as you say, yeah, like your strongest member is not in position here, so I'm kind of surprised that G2 are trying to commit as heavily for this. Lot moving up, Mega Gnar is popped, which means you'll only have Mini Gnar if Giant X really want to commit to this play.
Yeah, he's just going to jump over the wall and put a little bit of vision down, spots Skewmon out. G2 have done a good job of getting tower plates in this early game, getting gold in this early game, about 1,000 gold ahead. FC a little bit behind in the jungle role because of Isma picking up that kill, a little bit behind in top as well.
A little bit of fake pressure mid though, and look where Skewmon is. So as Giant X trying to commit for the Herald, it's actually, sorry, for the Koi Grubs, Skewmon is looking for a potential dive on towards Lot, which means Lot can't commit to the bot lane tower, so more resources being given towards Caps as he should be able to get more plates, if not, it'll be a little bit more
plates
tower,
left, yeah. And you can see Isma trying to do the same thing on the top side. Labrov here to shadow Broken Blade, but Broken Blade just forced to walk away, doesn't have that flash. Labrov does have flash and quickness if they want to go for a fight, but looks like this is all about just giving Jackies as much gold as possible. Cap should be able to take the first tower of the game though, and continue to extend his gold lead, almost as a fully stacked Seraph's Embrace already. And it's going to be a very strong Orianna. As the plates fall off, Giant X will get a tower of their own.
Yeah, this is where Caps is going to be terrifying in these fights because you've so much or a setup for him in the team. Skewmon going in to set up for these big wombo combos. Same when you look at Labrov, the follow up on Broken Blade. So this is where Caps can very quickly take over. Even going for like the Leandri's Anguish after this, he's just going to be so potent. And I don't know if Giant X are really in a position to fight back. We kind of said already, like Jackie's not very mobile on the back lines, and also then like even Noah is kind of reliant on a killer instinct, but you can't always guarantee you're going to be able to get away from the likes of Labrov, especially not having something like a cleanse for the quickness makes it very tough to play.
It really does. He will get tankier as the game goes on, has that Rod of Ages stacking up right now, so maybe Jackies can survive through the initial engage, but Shockwave quickness combination is not something you often survive through when the Orianna is as fed as Caps is. Next objective's up with the couple of Void Grubs still here for Giant X. There's another Drake in 2 minutes time. Jun looking for Skewmon, can't quite land the slam into the wall, does force him out, so Isma should be able to pick up this Scuttle Crab before Labrov comes across. Lot now jumping in, Skewmon going forward as well, as TP comes out, there's the quickness from Labrov. He needs to escape, but he can't get away from the Cyclone. Broken Blade here to join the play, but Giant X get a kill. Keeper's Verdict stopped by Jun. And G2, I mean, they went for that play, but it's Giant X who came out on top.
Yeah, you can see Caps was running down from top lane, but as soon as he showed up, Giant X were like, "Bomb's home, everyone run." Don't let them get caught in this mess. So they managed to get one kill, run out, and now they're in their position to try and cover the lanes as well. So G2 going a little over aggressive, expecting Caps to be there sooner.
Yeah, maybe thinking he was just, as you say, a little bit closer to them overall. Lot now going to answer this wave in the bot side. Broken Blade has been farming up okay, has that play of the Ruin King complete on the Yasuo when he really becomes a champion, similar to his brother Yone. Both of them do need that first item before they really do too much. G2 with a push in the mid lane should be able to take their second tower of the game and extend that gold lead slightly. Hasn't really exploded after Caps picked up those early kills, but for now, I think G2 will be comfortable enough with the position the game's in.
Yeah, if they could get the Rift Herald, they'd be delighted just in being able to have threats on towards tier 2s, but it's not the end of the world. But I think this game has been a much better situation of Skewmon being in positions to like support Caps on a side lane push, kind of shutting down a lot of where GX wanted to put aggression. And also just Jackie's having less control over mid. has kind of shut down Isma's pressure as well. So it's kind of been this knock-on effect of just the mid-jungle for G2 having significantly more control over this game.
And for Giant X, it's a little bit of a worry because they have a very difficult schedule coming up over the next few days. G2, then Movistar Koi, then BDS and Heretics are the final 4 series they have remaining. We expect you need 4 series wins to make it into our playoffs. And right now, obviously they can still beat G2 in this series. They're a little bit down in this game 3, but Koi tomorrow, the home field advantage kind of for both teams. If they manage to win that, you still really need to beat BDS and Heretics if they're going to make it all the way through to playoffs. And they just haven't been consistent enough for me to have faith in them to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, I mean, we saw it in the last game, right, where they get these early leads and then overstep, overforce. And here, we're going to have to see when they're behind if they can try and find this fight at the Dragon as G2 trying to set up for multiple flank angles. But GX holding their own at the moment.
Yeah, lots looking for one as well, almost in that Mega Gnar form. You can see that Fury bar all the way to the tippy top. G2 just brute forcing in, getting control of the river bush. Lots about to go Mega. Can't really find an avenue in yet.
I think if you don't hit Caps with the Poppy ultimate, I think this fight is just G2 favor. GX, they kind of have to come in as a one-man army, which is perfect for this setup for G2.
I mean, as soon as LEC goes into mini-Gnar form, you have to feel G2 will go on the offensive again. Yep, there's the quickness. They step in, they dive forward, and down goes Jun. No keeper's verdict available anymore. Isma has to flash out the back of the pit. LEC forced away by Broken Blade. G2 will happily accept soul point.
Didn't even have to burn the ultimate from Caps. It's just enough damage from Lebrov knockup and the final breath coming through from Broken Blade. So G2, this is just what you get to do when you're mid laners this fed. Just bully your way through everyone.
Yeah, it's also like Giant X don't have the easiest initiation, right? Like Isma has to find a flank. You have to get that cyclone on the back line, but Isma can't just run at Caps because command attack still hits you even if you're invisible, right? Like even if you can't be seen. It becomes really hard for Giant X in this sort of position. If their lanes were a little bit more ahead, if LEC was a bit tankier, maybe they could brute force, but very hard right now for Giant X to actually find avenues into fights.
Yeah, I think you have to like be very deliberate on where you were taking that fight. So like as you retreat back over towards Dragon as Giant X, like let someone lean down in towards the like red buff pit. Have someone else that's there where basically LEC was and try and force G2 to fight on multiple fronts. But it's very difficult to do that when you aren't ahead. To just actually say, oh no, if we brute force this, we win the fight. So G2 kind of calling the bluff in that situation and making it difficult for Giant X.
And now we see Caps actually matching up into LEC on the top side. LEC's built armor, so Caps will be very happy with that matchup for now. LEC's going to have to back away. They waited for the Mega Gnar to time out, and now G2 will turn their eyes towards the Rift Herald. Broken Blade going into Fog once again. Should be able to catch the mid wave that is getting shoved in by Noah right now.
I think it's just trying to trade effectively for Giant X is just difficult. Like you can kind of see it's, hey, Broken Blade is going to cover mid and this will let them get the tier 2 on boss, or sorry, the tier 1 on bot lane, but you're still going to have quicker resets for G2 and you've already lost your 2 towers top. So now you have a potential Rift Herald onto a tier 2 or you just outright lose a tier 2 for this play by Giant X.
It's Rift Herald straight away from Skewmon. They're going to charge in here. Only have 2 grubs, so it's not the quickest push, but Caps is so strong with Leandries and Seraph's complete that his auto attacks absolutely slam through the tower. G2 now 4 towers to 2 up, 3,000 gold in the lead. They can transition this pressure down towards the bottom side.
And traditionally when you're in a position like this as Orianna, you kind of need to start looking at like a Void Staff or something along those lines, but because you don't really have a true tank on Giant X's side, it's just death cap. So it's just burst damage galore for Caps, and this is like the perfect spot to be in as an Orianna. Like we haven't seen the shockwave, but I think you're going to be insulted by how much damage this thing is going to do.
Here's the thing, we've talked about Caps being ahead this entire game.
Yes.
He's never going to have the shockwave. They're just going to kill them without the shockwave, and we're all going to be left here with a sense of disappointment that we didn't get to see the how much damage it actually does, you know? It's that regret that you sometimes get. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a German word for it.
Oh, probably Schmickel-Smerchen. Mittag noch Kopfschmerz. That's midday head pain, apparently.
Oh.
I just picked random German words to put together, I'm going to be honest.
Genau.
Genau? Ja, genau.
Also, mit Karte bitte. Let's get back to the game.
Entschuldigung, mein Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut. Giant X here looking to gain control over the bot side river. Still a minute and a half before we have a dragon coming up. Rob dodging and diving around, but it's more about mid-prio than anything else. Caps has to back away from bot lane a little bit because his team haven't cleared out the vision around here entirely and don't have vision of their own, so Giant X could be slowly working their way to try and kill Caps, but Lebrov goes in and is met with a presence that is quite steady and quite fast from Jun as he stops the advance. 2 items now on Noah, though perhaps a small glimmer of life for Giant X. Jackie's is at 10 stacks as well, that Rod of Ages giving him his extra level.
I was watching Broken Blade because he reset, picked up the second item, and then immediately TP'd into bot side. So I wasn't sure if G2 were going to just try and hard force into this bot side jungle, but it looks like at the moment they're just going to reset. So I'm kind of surprised that they invested BB's TP for that. Like, Dragon is in 45 seconds, sure, but the wave is going to be pushed back out now. So it looks like G2 still a bit unsure as to, at times, that's how they want to approach it, but still, with 30 seconds until this Dragon, they're in a perfectly fine.
It feels like one of those, we have thrown a few times in this series, let's just not do anything until Soul is up, right? It's 30 seconds away. Now we know how to set up around objectives. We'll just push in, get pressure, and then...
Yeah, and I was watching Caps as well, because he had gone top side, I think it was trying to get vision. No, he's fine.
I thought Ismo was a G2 player for a second, and I was like, okay, Jun's in a bad spot.
But Caps couldn't quite finish the death cap. Not a massive thing, but still, maybe impactful.
Okay, so Lot has a bit of a flank position, but only half a Narbar. Jun's looking for Broken Blade. Steadfast Presence will get a couple of people knocked up, but that's a big cooldown down for the remaining fight. Giant X have started up the Hextech Drake. Skewmond is there. Keeper's Verdict stopped by the blast cone from the Brom. The Cyclone going forward, but Isma's rooted in place and can't find anyone. The Drake does go over to Giant X, but at what cost? Lot's getting chased down by LeBron. Lot jumps back in, a 3-man Gnar with a double stun. Summer goes into the Featherstorm. Caps is falling lower and lower, but he's still surviving in the middle. Noah's going to be able to take out one Broken Blade looking for him as well, but Noah gets another. Great sidestep from that Steel Tempest. Giant X lose 3, but they get the Drake and they take down 2 with them.
The Brav is on the hunt though. The Rakan wants to be a bird of prey in this one, but it's Noah who's going to be able to walk away from that one. And somehow they get the turnaround. So as this goes through, you saw it called a Keeper's Verdict gone. Isma getting 0 value realistically out of that ultimate. Skewmond goes for the ultimate on Noah, knowing that Killer Instinct will be used, just trying to get value from it. But Lot here ends up going forward, and Jackie's is immediately able to follow. Gets the play on towards Caps and on towards Hand Sandwich, force the flash. And then as they finish off onto the low health members of Giant X, watch Noah sidestep just barely on that Steel Tempest. And Jackie's also in a position to constantly control that choke point so no one else could follow up on towards Noah.
Yeah. Good play all around by Giant X, making sure they get the Drake as well. Still a huge lead for G2. Still 3,000 gold in the lead. Did we see the Shockwave in that fight?
I don't think
we did.
No.
I'm not saying I'm Nostradamus, but I can't think of something funny to say anymore. I think that kind of summarizes my career right there, doesn't it?
Look, we'll have to see what's in your future for the rest of this game. Death Cap's still not completed for Caps. Now just finished as he's coming in at base. So definitely significantly stronger.
Oh, he's huge,
but,
yeah.
Has to press the buttons if you want to try and hit us. I think getting caught out very well by Lot in that situation just meant that there wasn't a huge amount that he could do.
Oh, yeah, I'm not blaming Caps, right? I don't think there was a moment really where the Shockwave would have been impactful. It was just funny that he is in such a strong spot and is unable to use that ability. 3 items, though, for Hans Summer, as he managed to pick up a little bit of gold in that last fight. Navori Flicker Blades completed alongside the IE and the Yuntals. And importantly, Noah going for AP here, Dagda.
Yeah, look, it makes a lot of sense try and play at range, but also the... I just want to give a shout out to Giant X how they positioned in that last fight.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's almost exactly what we were talking about, which was having multiple angles of attack. Because that is kind of why you didn't get that Shockwave, because there wasn't value for Caps to use it, right? Like, Lot is on one side, you've got Jun who's putting pressure on the other. This, though, is less so that.
The Brav Going for Jackie's. Quickness gets in range. Jackie's knocked up. There's the shockwave, and Jackie's is dead. Lebrov's going to fall as well. Skewmon being chased down towards the bottom side. G2 have found one, as have Giant X. Lot goes into the Mega Gnar form. Skewmon getting chased out by Isma, slowed up, but can just flag and drag his way away. Jun flashes in, but there's no real follow-up from the rest of Giant X. Killer Instinct on a broken blade, gets the knock-up into the last breath. Now Hans Summer starts to open up, gets the root, but in goes the Cyclone. Noah's on the wrong side of the wall to really do too much. Raw Catapult coming out. Skewmon's now separated from the rest of his team, and he will fall as well. In the end, it's Giant X coming out on top in terms of the trade, losing 2, taking 3.
These are not fights that should be going this way, though. Giant X are behind. It should be G2 being able to breeze through them, especially with the damages on Caps. But in this position, like, you get Jackie, sure, but the instant knockout of Hansama, the shockwave used only onto one, and then G2 being split up here makes it really tough. Like, again, Lot has actually been doing a really good job of kind of drawing members of G2 on towards him. Jun flashes in, almost kind of baits G2 into focusing onto Caps, so then Noah can move over here to help out Broken Blade. Also then Isma being able to hop over the wall with Lost means that then Skewmon has to overcommit, so he ends up falling. It's just very messy from G2.
Also, good positioning from Jun there. Steadfast Presence stopped Skewmon from getting the flag and drag in a little bit quicker, which may have meant that he didn't have to jump over the wall. As you say, very messy from G2. Giant X playing multiple flank angles to try and play around the fact that G2 do still have this lead. 40 seconds on the next Drake, though, and 3 items complete now for Noah. Has that Nash's, so has the E upgrade. He'll be dashing around the fight like nobody's business. For G2, what are we missing? Well, Lebrov has no flash, and that's about it. Giant X, again, their support with no flash as well.
Yeah, I think it is the fact that you've got Noah into this position, though, is perfect for Giant X. Like, he's in now an incredibly strong spot where he can look to poke like this, try and keep G2 at bay, and just make things a little bit more difficult for them. And also things like you were highlighting, the Seeker's arm guard is clutch for Jackie. So this isn't as like one and done for G2 as you kind of expected. Now, once more, you can just blow a fight out of the water for G2. Like, you've got that combo, but you have to find this.
Oh, Broken Blade looking. Can't find anything. I like this from G2 separating the points of pressure, saying, okay, we know you're going to try and play around that dragon. We'll start up the Baron while you do. Noah's going to be able to take the Drake. How low is that Baron right now? 9,000 on it. Isma trying to get behind the pit. Keeper's verdict goes down. Skewmon's not in the pit anymore. Skewmon's not in the pit anymore. And that's the easiest steal I have ever seen happen. Lot trying to go in as the Rob has to pop the quickness. It's daylight robbery in the LEC.
But that's also going to be the mid tower going down as well. Look at where Noah is. G2 are throwing this game over and over, and Giant X are happy to pick it up.
Oh my god, like, it was so easy. They stood on top of each other. It's a great keeper's verdict from Jun, like, credit to him. But you're standing right next to where he can cast
and
it.
There's no vision to try and spot out if Jun is going for that play. Hans Sama is left high and dry in the pit as well. Like, there's no point in him even trying to find a way out. He knows he's going to go down. And you lose your mid tower, and you lose the dragon. Like, Giant X have just now taken firm control of this game.
They take the Otacon as well, have the false life buff now. It's only 1,000 gold lead, but the momentum is truly in Giant X's favor. With this Baron buff for the next 2 minutes, G2 on the back foot, last breath going in. Noah able to escape. False life does get procced in the end, as does Jun's, and now Jackie's is on the retreat. Isma, I mean, he can look to try and save his mid laner, doesn't need to. Jackie's able to get away. Thorn now TP behind, as you say. Jackie's uses the stopwatch, puts the Arcane Storm down, knocked up, locked up, and he'll have to withdraw as well. Giant X greedy, going for the tier 2 in bot lane.
Lot TP'd in behind, and then realizes Mega Gnar ran out and just walked away. Just completely left Jackie's to his own device.
Look, man, okay, like, you know, sometimes, you just gotta leave him. You just gotta leave him behind. He turned to stone. Lot's like, I'm not having any more of this. Hansama, though, it's locked up, not knocked into the wall. Featherstorm comes out. Good grand entrance. Killer Instinct in. Hansama has the flash now. Lebrov able to get away from Lot. Do you think there's something with Giant X and biblical names, by the way? Because Noah and Lot are both biblical. So just, at the moment, G2 are not at their biblical strength, we can say.
I think GX are doing a good job.
Do you think they're able of it? Able to do it. That's so much better as we see Lot getting caught out. Does have that Gnar. Broken Blade dodges to the side of it. Isma and Lot do still have their false lives. Keeper's Verdict stopped by Jun. Jackie's still pushing in the top side. G2 do gain control over the mid lane wave.
In the grand scheme of things, though, like, it hasn't been that impactful of a Red Bull Baron power play. Like 3K, sure, but a lot of that was off the back of the immediate fights and the immediate Atacon and that. So I think the GX could have played a little bit more around, hey, getting these turrets and trying to get ourselves into a better position. But like at this stage, I think you're kind of happy at Giant X that you're now in a gold lead for the first time in this entire game. And also, Rabadon's Death Cop about to come through for Jackie's. Like, he's in a very, very strong spot, and you're just kind of falling into irrelevancy in a lot of G2 side.
Yeah, and Caps is the only person on G2 that has a gold lead, but his gold lead has shrunk by about 1,000 gold over the last 10 minutes or so. Giant X done a really good job of getting themselves back into the game, helped by the fact that G2 have decided to become baseball pitchers with how much they've been throwing throughout this series. But you can only catch what's thrown at you, and Giant X have got their mitts on and ready to catch anything that comes their way. For now, we are waiting on the next Drake, 1:20 before that comes up, 2.5 minutes before the next Baron spawn as well, but I expect the Dragon will be our key focus.
I think the problem for G2, though, is that it's way more difficult for them now to contest into this position. Giant X, as long as they can control a lot of these river areas, or at least entrances, means that you don't get as much value from the setup as you would have liked. Especially when GX, they already have shown they have an understanding of trying to play for these flank angles in team fights. If you're playing into a jungle spot like this, there's multiple angles of attack that Giant X can come for.
Yeah, especially when you have the ability to push out the waves first, you just get to gain control of so much more of the fog of war early, and you can see that's what Giant X are doing, right? They step in, they're like, okay, G2, you don't know where we are. Drake up in 30 seconds time. Broken Blade coming out with his Infinity Edge complete, so he's at 3 items as well. I think that's the G2 fans trying to cheer on their team after they've fallen back in this game quite a lot. Giant X, home field advantage, whatever you want to call it, the sixth man of the crowd, just somehow really revitalizing this team coming into the final 3 weeks of the season. They can play for the Drake. G2 nowhere near it. They're giving this one up. It's going to be at least 6 dragons in this game, maybe 7. As I expect, we won't see the end in the next 5 minutes.
G2 are kind of splitting the map, though, and I think this works for Giant X, because now they've immediately been able to move over towards the tier 2. G2 trying to play on towards Lot in the mid lane, but I don't know if you want to commit to this. And the waves are kind of in a better position for GX right now.
Yeah, because there's a tier 2 here for them, right? G2 did get a quicker push in top lane from Caps, but he took that tier 2 ages ago with the Rift Herald.
And it was also the fact that, like, everyone in G2 showed mid, so there isn't really a threat on towards the top tier 1. So it means that you're always in a position now as Giant X to get the tier 2 reset and protect your top tier 1. So that's why I was kind of surprised.
Right?
Sorry, tier 3, and that's why I was surprised to see G2 show in mid rather than just immediately trying to capitalize on the top half. But
one of the things you can do is place vision during that sort of time, right?
Exactly,
if we moved in here with above, you could have got some wards down. They've got a couple superficially placed just now, but nothing too monumental.
In 10 seconds, that vision could have been a pick right now before you take this fight.
100% agree with you there, Dagda. G2 will be able to take the Scuttle Crab, so they have a little bit of vision around the Baron pit at least. Now with 5 members of either team in this mid lane, Isma caught up, has a Guardian Angel on his shoulders to try and help him out. We're still on the biblical references I see. Is it Peter, is it Paul, who knows? As Gabriel, probably a better one. As G2 are forced back through mid. Lot looking for that flank position, about to go Mega Gnar, so he'll be trying to find an engage. Goes into that Mega. Chucks the boulder at Scumon's back, but doesn't really find too much more. G2 will want to wait out this Mega Gnar, and with the Demacian Standard coming over the wall, they know exactly where Lot is.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Lot was going to go for the hop over the wall.
Oh, it is! Goes in with a cycle and onto Hansama. Meanwhile, Jackie's down towards one side as pops. Caps his stopwatch. Isman's going to come back up with the GA. Kind of instinct in by Noah. Jackie's kills Hansama, and now it's all on Noah to try and put the team in his arc, but he can't do it. Good double knockup from LeBron. Scumon and Broken Blade, the only 2 left alive though, and Jackie still has the damage. Scumon will fall to Jackie's. The death ray is his death knell. Broken Blade catches the wave, and I think maybe a lack of damage now for Giant X. as they might turn their eyes towards the Baron, but Labrov and Broken Blade are still both up.
Jackie still has a lot of damage and a stopwatch, gonna need it.
Knocker, last breath onto Jackie, but he's damn tanky with the Rod of Ages. Jackie's pops the stopwatch Siphon Power, giving a little bit of a shield as well. Broken Blade falls to Isma. It's Jackie's that takes the kill. Isma gets Labrov. G2 thinking, if we can kill Jackie's, we can stop the Baron, but they can't do that.
The fact that Zhonya's wasn't used was crucial at the end of this, but you'll see this fight kick off. Isma flashing forward onto Hansama. Hansama trying to hold on to that ultimate to keep himself safe, but eventually forced to use it. Caps flashes with the shockwave on top of him to Sombrero, but only ends up hitting on towards Isma, who already has that GA as well, so he's back up in the fight. And then as this fight goes on, Broken Blade is just too low on the HP to really follow up on this. Jackie's there with consistent DPS is the difference maker. And even as the fight continues on, Broken Blade heals on the minion wave, but Jackie's was untouched in that fight, so he has that Zhonya's Hourglass. Baits in Broken Blade essentially to wait for Isma to come through, and then once it's committed, perfect timing on the stopwatch. And they're just about able to finish off Broken Blade and then get the follow-up on Labrov as well.
It's actually such a nice bait as well. Gravity Well on himself. Broken Blade dashes through Isma. As soon as he dashes back, he pops the stopwatch. Broken Blade gets stunned. Isma can finish off the kill before you come back up. We see Giant X picking up the Baron a minute 30 on Hex Soul for them. And now, how much can they do with this Baron buff? No tier 2s remain for G2, a 4,000 gold lead for Giant X. And what an upset to start off the weekend in Madrid this would be. The crowd there, people have traveled miles to be here. I saw flares outside the arena as well.
They have a brass band.
It's so cool, man. It's so cool. We'll see if Giant X can live up to their fans' expectations by taking down G2. I think the question does begin to arise, how strong are G2 right now as well? With the loss to BDS last week and a possible loss here against Giant X.
The combo is still there though. We just need that synchronization between them, and it hasn't been there on G2. And Noah is a prime target. He has no flash. It is only the killer instinct. The problem is Zhonya's Hourglass is now up and available for him. So you're still finding these moments that are tough for G2.
Labrov, man. Talk about the engaged possibility. Labrov on a flank of a lifetime. Block coming in as well. That's the Arcane Storm. Jackie's just on the front spot, front foot as he pops the stopwatch to avoid the shockwave. Labrov forced away. Caps the same, does have the teleport. Labrov should be able to escape this. Root landing only onto the clone there. Giant X, I mean, they forced the shockwave out of Caps, and they managed to catch Stewmond, who has a Guardian Angel. It's going to be resurrected in the middle of Giant X. It's all of the CC that they wanted to happen after he comes out, but still managed to take him down. Now there's a Drake to fight over, and G2 don't have their jungler.
And you still got Isma's engage as well, so G2 need to be so careful of Brav.
He has to use the quickness to try and escape, but he's locked up, and Jackie's with the Siphon Power. Noah takes it in the end. Hansama the next target for Giant X, and G2 are caught all out of sorts. Hansama's down as well. The soul secured. Caps on the front line as Jun slams him into a wall. Giant X proving that they're the better team with G at the start of their name.
It is rare that we see Caps start 3-0 in a game, and now maybe on the brink of losing said game. Giant X, they want to take it right here.
Caps and Broken Blade trying to defend. They have Shockwave, they have the last breath, but Jun is keeping them at bay. The killer instinct in by Noah. Stopwatch to avoid the damage from Caps. Giant X, take a bow in front of your fans. That was incredible.
I cannot believe it is Giant X who managed to take that game. It started off so poorly for them. Caps with the outplay and the solo kill in the mid lane. But they kept fighting. They refused to give up, and they outplayed G2 every step of the way.
I guess Giosa was right. G2 aren't making worlds. Giant X take them down. You can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Series votes. Lot, Noah, and Jun are your options. Incredible stuff all around from Giant X. G2 will be sorely disappointed with how they played today. So many moments that they could have won. So many moments that they should have won, I think you would say. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk, who are going to be joined by Jackie's in a moment's time.
That was crazy. That was
insane.
Wow! That was crazy! They did it! I can't believe it. And that wasn't an easy game to win.
Yeah. They actually skill checked G2.
They did?
They did, yeah. They skill checked G2 and won.
Ah, crazy. Jackie's is coming up here in just a little bit, but as you can see, he's all the way down there, right? So he has to make his way up here, but this is so incredible for GX. We talked so much about how for them, this weekend might be the single biggest challenge with the single biggest reward out of any team coming to Madrid. Half the work is done, Jack.
Yeah, and it was just so the breath of fresh air to watch them play. So much action, so much just like pure hyperactivity all across the map. A renewed Isma, Jun doing so many things, and a Jackie's that just won't be done. He had crazy good gameplay. It was so fun to watch. And man, I miss League of Legends with a big crowd.
Honestly, you just do so much better. And the fact that they're no longer cursed either. They've finally done it. This is how they get back on track, or at least it's a good start. And I think we wanted them to fix that late game. They fixed that late game here. It was a high-stake, intense situation.
Insane
in the
intense game.
We were at the edge of a seat, and they managed to claw it back.
Absolutely, Jackie's is coming up means we have to mention G2. The Yasuo, I guess it's just useless, Jack.
I mean, I think it didn't have the impact you would have wanted. It didn't really have a crazy CS lead from lane, and then later on, I don't know.
No, I agree, and I think if the Yasuo doesn't work in a spot like this where it had so many setups, it's not really going to work. And I think it's also a bad sign for a team like G2, because this is the draft that in the past, when you saw G2 with this, you thought, okay, GG, G2 draft lock-in, wombo combo, here we go. That's not what we're seeing currently.
And I feel like late game, when the pressure's on, it should be full G2 comfort zone. Yeah. But they didn't really do anything. They cross-mapped every Drake, but there wasn't really any cross-map. And they just kind of let GX do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, it really felt like GX just walked into a spot and kicked G2 out and just got the full area without G2 contesting them. So from my perspective, GX played with so much confidence. I haven't really seen them play like this before. It felt like maybe Spanish crowd buff, you know, maybe road trip buff. They were just like going in and they're like, this is our zone. We're fighting no matter what.
They're looking into sponsoring right now so they can just play in an arena again because...
this was sick.
But honestly, honorable mention, because there's so many players here you can highlight on GX. But honorable mention on Lot. I think he had to claw up the highest because he is really all the way down in the basement coming into today's matchup. And I think today he rise up on the stage, and I think it was actually very impressive against the best top laner in Europe.
That's true. I wouldn't have expected if you would have asked me to put my money on anyone that would like get better with the crowd. I would have said Jackie's probably over Lot, but he took it.
It was really surprising as well. I think Noah had a great Kai'Sa game. One of the few, like, a lot of times you see late game Kai'Sas, their ulti can be more of a curse than a blessing. They want to go a bit too deep, but Noah, he piloted beautifully, and he was always going in at the right time.
I'm so glad you said it, Jack, because I have a couple of memories of Noah that he wants to forget as well, right? When he had all the keys to winning a game, and he probably didn't have the impact that he would want. For him, we know he's a momentum player. We know he's a mental player, right? So I'm wondering what's going to happen next.
Yeah, dude, you know, it's a champion by the end of the day. He's lived and died by this champion before. So locking it in game 3, you're always at the edge of your seat. But my God, some of the team fights he played here, but multiple members are joining him. He finds an out with his ultimate. I mean,
that's crazy.
On, beautiful.
Hey, we want to talk to the winners, but as you can see, Jackie's is tending to the fans. So we're going to kick it over to a quick break. Maybe he makes his way over here after that. And then we'll also preview the second series of the day, which is the people who own the house, Koi versus Fnatic. We'll be right back from Madrid.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
One shot popping. He's one shot. Nice. Nice. Just get there. Yasuo, guys. Yasuo. I go. I go.
Orianna ult, Jarvan has ult. Play the fight, guys. Play the fight. Okay, the Nash. Play the fight. Get it. And Zarya flash, okay? Wait, Zarya's no?
Cheat that!
It's not over. Orianna has ult, okay? Kill them.
Nice!
We had to beep out a lot, Jackie's, but congratulations, man.
Thank you.
That was crazy. Unbelievable. I mean, you were like a different player here in the arena. What happened?
I have no idea. I feel like I came in and I'm playing like I have balls of steel or something. But it's maybe like enemy team is not punishing because I feel like even though it was G2, I don't want to disrespect them since we beat them, but I feel like they were playing very scared. Very, very scared. And we came here with a do-or-die situation, right? So we cannot play scared. So I guess it kind of helped us in the favor on the stage. So yeah, I'm happy we didn't play scared and actually fight.
Did the laning phase feel different versus Caps than it usually does? Because
it looked different.
Well, I died level 4 and he was 1 HP, you know? That's like his classic. That's his classic. But I would say for sure first game, I think he played way more defensive. Very scared of ganks, and I heard he died to a gank that was on ward or something. But I don't know. I can't say. Caps just played very defensive today. I think tomorrow he will not do it again.
Yeah.
I don't think he should.
Doesn't matter, he got the W.
He can do it against, I don't care.
But also, this must be an insane place to do it. You're probably going to remember this for a very long time. I haven't seen this many GX fans in one area before in a long time. How's it been with this entire support?
I mean, the fans are for sure amazing. I expected fans, but didn't this much fans, you know? So I'm very happy. We pulled off the win in front of everyone, right? And yeah, I mean, the stage is amazing. First time playing on a big stage like this, so I'm excited for tomorrow already.
Yeah, you look like a different team. It's crazy. And tomorrow you're up versus Koi in our match of the week.
That's a banger.
I gotta say, they told me it was the match of the week, and before the week I was like, that's the match of the week. But now,
match of the week.
No, I'm in. I'm all in. Jack, I mean, what a performance by GX and by Noah.
Yeah, I think Noah and Lot, for me, they stepped up big time. I think Lot especially, I was really worried about him into BB. I thought he would kind of get gapped every game, to be honest. But he was not only holding his own, even in Game 1 and Game 3, he was way more useful in BB.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, I think, honestly, every single player of our team, I think June finally got back to his form.
Yeah.
I feel like in the games before, it wasn't the June we know, you know? And I have to say, Noah today was a complete different beast.
Yeah.
I was kind of scared that Noah will be nervous, you know? But to be fair, Noah was probably the calmest in the team.
Yeah.
Calmest in the team, saying, guys, come down, I will carry these fights. Wow. And he did, you know? And I have to, if I want to hype up Isma, because I think today Isma was a complete different beast, especially in comms, so just want to say well played to him.
Yeah, I felt like when we were looking at those comp snippets we had, but you heard it the whole time, I feel like that guy had a chip on his shoulder a little bit, Jackies. Could you feel it disintegrating as you won that game?
I mean, he wanted to prove himself for sure, and I think he started very well today, so I'm happy for him.
But we already saw a little bit of it when you were playing against KC. That was a very close series as well. This time around, you're also bringing out more carry champions for Isma. Do you feel like this lack of time and preparation you had because of Isma coming in so, late, is finally coming into place with all the practice you've been able to get over the course of spring?
I mean, it's for sure that... I completely lost track. Anyway, it's for sure that the beginning was kind of tough for us, but I would say I don't want to use it as an excuse, because for me it's an excuse. I think what changed the most is the way we use scrims, and we kind of decided to change our game plan and playstyle, because what we tried to bring with Isma was what worked with Closer. But Closer and Isma are personality-wise very different players, so we could not do that. So I think we finally found our play, and I think it's working out so far.
It is. There's also a little side competition that we have. Of course, you want to win to make the playoffs in LEC, but since you're only 4 teams here, we made a King of Madrid tournament. You're currently winning.
We are number one.
Congratulations. You get more points if you would have beaten them 2-0, though, but it's fine. This could be you.
Could be me.
Yeah.
Now even more motivation.
But would it be cool, because we do see this a little bit as a mini tournament almost, right? It's like all these teams have a lot of different storylines, and the one we had for you for Giant X was you have the hardest challenge out of any team here, but you could walk away with the biggest reward. Do you feel the same?
I mean, I for sure feel the same, right? Like for us, it's as I said, it's a do or die situation. For these teams, they don't want to lose into a last place team, you know? Like they have more to lose than us. Like we are just here to prove ourselves, because I think even though we are on the scoreboards, probably, like, I don't know how we are now, but we were last before we came.
You're still last, I think.
Okay.
Let me see.
Sucks.
But you're almost King of Madrid, so.
We're almost King of Madrid. But yeah, anyway, like these teams don't want to lose to a last place team on a stage in front of 9K people, you know? And I feel like even though we are last, I think still we can be a very strong team with the players we have, and yeah, it's only goes up from here.
Yeah, I want to talk about the next match a little bit as well.
Yeah, Fnatic versus MKoi. What do you think about that one?
I think it's a Fnatic 2-0.
Yeah?
Why?
I think I'm sorry to people here, but I think it's a Fnatic 2-0, but maybe I'm a bit biased because I still respect Humanoid to a certain level.
Yeah?
And
you say that like nobody else does. I still respect him to a certain level.
Yeah.
I know nobody else does.
I don't know very well. But yeah, I think for me, Fnatic is... I mean, of course, like on this stage, it's a complete different game, right? As we saw today, so... I don't know, for me, it's still Fnatic 2-0.
But what is it that makes you have less trust in MKoi?
Because for me... Okay, I feel like Jojopin was already choking already in Berlin.
Oh.
And now, since there is... I think, same as Isma, he has a big chip on his shoulder. And since I said this, he can either prove himself, right? And then I will apologize on Twitter if he wants. You know? For me, he has to prove himself way more.
I love it. That's a great take. We also wanted to look at the junglers a bit, of course. They're Spanish. How can we not? So you're talking about Elyoya versus Razork. I don't know if Razork reads a lot of social media, but Inspired had a couple of things to say about him. From NA, he's saying that he thinks that Razork is nothing. It's not very good way to
kind of throws away all his leads.
What do we think?
I mean, I really like Razork. I'm more hesitant on Elyoya, to be honest.
Okay.
I feel like he hasn't really shown that much. Of course, Razork, he does have poor games, but he also has crazy good games. Some of his Vi games, some of his Maokai games, where he's just completely unleashed.
Yeah, this is completely unprompted, by the way. Inspired in an interview.
Nobody asked.
For no reason, actually.
Yeah. I don't know, it's interesting, but I think this also informs kind of why I think this is a super important weekend for both of the junglers, right? Because you have Elyoya, who, this is his project basically, right? He had a lot to do with knowing what this team wanted to look like, and then you have Razork, who now again has a team. This is a team that should win an LEC.
No, yeah, absolutely. It's a disappointment if they don't win it. You don't. Okay, obviously you will not say that. Sitting here. Yes, but I think it would be a massive disappointment with a Fnatic roster that looks like this. Do not win a title.
Okay, you disagree. Why is that?
Well, you said Fnatic should win LEC, no?
A team like this with these players.
Okay, team like this I could see, but I also know the upset rap sheet or something. So
what's that?
That it doesn't win, no, or something. I
I didn't say it. Damn.
Do you think upset is the problem?
Okay, now you're just like baiting me for I said a lot.
The longer you stay here, the longer you get baited. 2 minutes until we get to the walkouts. Do you still have 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Or need to go? I don't know either. They said you have to go sign a lot of things. How has the experience been for you? Like,
I mean, for me, for sure, the build-up to coming to this, and honestly, even the playing now since we won, amazing experience. Like, I can't even though I'm a bit biased because I'm here, but I have to say, amazing for sure. The meet and greets at the Gran Via thing. I don't know, I'm just excited. I think the Spanish community is like proving themselves. You know?
Yeah, they are a little bit broken. Like, it's insane. Also, the music that the Giant X fans are playing, it's crazy because we know that you have crazy algorithm, right? But now you actually also have crazy play on stage. So we're happy for it. So, any last notes about this match then? He says he thinks a 2-0 for Fnatic. I don't think that's the opinion of all of you.
I think 2-1 Fnatic.
Yeah.
I also think Fnatic is definitely favored. Maybe they can choke a little bit on stage, or maybe like the thing with Fnatic is like usually you just expect them to do better than they do.
Yeah.
But for me, MKoi just don't have any, like Soup and Alvaro are fine. Jojo's kind of like, eh. Elyoya's like, eh. Mirwin has been really good and then not so good. So it's just like it's not many things that MKoi really make me excited about.
No, but I think that's the reason they need it, because like if you just take a look at last weekend, it was really disappointing watching them play, not just as a team, but at an individual level. And if there's anything GX have shown right now is that you can struggle, but you can come into this with a mental reset with your fans in the back, and you can prove yourself. And the high highs of MKoi has been crazy. I could see them win this.
It's true, but the coin flips both ways, right? As Jackie says, Jojo, rough time. He's a guy that needs to make an impact for MKoi to work, and this is it, right? It's do or die. When they had the biggest reward and the biggest challenge, MKoi also has a really big challenge and insane embarrassment.
I mean,
an insane, like, negative aura if they lose 2
fair,
matches.
I think you guys had quite a bit more fans than G2, but I think I've seen like 2 Fnatic jerseys and like 2,000 MKoi jerseys. So if there's gonna be a 6-man, it's definitely gonna be on MKOi's side.
Sorry, they're talking to me. I think they're looking for Jackie's. Is that correct?
Well, he's here. If you need him, he's here.
Yeah, I think you need to go. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
thank you for
You need
having
to go
me.
see your fans.
Okay, that's perfect.
We'll
Thank
see
you
you
very much.
tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, Roadshows are just the best, man.
Oh, they for
Get
sure
players
are.
up to the desk in front of the crowd. It's crazy. So let's get back to this matchup then.
Yeah.
He seems to think he was giving Humanoid some credit, and I was making a joke, but I do think that Humanoid, who I also haven't been too happy with like last year, he's been trending upwards quite a bit. And coming into this mid lane matchup, that could be important. And we know he's a big game player.
I do think I hold him maybe to a bit of a higher standard that I've noticed, because like, he's always consistently one of the best mid laners, but it's just I know that he can be so much better.
Look.
And I really wish that he took that step up to be someone like Vladdy that could like consistently go against Caps and beat him.
Yeah.
Now just Jackie's do the same, but you know.
Yeah, I
in
think
general.
it's
Everybody's
what you
beating
use it
Caps.
consistently, because I don't think he's consistently always as good as Humanoid can be, right? I think, yeah, and I think that's the problem. Like
You're so
sometimes-
frustrated
yes,
watching it. It's like you could be
Yes,
so
it's
good.
like I've seen you be so good. Like I think was it Worlds 2022 where like first week I'm like, my God, this is like the best mid laner in the first week.
Yeah.
And then like I always think of that when I think this is the same player I'm watching if I see a low floor. But I will say Spring for Humanoid has been really good.
Yeah.
I think he left Winter with a disappointment, but he's been on it in Spring.
If we talked about the Spanish in the jungle, let's do the same thing for the top lane. We have Mirwin versus Oscar, and I think it's interesting to see the kind of the arc of Mirwin in general, because he came in being the X Factor, the Joker, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's been allowed to or consistently doing that as much, like making that difference for MKoi, but is that just because of they're trying to figure it out now, right? What works? So they need something stable?
I mean, there are like, it's hard for me to say. There's struggles in the team, right, with Melset being gone, and I think
Good point.
they're like not really finding fully their identity. Maybe with Jojo coming in, they expected maybe more of a carry player in mid lane, but Jojo is more facilitating for Elioya, but Elioya's not really playing carries. It's a messy situation where I'm not really sure who's going to step up, and Mirwin hasn't been doing it.
I just wanted to explain, we were talking to Skane earlier,
Yeah.
right? And he said, he reminded us that Melzed is on paternity leave, right?
Yeah.
So he can't be there with the team, and he said that that has a big influence on some of the players, particularly Jojo Pyun in the mid lane in terms of the connection he has with the players and how he wants his players to play the game. That is hard.
Yeah, and I also think you can read a bit in between the lines of what Jackie said, that probably MKoi scrims haven't been going the best. And
But GX was doing
GX
horrible.
beat G2.
Yeah.
So anything can happen, obviously. And I would love to see that the crowd goes insanely wild for MKoi.
Yeah.
It's just like, even for Giant X, I felt like they had something more up their sleeve that they could take out, while MKoi just haven't really shown it to me
No,
recently.
the main problem is not even like as a team, and I think they faltered, but individually I think they faltered. With GX, it was like I started seeing a steady improvement, and I could highlight small things where I thought, this is getting better, you can build upon that. If Elioya hasn't gotten by, or something that starts everything, and his team follows up, I've not seen them be able to be on the same page as often, and I think that's a big problem for a team where we always say they're at the best when mid-jungle support works, and if that can't happen consistently, that's not good for the team.
And normally I would say like Mirwin would be the difference maker, but his series against Vitality was just atrocious. He was completely gapped, struggling so hard, and it was just like sad to see. And Oscar, who I know you're a hater of, I think
she's
is
pointing at her,
actually,
you.
Yeah, I think Oscar is actually very good.
Well, I didn't say he was bad.
Well, you implied it.
No,
So,
I just said,
I don't think Mirwin's going to do great
listen,
against Oscar.
the Gnar thing is still in my head.
Yeah, we know
and
it
it's
is.
also still in
But
his
you know
head.
what Humanoid did in that game that was actually worse was the bot lane Silas
True.
play. That was even, actually
true.
it wasn't worse.
No, it was both Omega bad.
Yeah.
Guys, it's a couple weeks ago by now, and I think that going into this game, Fnatic has definitely improved a lot.
We've got a couple of bets as well, by the way, I think.
Really?
I'm trying to remember, because there was Grabs, I think, that was going to sing in front of all the fans of Fnatic Lost.
Oh yeah, he posted on Twitter.
I
Yeah.
believe. Sure, Orange and lead a Fnatic chant. But if we win, you're leading the Koizitos and the Koiz on mic in hand, front and center. Deal. So Grabs in a Koi shirt, singing "If Fnatic lose," I'd like to see it.
Oh, I love a good bet. This is the best.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I lose most of them myself.
That's true.
I drank out of Finn shoes with a Red Bull.
What?
Yes, you've
Yeah,
never seen that?
wait, you told me you liked that afterwards.
No, hold on, that is a lie. She is lying on broadcast. Fake news. But yeah, it was luckily just his game day shoes, so he didn't wear it often. But
Yeah, you told me you wish he was wearing them the whole day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
GV.
Also, Finn
GV.
has a bet he still hasn't resolved. He had to eat rotten fish on broadcast, so we have to remind him of that.
That just sounds unhealthy.
No, surströmming. It's not rotten fish, but it's essentially kind of the same.
Yeah.
Is it something from Denmark or
No,
what?
it's from Sweden. Oof, we wouldn't create such a thing. Don't
I
say that
know.
to me.
They created you, so. Anyways, we're about a minute away, I think, from the walk-ins. By the way, I mean, shout out to the Spanish crew as well. This is, again, you know, for people just tuning in, we are just guests here, and we're very thankful to be the guests of Movistar Koi, who've set up this whole thing. We have Jamie Melado, who's going to be downstairs doing the hype introduction. He has to run from up here down there, so that's why it takes a little bit.
Yeah, but I really hope other teams, like the big teams that's been in the league for a long time, like G2 and Fnatic, is looking at this and saying,
called out.
Yeah, but come on, like, Koi, KC, new kids of the block, they've come in, they arrange these things. You have to up the bar.
It's a great point, because we said it before, right? But this is how, if you have been watching MKoi, if you became a fan because of any of these things, it might be Ibai, it might be the team, it might be any of the personalities, you come here and you make those memories, you're a fan for life.
Yeah.
That's what arenas do.
For sure, and it's so memorable, both for the fans and the players, and even for us. I think this will be a moment to remember.
I make so much fun.
Yes, watching that game 3, and that was like supposed to be the stomp, you know, like the boring game. And it was just delivered, and it makes me so excited for this game and what it'll show
It was
today.
true. I've been counting the Fnatic shirts, by the way, there's tons. There's actually tons.
Really?
It's just, I mean, not comparatively to the MKoi
so it still kind of works.
We don't have any on this side, I think.
I've seen some, for sure.
I mean, there for sure are, but
yes,
numbers-wise, they're outnumbered.
Yeah, we're still waiting for MKoi to give us the sign-off that we can go to the introduction. There's a lane we haven't talked about, and I think it's quite interesting. We've got Upset and Mickey, of course, versus Supa and Alvaro, and I think in the same vein as we're lacking something from Movistar Koi, Supa and Alvaro as well, because I think Alvaro, for me, oftentimes has been the best player on that roster.
Yeah.
Can they parlay that into this lane?
I mean, the thing is, I do like Alvaro, but I don't fully believe that he's the best support in the league. I'm not fully on that high.
I don't think
I didn't say you said that, but it's just you said a lot of people say he's the best support in the league.
No, I said I think he's the best player on that team. You're not listening.
Sorry.
You should listen to women.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm interrupting something in the middle here.
Okay, well, I don't. Well, I'm just gonna say my opinion.
Yes, please.
I don't think Alvaro's the best
That's
support.
what you're getting paid for.
Yeah.
So.
But when I look at these
Wait,
two
you just
bot
said
lanes,
Alvaro's the best support in the league?
I said I don't think. Okay.
Okay.
Supa Alvaro. Upset Mickey on the other side.
Yeah.
I'm taking Upset Mickey every time of the week.
Why?
I just feel like they're going to gap them in the 2v2. They're going to have more pressure. And at the end of the day, Upset has looked great. He's just looked great. Very little critique I can have of him.
Yeah, I agree with the Upset part. I will say, Mickey has had some slip-ups every now and then in laning phase.
Yeah.
2v2, they messed up soon. I think we're doing it.
I think we're doing it. The crowd is getting louder. And I think it's time. Is it time? It is! Let's go!
Si el primer partido ha sido espectacular, preparaos para lo que se viene. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Bueno, vamos al lío. Hoy jugamos en casa. Un equipo que se plantó en la final de la LEC en su primer split, que nos representó a España y a Europa en su primer mundial, con 4 españoles y con un entrenador español. Y este año va por más. Damas y caballeros, fuerte aplauso para Movistar Koi. Le conocen como el cocinero, el de la Champions Pool Infinita, el terror de la top lane. Bill Francisco, el líder del equipo, el de los paseos, Javier Prades, ¡el Yoya! América para barrer Europa en la midlane. ¡Yoya Pure! Los mejores AD Carries del mundo, el jugador más pecho caliente que existe en la LEC, desde Murcia, Supa. Parece tímido, parece bueno, pero este tío es un terror en la grieta. Si le ves, flasheas como support. ¡Álvaro! Ha sido el cerebro en la sombra, pero ahora le toca a Villar al frente. Esta vez toma el timón de Movistar Koi, el único francés que me cae bien como entrenador. Hoy jugamos en casa y no está, como ya sabéis, porque el cerebro de todo esto, el alquimista, ha sido padre. Pero por favor, quiero un fuerte aplauso a Melcet, que se merece más que nadie el reconocimiento que le está viendo en casa y que esta victoria de estos chavales que van a tener hoy va a ir para él. Enfrente, uno de los equipos con más historia en los esports. Este año tienen un roster con el que quieren tocar lo más alto y, como no puede ser de otra manera, con una gran representación española. Damas y caballeros, el equipo naranja, Fnatic. Es uno de los mejores top laners de Europa. Talento, frescura y dominancia. Desde España, Oscarini. Doing this all day. I've been laying low and getting to some plays with the bros. People hitting me about so and so, but say it ain't so. I've been out the way, I stay away from stunting the growth. Cause a pro's got a pro, it's all under control. Hey, yeah, get ready, be there around 10. It's on me, don't matter to spend. Para muchos, el mejor jungla de Europa y uno de los del mundo. Es una cachorrita muy, muy mala. Juega en casa desde Madrid. ¡Razón!
Hey. From the enemies, they six in a hole. Cause the pros got a pro, it's all under control. Yeah. And she got sick of her friends. Yeah. Pulling up, getting this Benz. I like my women just like my money, I make them extend. Tokyo stacking my yen, smoke a little perk, get out of my head. A year ago I couldn't get out of my bed. Yeah, I've been putting off my dad. Been putting off my dad.
Uy, el que viene. Este tío cuando activa el modo playoffs es imparable en la mid lane. ¡Humano!
People hitting me about so and so, but say it ain't so. I've been out the way, I stay away from stunting the growth. Cause the pros got a pro, it's all under control. Hey, yeah, get ready, be there around 10. It's on me, don't matter the spend. Barbed up, but I'm not your Ken. Make waves, I'll follow your trends. Diamond in the rough, I'm an uncut gem. In the mix like untouched stems. Up on the web, I can
Jugó aquí en Madrid, en España, la final de 2018 frente a Fnatic. Hoy viste su camiseta y quiere darle la vuelta a la tortilla. De AD Carry.
She got sick of her friends, yeah. Pulling up, getting this Benz. I like my women just like my money, I make them extend. Tokyo stacking my yen, smoke a little perk, get out of my head. A year ago I couldn't get out of my bed. Yeah, I've been putting off my dad. Been putting off my dad. Damn right, yeah, I said what I said. Playboy, I'm seeing all red. Get it back to the head like Glenn. I would never stress, no way. Gonna always shed. Maybe I'm always ready. Doing this all day. I've been laying low.
El especialista de los supos de Europa quiere seguir haciendo historia. Miguelito.
From the enemies, they six in a hole. Cause the pros got a pro, it's all under control. Yeah. And she got sick of her friends. Yeah. Pulling up, getting this Benz. I like my women just like my money, I make them extend. Tokyo stacking my yen, smoke a little perk, get out of my head. A year ago I couldn't get out of my bed. Yeah, I've been putting off my dad. Been putting off my dad. Damn right, yeah, I said what I said. Playboy, I'm seeing all red.
Con la visión de un líder y la precisión de un estratega, llega Fnatic para dejar su huella. Hoy también juega en casa de entrenador.
Yeah, get ready, be there around 10. It's on me, don't matter the spend. Barbed up, but I'm not your Ken. Make waves, I'll follow your trends. Diamond in the rough, I'm an uncut gem. In the mix like untouched stems. Up on the web, I can f*** some Gwens. Smoking MJ2 on the freeway, getting through the Monday blues. All week, even on Sunday too. I'ma ride through the city like a subway dude. My new model on the runway too.
Madrid es un partido en fase regular, pero esto parece una puta final. Damas y caballeros, que arranque este Movistar Koi contra Fnatic.
Well, here we go. Fnatic versus Koi for our second series of the day. And what a series it's going to be. You can see the crowd going crazy. And us here in Berlin enjoying it every step of the way. Dagda, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm excited. Like, regardless of whether you're actually in the crowd, you can see how hyped everyone is for this. Yeah. And this is going to be such a sick matchup. And especially after we just had a big old upset, I'm ready to see what way this one's going to pan out.
2 upsets today, apparently. It took me like 30 seconds to get the first joke in the cast. But I think that's easy to get ready for the action. I think the thing that we have to ask ourselves is, where do we rank Fnatic now that G2 is slumping? And Carmine Corp is slumping a little bit as well, let's not forget that. And where do we rank Koi? Because I think a lot of people going into last week would have said Koi are 4th best team in the league. G2, Fnatic, and Carmine Corp are fighting for the top 3, right? Now, to me at least, Fnatic have been the most consistently good team in our league since their loss to SK, right? And I know that sounds weird, but apart from the loss to SK, they've looked really good.
Yeah, I think the thing that fills me with hope for Fnatic is that like we're going to go on and on about it, and you're going to be fed up with it, is Duffman seems to actually be bringing their mid-game under control. And I think that has always been the point where people have struggled to see what Fnatic are going to be able to achieve, but it really does feel like they're getting an understanding of how to set up the side lanes correctly, how they want to try and approach objectives, these kind of things that are so fundamental to them becoming one of, if not the best team in the league. And I think if we get to see that more and more, especially as we get into towards playoffs, it feels inevitable that they will just become the best team as KC and G2 are slumping. But I think there is always that external pressure of, well, that can always change on the flip of a dime. Like KC feel like they're kind of struggling a bit after first stand, where it's kind of that hangover effect of we have played so many games. We haven't really had a break. It feels like we've been going non-stop. So I think KC will eventually be able to flip it back on. And I think it will take time for G2 to see where they end up landing. But it does feel if Fnatic can now confidently ride this split into a split victory, it is hard then to not look at them as the best, if not at least top 2.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And split victory, you're talking regular season, obviously, rather than playoffs, because if they win playoffs, they're the best
Obviously,
team in the usually best team in the league. There is the Fnatic of it all when we talk about it, where they've consistently been good over the last few years, but never great. Haven't won a title since 2018, where Upset actually lost to them in Madrid, which is quite.
It goes full circle.
Is it Madrid or Barcelona? Anyway, 2018 finals. I think it may have been Barcelona. Anyway. Or maybe it was Madrid. But Koi, on the other hand, going back to their home in Madrid, they've set up the whole event. We've already seen Giant X have a huge home field advantage in the first series. I think for them, they are a good enough team, a good enough set of 5 players to beat Fnatic on a good day. I'm not sure if current form, this Koi beats this Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to come in and say, oh yeah, I'm expecting Koi to win. I do think last week we kind of got to see how Vitality shutting down Elyoya shut down a lot of what Koi wanted to do. And I think that's where, when I look at Fnatic, they've consistently had these strong early games. Upset feels like he's firing on all cylinders. And then when you get in towards, hey, we understand how we want to try and play through that mid game as well, that's where I struggle to see what they can do. I think your best bet is to try and find something that is kooky for Mirren in the top side, to try and throw Oscar in and off tempo, or off his regular pace. And then you can kind of look to feed that into a lot of their successes.
I think also the question is, as we have a small delay as a mouse is getting swapped out on stage, maybe they needed a different type of mouse, a different species. Maybe they
Mickey
had a rat there.
Minnie.
And yeah, that's really good. I really like that. Mickey versus Minnie. Please don't sue us, Disney. I think part of the question is I agree with you that having Mirwin on something creative gives Koi another arrow in their quiver. However, I haven't felt they've needed Mirwin to really go outside of the box to win games this split. It feels like they've become more of a complete team.
I definitely agree, but I actually think that Mirren is the best performing player on the team.
Okay. So
it's more of a, hey, enable the person that I think has had the best time. Like when I look back at his Rumble, great game on the Rumble. His Varus was sick. Some of his Aurora games have been a bit in between, but he's like looked pretty decent across the board with it. So I think it's less so like when I say kooky, maybe it's more enable carry picks for him in the top side, and whether they are a bit off meta like an Aurora or a Varus, cool, but give him the tools to be the carry.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think that saying Mirwin on something creative helps them win the game is wrong in any way. I'm just saying they've managed to win without him having to be on creative things as well. It's a different opposition. Obviously, things change. For Fnatic, do you think it is a lot of focus on Upset and Mickey still? Upset is having a very, very good split on Fnatic so far?
Yeah, I think it's still a certain extent down around that bottom side and trying to enable them, but I think the thing that actually makes Fnatic most dangerous is that I feel like they are less reliant on one thing. I think there is a little bit of, hey, Humanoid, please don't beat, which is great, but he has also stepped up massively, and I think that is a lot of the team understanding how to better play around different parts of the map, where it feels way less so like, hey, we need to feed to get kills or get control for Humanoid, to put Humanoid into a winning side lane that we can then overload in the mid game and win through that, and Humanoid has to be the one that's making the calls. Now it feels like they are much better enabled in, hey, even if we don't have this incredibly strong early game, we can actually just play it through, hey, Upset understands how to take control of mid-wave. We understand how Razork and Mickey are better able to take that pressure from mid-wave and then lean it into sides or lean it into vision, and understanding what the different roles of the different players are in the mid-game. And I think that's why I'm far more impressed with Fnatic now, is because it doesn't feel like they are a one-trick team, which is overload for Humanoid. It's, hey, we have multiple different weapons in our artillery. We understand what the current state of the game is, what is the best way for us to close this game out, and then how to facilitate that as well, because those were kind of the missing parts. It was the what do we need to do to win the game, and then how do we get there, were two things Fnatic always struggled to answer.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. And I think having Mickey in definitely helps that. Duffman, we've already talked about a lot for mid-game, helps that a ton. We'll see if Fnatic can fight against that home court advantage that MKOI have.
I do still think, though, there is a certain amount of reliance from Fnatic on specific picks in their draft. And I think a lot of that is in the mid-game, which is like, in the mid lane, like Humanoid on Yone or Humanoid on Taliyah. I think these are kind of two big picks for them. Even to a certain extent, the Azir, which we haven't seen as much, but it still feels to me like they are somewhat reliant on these picks so that then they can play off of kind of that control for Razork more so, where he feels comfortable to open up in the map, where Mickey feels comfortable moving towards the mid lane as well. And I think if you have less of that control, that's where they can start to struggle. Because even when you think of the Vitality game where they won, but it was the Aurelion Sol game for Humanoid, he just didn't have that same level of control. It was great when it got to the later portion. But it's like those early stages can be tough if Humanoid is not on comfort.
Well, we are going to get into the draft. I see as well they were doing the slow clap. We unfortunately can't hear the crowd, so apologies if they did something really cool and we just talked over it. Because we can't hear exactly what's going on. Looked like a very good start to the first draft of this best of three between MKOI and Fnatic. Kalista and Poppy banned away. Fnatic going to get rid of the Yone themselves alongside Vi for the first two bans.
I imagine it's going to be Maokai to round it out as well, just to try and make sure you're safe. Now, Yoi is still a big Ivern player, so you can still have some tree threats in this composition, but Barra's actually going to be taken away, so I think the Maokai, pretty strong in this position, and just getting that comfort level for yourself.
I mean, it would make a lot of sense, right? Put Elio on something that he can have a lot of impact on. Instead, Rumble is the first lock. We've seen some Gallios played into this, originating from BB last year, I think, but Oscar has played it as well. If you go Grasp, you not unkillable, but pretty hard to kill by the Rumble, because that magic shield as well on the shield of Durand. I wonder if Fnatic would look towards the Taliyah Maokai here, though. Does give you good CC, gives you a good ability to lock down an opponent, and then the damage is a little lacking. You want some damage from your AD carry. I think Taliyah doesn't have the best damage output overall.
Yeah, like she's definitely better than she was when she initially got released with the mini rework, but she's still not 100%. But yeah, I think going towards Maokai here makes a lot of sense, and then you can follow up with the Galio in this last rotation, because even though you're like, hey, we kind of need that little bit of extra damage coming through. Oh, okay. I was going to say the extra damage coming through in that AD carry roll, I think there's still enough up left and available that even two bans tossed that direction will be fine. Like, you've still got Ezreal, there's Xayah, there's Caitlyn, so there's other things that can still operate in that role, right?
I think it's enough things you can go to for AD carries at the moment that it's very hard to pinch out unless you see 3 or 4 bans on the first rotation and then a couple on the second rotation. Taliyah Pantheon is the combo for Fnatic. MKOI are going Neferi. Okay, 4 wins, 2 losses here in the LEC. Very powerful pick. Can be flex mid, importantly, I will say that, although expect to see Elioya on it in the jungle. With the Ari, we're definitely going to see it in the jungle. So very, I was going to say canine. It's a very canine mid-jungle combination, a fox and a dog, you know?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. But I think the interesting part for me is the amount of control the solo laners offer to this Neferi to actually start rolling, right? And I think this is the problem that I have with Neferi in a lot of games we've seen her in LEC, is like, you don't have the setup to enable her. Be like, hey, we can invade, I can play off of the strong mid lane that has CC to enable me, and now against the Taliyah, which is relatively low mobility, I think you're in a great spot here as Movistar Koi to just go, right, we're all in on mid-jungle, we're playing around this top half of the map, we're looking for invades, we're going to try and get into Razork's face and put this Pantheon behind early off of the pressure that you have, because there's a lot of stuff that can kind of manage against Rumble, but unless you're just going to slam the Jace here for Oscarina, which I'd be surprised at, there's little that can just take over in the matchup against it.
Yeah, very true, especially with the Galio being banned away. It becomes a lot harder to deal with that Rumble. MF and Xayah removed by Fnatic, we are falling further down into Super's picks. Could look towards something like the Zeri that we have seen from him before. Can, of course, still go, Corki. Although I do think Corki's a little bit of a bait on most recent patches. It's,
fair actually. Yeah.
Pretty low win rate overall. I know win rate doesn't mean everything.
Do you think Jhin would be useful here?
Oh, see, here's the thing with Jhin. It's very much a U champ, you know? Oh, Warwick. Okay. Oscar winning, laying down the gauntlet in the top lane. Warwick picked up. He's going to try and out-sustain the Rumble.
I mean, I can definitely see it. You have especially running barrier, like your early trade levels are really strong and getting control over that lane. It's kind of the focus point that we were saying was, hey, you want to try and play through this top side of the map to ensure yourself that you're in a decent position. So the Warwick going to be able to take over in that lane is going to be fantastic and make things a little bit more difficult for Elyoya to just go for these invades.
It'll be a little bit harder for him. There's the Corki and the Rel though in the bottom lane. So Super still deciding Corki is okay. We did see a Fiddlesticks there for a second for Mickey, and Fiddlesticks support is something that's starting to make its way around. Solo queue and the like. Alistair is the lock in the end though, so a little bit more CC, good into the Rel, something we've seen a few times. Well, I say a few, we've seen a lot. Alistair into Rel is a tried and true, not counter pick, but a nullifying pick, I would say.
Yeah, and I think it'll do fine here. I think all you really want is something that can start a fight, and Alistair can do that just fine, especially if he has a flash. Excuse me, sorry. I think there's a lot of ways that he can get in towards Movistar Koi and just cause an absolute ruckus. So, as Fnatic, it's definitely a case of trying to enable Oscar in to win his solo lane and then try and play in towards fights where it's just lock down key carries and assassinate them with the Warwick, the seismic shoves, the Kaisa there to help out. Whereas in the opposite side for Movistar Koi, definitely a early game that they want to try and play extensively through, using the Fury's pressure, using the Ahri's pressure, try and get into the face of Razork, and then eventually snowball that into a very strong lead, because like Corki starts to fall off in the later portion of the game. So Ahri, similar position, Neferi, similar position if she's not ahead. So Movistar Koi really need to get the ball rolling early, and this was kind of what they struggled with against Vitality, so we'll have to see if it's been an improvement.
In the battle of the Spanish junglers, who is going to come out on top? Razork, of all the Spanish players to ever play in the LEC, has the most kills, the most games, and still no titles on his shelf. Elyoya obviously picked one up with the Mad Lions back in the day. I'm sure Razork will want to add that little addition to his trophy cabinet. And Koi starting up towards the top side, most likely just looking for vision. Elyoya on the Neferi. I mean, level 1 isn't great. You don't really have any CC. I mean, you have no CC on the Neferi generally anyway, but you don't really want Jojo to have to take Charm level 1 to try and get some damage down, whereas the Pantheon can start with his goal shield. What's it? The W. The stun. I can't remember what it's called, and that's going to frustrate me forever.
Pantheon?
Yeah, Pantheon stun.
Is it Aegis something, or no?
No. Golden Aegis is what I was thinking, but I'm pretty sure that's something else. Anyway, you can talk about stuff while I look that up, Rob.
Not too much kind of happening. Fnatic just starting to try and go in, get some vision down in the early stages of the game, so then they can spot out exactly what this Neferi is up to. And this is kind of to be expected. Alvaro trying at the moment to sweep out any of that vision that may have been placed, but actually I don't think a ward was placed in the end. Yeah, so it looks like they won't find anything. And they should have an idea that Elyoya is starting on this bottom side regardless. So I think it's just going to be a case of trying to track Elyoya to make sure he's not looking for these invades and annoying the Pantheon.
Shield Vault, by the way. And Aegis Assault is the E, which is probably where you're getting the Aegis from. Oscar in here, it's more about sustaining than anything else in this lane. You can put some pressure down. It is barrier, as you said, Rob, with the lethal tempo as well. But yeah, you're just trying to keep yourself topped up in the lane and then put some pressure down onto the Rumble. We do have a pause coming out. And we're on the gambling gun sound, which is great. Yep, get away from that. Thank you very much. Get away from that. We'll see exactly what's happened with the pause.
Yeah, I think the biggest question mark for me around this Warwick is how do you play around them in the mid game? Because I think a lot of people, obviously you've gone barrier, but that just changes so much of your game plan when it gets to that mid game point, because you kind of always need to have this Warwick positioned towards the part of the map that you're trying to play, which oftentimes means a lot of rotations happening in the mid game, and also way higher value on things like Humanoid's teleport. Because although he is on the Tilly and he can try and use that wall to get to fights, if we are going for a play in the bot lane and this Tilly is on top side, that Weaver's Ball is going to do basically nothing.
Yeah.
So you really have to be careful with Fnatic how you play this. And I think, to me, this says more about Fnatic's confidence in the work that they've been putting in, that they're like, hey, no, we can play down a very advantageous TP, and a TP that oftentimes can pull you back out of a bad situation. So I'm now going to be keeping a huge eye on, like, how are Fnatic setting up in this mid game if the war gets a lead to then cover all their bases and continue playing through those.
Do you think you can follow a teleport with Jaws of the Beast? I've never seen it happen, but technically when you hold down the Q, you can follow people through dashes.
I think that it was actually like changed specifically because it was happening where people were backing and you'd use the Q on them and then you'd follow them to the base.
But I don't know if it's just happened for basing or whether it's happened with teleports as well.
I think there's like a set distance you can't follow.
I mean, that makes sense. That would make sense. It would be really funny if you do like the older Kali E's, right? Where you would just follow someone across the entirety of the map. But
it's also much faster, is the thing, because you just do it immediately.
It's a timing thing, man. If you can frame perfect it, you deserve to be able to speed run
actually,
to the bot
with
lane.
the new TP, does it work?
That's what I'm thinking, because it's
I don't
a
think it
long
happens
dash.
Anyway. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because initially, like old TP, you would immediately teleport to the spot, right? But now you kind of do this slow little...
But you follow under... You charge, and then you can follow someone for the dash, right?
Yeah.
That's part of the Jaws of the Beast. So I'm wondering if, because it is a long dash, you could follow them. Yeah, probably. Anyway, it's just a funny little thought experiment. It's not going to happen, guys, and if it does, we'll all be amazed and get to enjoy learning together. There was a little monitor issue, which is why we had the pause. Oscar in here trading with Mirwin, but getting forced away by those Electro Harpoons. Going to heal up as much as he can. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, not really too much happening, as to be expected between Talia and Ari in the early levels. The junglers are pathing in opposite directions. Elioya took his Razor Beaks and went up towards his top side, whereas Razork finished his entire bot side and now is going towards top.
Yeah, okay, back to it. Plus, that's why I wasn't sure what the plan was, if it was going to be, hey, we're going to look for a quick gank on top side, or if it's I want to be desync from Pantheon. So then it's a move back into that bottom side, take your red, take your Krugs, and move on. But at least with Oscar now crashing that wave in top side, your opportunity to look for that gank more than likely gone, because Oscar will just place a ward and spot out exactly what Inferior's up to.
Yeah, makes sense. Fnatic were the ones who initiated this pause. Last one was from Koi due to a monitor configuration issue. It looks like there's something going on with Upset's PC, or settings or peripherals or something, right? They're talking to him, so my assumption is something to do with his setup, and we'll see exactly what's going on as soon as we can. Earlier in the day you said, I hope it's not like VCT, Rob. I'm just saying,
going okay.
Just saying it could be. Yeah. We could be here for a couple of hours.
What it will do is it'll do it to me tomorrow when I'm casting, because then you get out of it scot-free, and then I'll get a text off you saying, ha ha ha, you did this to yourself, ha ha ha.
That's not true. It would be a Discord message, not a text, okay?
My bad,
Who
sorry.
texts in this day and age? WhatsApp or Discord?
Yeah.
That's where all the cool kids communicate.
The thing is, see, I feel like I haven't got onto the Discord hype train, because Asterix messages me all the time on Discord, and I'm just like, I'm an old man. I use WhatsApp. I'm happy with my WhatsApp.
I think there's nothing wrong with WhatsApp.
Yeah.
I do get frustrated when I see my Discord and there's 7 notifications, and so it's just, small icon at the bottom, it's a 7. I'm like, okay, I have to check what's going on. Maybe there's something big. It's just Vedi who sent like 3 words per sentence for 7 sentences. I'm like, Vedi, come on, that needs to be one message, so I know it's not that important.
But don't you just love hearing the doo-doo, doo-doo?
No, I turn off all sounds.
You're on Do Not Disturb, aren't you?
I'm a big sound off notification sort of guy.
Fair.
Steam sounds are off, Discord sounds are off.
I will say my phone has never gone off of silent, but everything else is good to go.
Why?
I don't know. I've now realized and I should change it.
The only time I ever want sounds on is if I'm in a Discord chatting with people and I have both my monitors occupied and someone new joins, because I want the ability to say, oh, hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Like, whereas sometimes people just sit there quietly.
Yeah, I see. The thing is, I always have Discord open on my second monitor, but usually behind like a web page of some description. So it's just like, okay, well, I'm going to need some sort of sound to tell me that someone has messaged me, because otherwise that thing is not getting seen for like 4 hours.
But that's fine. Also, you have a taskbar. It shows the little. That's what I always check.
I don't have the taskbar on my second monitor.
No, but on your first monitor, when you're
but
on
then I'm
tab
playing
out.
full screen.
Well, then why do you need to be disturbed for 4 hours? Just be not disturbed. Be offline. We don't always. Okay, this is going to get into it. We don't always have to be contactable, Rob. You know, we can just be okay not being contacted by people.
And look, I'm sure plenty of people are thinking the same as they deep dive into Oblivion, but I haven't played Oblivion yet. Okay, so.
Look, the gates of hell will wait for no one. Okay, Gates of Oblivion. I started it earlier today. I've never played the original, and it's okay. I will say, I like the tongue-in-cheek nature of it because the first stables you go to, they offer you a horse with horse armor. Because horse armor was the first ever microtransaction, where you could buy horse armor. It's like, oh, you just have this horse with a horse armor, you know? I like it. That's fun. But yeah, having never played the originals, it feels very much like just a slightly better Skyrim.
Yeah, my favorite thing that my brother is doing is sending me screenshots from the game next to what the guy used to look like.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Hey, we're back into League of Legends. They had a slight audio issue where the Fnatic players couldn't hear in-game sound, but I assume that has been rectified. I know there are some players that don't play with no sound at all.
What?
I could never do that. Could never do it. I need sound.
Yeah, like, I react to Malphite ult sound of the actual animation.
Maybe you need to open your eyes when you're playing against Malphite, Rob.
I mean, I dodge it.
Oh,
it works.
You're a gamer. Razor coming towards the top side here. Oscarwin is still low on HP, but Mirwin in a similar boat. It does look like Elioy didn't go for that gank, because Mickey lands a headbutt pulverized combination, and Alvo uses the shield from the crash down to mitigate a little bit of the damage.
Yeah, so it looks like it would just be take the trade, sorry, of the opposite side scuttle, and then try and see what the next game
dive?
Is it?
Razor's, he's here. That diving this. Oh yeah, Mirwin, what you got? How are you going to escape the shield bolt? Oscarwin and uses the barrier. Razor tanks up the tower. Mirwin flashes away, but cannot escape. The barrier coming in clutch there for Oscarwin. As Razork's able to escape without having to burn his flash.
Yeah, the fact that Razork was able to tank that last tower shot before the swap over to Oscarwin on the aggro. I don't think Oscarwin went down, but gone down, but it would have been a fairly close call. But now Mirren TPing back up. Little bit unfortunate. You can already see a 522 gold lead set up for Oscarwin.
And the problem as well is Mirwin's going to push this wave out, but Oscar's running bot. Noah, Upset and Mickey just sprinting towards that top side, so they'll be able to catch this wave before anything is pushed too far in. Mirwin has no flash. Mickey looks for the flank position here. Oh, Mirwin. Oh, no. Oh, me, oh, my, oh, Mirwin. Mickey flashes. Exhaust. Knockback. Upset's going to open up. There's the stun with the trample, and the scrap shield shouldn't be enough to get Mirwin out of this one. Upset has the flash. Mirwin still goes down.
Good effort from Mirwin, but yeah, Fnatic have his number. He actually said coming into the show, look, Mirwin has been the best performing player. I think Fnatic have agreed and don't want him to play the game.
Yeah, they've absolutely shut him down in this early game, and you can see Oscar sprinted down here. It's just going to catch the wave as it crashes in. I wonder if we'll get another reset. Upset and Mickey just going to go back towards the bot side. Could just be resetting out through top again because there are the grubs, but it does look like, I mean, Oscar's kind of got screwed by this, I'm going to be honest. He went towards bot lane, got like a minion, and now is going to have to run all the way back up to top.
Yeah, still, like, you got no minions, the other top laner got no minions, everyone's kind of okay, all right. Except you got a kill now on towards Upset, who will be able to go down and break the freeze that have been set up by Movistar Koi's bot lane. So I think this is where, again, the Movistar Koi wanted to try and play through a strong early game. They wanted to try and play through Elyoya, and I think that's why we saw the desync between Elyoya and Razork on that first clear. So then you can always try and play for bot lane into a go for the invade on a blue respawn. But with the kind of movements that have happened now, and also both bot and Fnatic ahead, I think this becomes way more difficult for Movistar Koi to try and go for.
Koi will be able to get the first dragon of the game, though. Elyoya getting the smite down on that. Looks towards the mid lane, but more to clear out vision than anything else. Razork is on his way around to Grubs, which he should have a pushing topside now. Oblivion Orb first for Mirwin as well. Having to spec into some grievous wounds, spend some gold on that before really being able to do too much more. Oscarwin has the infinite duress up that Warwick ultimate with the suppression, but I doubt he really wants to go too hard onto Mirwin right now, especially now that Mirwin hits 6 and has the equalizer.
Also with Razork on Void Grubs, it's kind of like if something happens at Void Grubs, I'd rather have the ultimate up and available. Now Razork ticking over to 6 as well means that he's going to be far more active on the map, and already just kind of trying to deny Jojo Pyun the opportunity to push in this wave and let Humanoid get back to the lane.
I wonder where Razork is going to use that Grand Star for. There's always the option of just punishing Mirwin more. So he still doesn't have flash. Yes, he's got the equalizer now, so if he's under tower, it's a little harder. But you can just do a bot to top clear here as Razork and then immediately go for Mirwin again. Just constantly put that Rumble in the dirt. Mickey and Upset trying to get this wave all the way in, but won't quite be able to crash it.
I think for Fnatic, having this kind of slower pace where you've already got the 2 kills is fine.
Yeah.
I don't really think you need to go any crazier.
It is more fun to see more kills though, Rob.
That is true. That is true. But at this age, it's like, hey, Humanoid is fine farming up in the mid lane. We've got control over both sides. Let's just farm this one out, look to pick up a couple of more objectives, and then we've got a Pantheon that can ult to either Talia or to the Warwick, and we've seen G2 work this combo fantastically between the Warwick and the Pantheon. So why stress it? Just play for side lanes.
Yeah, very true. I 100% agree with where you're coming from. I'm just saying there's like 9,000 people in the audience who want some action.
I was going to say, from the looks of these videos, it doesn't look like they need much to go wild.
That's
so
true.
I think it's all right.
Crack out the brass band, guys. We're farming. One of the only issues for Fnatic in this early sequence is Upset did burn his flash. They burnt Exhaust. They burnt flash on Mickey, so their bot lane hasn't been able to have as much pressure as they'd like, which is why you see a slight CS lead for Super and Alvaro due to the swaps and the fact that Upset and Mickey had to play a little bit on the back foot. Alongside that, Oscar Inin constantly going low in this top side makes it hard for him because you kind of want to go low, but Alioya's just waiting around the corner here. Hounds pursue Oscar, jumps in, gets the barrier, gets the heal back up, but it's just dead anyway. Grand Starfall coming in now as Razork jumps into the middle of 2 Hounds pursuit there for the follow-up chase. Aegis Soul is used for the damage reduction, but Razork doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's burnt alive and chopped down by the dogs. Alioya with a double kill.
Are you not entertained? Movistar Koi getting the turnaround play in the top side. Razork thought Oscar Inin would survive long enough that he could help out, but he only ends up dropping in to die.
And this is the problem with Warwick, right? You are constantly quite low, and Neferi's gap close is exceptional. Like, she can be quite far away from you. You have to use the infinite duress, otherwise you're just dead to the Hound's pursuit. And then after that, it's like, okay, well, you're slowed, just slowed. Equalizer down. Razork trying to come in to help, but pops the Aegis Assault immediately to try and mitigate some of the equalizer damage. And then after that, just can't escape.
Yeah, you even had Alvaro on the way up top side as well, so even if they managed to get the turnaround, Movistar Koi had all their bases covered. So nice setup from Movistar Koi, a nice job from Alioya as well. One of the parts that we were talking about against Vitality was that Alioya wasn't really in a position to try and find these successes. Linces did a great job of covering those early plays, and you can see on your screen that it was not a good time for Alioya. Now though, he's popping off.
Mirwin in for a little bit of hurt here, doesn't have that equalizer. Upset trying to put a bit of extra damage in, but Mickey even through the ultimate falls to about 300 HP. They can look for the dive. Oscar Inin trying to survive on the other side of the map as Mirwin almost clearing out that wave. Will begin to back away, and as will Alvaro and Super. So in the end, just going to be some damage to the tower on either side.
So I think though Upset should be able to push this wave and get another play for himself, which again would just open up that gold lead just a little bit more, even if they're not quite there on the farm. But actually no, just going to look for the reset. So
yeah, Jojo is moving up from mid as well, so it would have been a bit risky to stay for that plate. We've seen AD carries die for less, Rob.
Bot side, Mori.
Oscar Inin, ignited, jumps in with the infinite address as well, and Super stacking up the tower, down to 200 HP. Alioya coming in from behind as well as Oscar Inin looks for a little bit more, but can't find it. Alioya has all 3 of MKOI's kills, a spear in his pocket already.
I mean, this is kind of where you want this Neferi to be.
Yeah.
Get those kills early, get her rolling, and watch her just take over the game. And it was a good attempt from Oscar Inin, nearly able to finish off Super, but a quick ult from Alvaro, keeping his AD carry safe. And now Dragon for Movistar Koi as well. Looks like Mickey's going to spot out that one being taken.
And it was only like 3 or 4 minutes ago we said this is okay for Fnatic. They'll be happy with their first early couple of kills. Now MKOI 1,000 gold ahead, looking for their second date. Can't quite find it. because Upset and Mickey did open up through that mid lane, which means it's a little bit harder for MKoi to take this before Super gets into mid. It's now there, and now they have the man advantage.
But Mickey did end up wasting a bit of time, because all he was trying to threaten was Razork could use the Grand Starfall to get to this play, so you have to pull across multiple members, and it means that...
They're going to go for it. They're TPing into bot lane.
Yeah.
Mickey's coming across here. There's the Grand Starfall. Mickey just knocks Elioya over the wall, which he was jumping over anyway. That's Drake for Fnatic. And as you said, good job by Mickey, bought the time, and Fnatic react to it.
Yeah, great play. So that was kind of what I was saying. Like, Mickey just needed to buy that little bit of extra space. And now you've got 6 grubs to get the dragon. Mirren will get some time alone with the tower, which he desperately needs to try and get some gold back. But still, I think if you're Fnatic, at least keeping control and keeping that goal within touching distance.
Yeah, their problem is going to be Elioya on this Neferi. A lot has to be invested in making sure that she can't just jump around the fight, right? Like, you do have the Unraveled Earth. You've got an Alistair, you've got a Pantheon, you have a lot of instant CC on this Fnatic lineup, but you can't really use it on anyone else from MKoi because you need to be catching Elioya out as soon as he goes in. I wonder if Elioya maybe will go Eclipse next, or could even go for the Edge of Night for a little bit more safety when he wants to go in. I think Eclipse is slightly stronger in terms of damage output, but Edge of Night would give him a little bit more safety.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the... I do think, though, you kind of need the extra damage that comes with Eclipse, because the other side of it is, hey, you're kind of hoping that you one-shot someone very quickly, right? And I think if you don't have the damages in Neferi, that's where you start to fall off. Like, the other thing I was going to say, which it looks like he's going to do, is actually go for the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, Cleaver, yeah.
So it's just like, hey, I get more health and can try and play through being that little bit tankier, since I will be the main target.
Weaver's Wall here, trying to catch out Alvaro. We'll get him back with the seismic shove. He flashes away, dies to the spear from Razork. And Fnatic invests a lot, but they do manage to pick up the enemy support. I think the Eclipse versus Edge of Night debate is a solo queue debate.
Okay, yeah.
Because I've been playing a lot of Neferi in solo queue, and that's where my mind would go. Black Cleaver makes more sense when you're a little bit more trusting of your team.
Yeah, I think the Shred is lovely, but also just, again, it's against coordinated play like that, it's very difficult for you to survive. So just having the Black Cleaver against this much CC is great. But yeah, I think the big one is just, as you can see, like, having that point to one-shot someone is still going to be kind of difficult, because Razor going to be relatively tanky, Oscar and relatively tanky, Mickey's going to pop the ult. These all become kind of difficult to take down. So unless Upset or Humanoid ends up getting caught out or missed positions, I don't really see a moment where Neferi can get access to the backline.
Yeah, it can just one-shot someone. Instead, it's going to be a bit of a front-to-back with the pack to help out. Those dogs unleashed at the moment. 3-0 for Elioya, coming off the back of a pretty bad week against Vitality. For Fnatic, a good start to this game, but now they're sitting about 1,000 gold in the hole. Jojo Pyun going for the Malignance on the Ahri as well. Much more damage output with this build rather than something like the Rod of Ages. Going to land the Charm here. Shield Bolt coming out though. Jojo maybe thought he had a little bit more backup than he does. There's the Magnastorm onto Razork. Okay, just Assault coming out. Alvaro falling low. Another good charm onto Razork as he tries to step forward to kill off Alvaro. Spear Rush in and out as Jojo sets Elioya up for his 4th kill of the game.
They just about managed to get Razork. Took them a little bit of time, but the Pantheon will end up falling and they have to back away. Again, as you say, just all the kills going to Elioya. This man is going to have to put on a Herculean performance if he wants to carry this game.
Yeah, we just hope he doesn't make a dog's dinner of it. Hey, he's the alpha right now. MKoi is super clear to have the mid-wave. Next objective's up to 20 seconds, in fact, on the Rift Herald, a minute 30 on the Infernal Drake. Would only be second Drake of the game for either of these two teams because we had the honors split earlier on. Oscarin's gone for that Stride Breaker to kick things off. Mirwin has the Leandries alongside the Oblivion Orb, so a little bit of healing reduction, and then obviously the burn that you want from your Rumble.
Yeah, it looks like, though, Elioya's just going to immediately try and go for Humanoid on the spot lane. The Malignance giving that cooldown to Jojo for the ult, not quite there.
Yeah, will be spotted on vision, and eviscerates up towards the Drake. He is strong enough right now that he can do dragons pretty quickly by himself, but he's just trying to avoid, well, he just jumps over the wall again with that eviscerate. The cooldown on that very low as you start to get some ability haste in your pockets. I think with him backing now, has he got it? No, he's just got the pickaxe. It's not that far off. I guess you need, yeah, you have to finish it up with the combined cost, right? So
But I do think he's still like in a decent spot, and I like the way this MCOR try to play this. It's, hey, we're not going for the fight, because at this stage I think it's a little dubious whether you end up winning a lot of these fights. Instead, they're going for the cross-map plays and looking for picks, which is your best way to try and snowball through the position that you're in. But now, Fnatic trying to contest.
I'm going to meet up with Fnatic. Oscarinin not at the play as of yet. MCOI, well, TP away. Humanoid just leaves, okay. I think MCOI are going to just go in. Okay, we saw Humanoid leave. We'll just dive onto Mickey and he's dead. Cool.
Duffman effect.
that's the Simpsons Duffman effect right there.
I'm not sure what just happened. Humanoid just TP'd away in the middle of everyone, and MCOI was like, great. Cool, yeah, that seems good.
Mickey dies, and then MCOI get the Drake, force Humanoid away. Infinite Duress coming out once again onto Mirwin. There's the Grand Starfall as well. Mirwin is caught out, Equalizer down, but he will fall for the third time this game.
But there is that combo that we were talking about that makes it incredibly tough. Even Oscarinin, obviously in for the stride breaker for the AoE slow afterwards as well, means you're never escaping, even with the flash from Mirwin. So this is going to be the combo that Fnatic are playing through, and it's going to be on Movistar Koi to see if they can respond now with picks as Mickey once more.
Doesn't have the Unbreakable Will, but has Exhaust and Flash. Exhaust obviously really good on the Neferi. She tries to jump in. Jojo Pyun will be able to get the bot tier 1, and that'll be the first tower of the game, while Fnatic somehow obsessed with the purple buffs this game. 6 grubs and the Rift Herald complete for them. The tower going over to MCOI, though, I believe secures them the feats of warfare, or feats of strength, and they get the upgraded feat from the feats.
I think I'm not worried about feats in this game, though. I think it's actually the 6 Void Grubs that are going to be pretty instrumental for Fnatic, because we've kind of just seen what their combo is we want to try and play around Warwick.
Yeah, kill someone
on the side. If you can kill someone and immediately rip through a tower with Warwick on its attack speed, like you're going to just destroy the map.
That's very true.
Movistar Koi. So I do think for Movistar Koi, getting deep vision now becomes crucial to try and spot out where Razork is. Because if you see Razork on one side of the map, you just disappear as Mirwin. You don't want to touch it. Otherwise, you're just going to have this rinse and repeat where I thought, actually, at this stage, they'd put Oscarinin into that bottom side. Maybe a little nervous about the fact that Atakan is just about to come up unavailable, but I would have just played for Warwick into the tier 1 and look for that similar plays as Okunkweko.
I mean, the risk is, of course, as you say, Warwick doesn't have teleport, right? So if you do over-invest on a side, Jojo has TP, Mirwin has TP, they can just teleport away from the play, or even play towards the top side, then teleport when you are starting to hit on those turrets. For now, though, Oscarinin is going to continue to push out top. There's a teleport from Jojo Pyun. He's finished his Horizon Focus? No. Man, what?
Horizon Focus.
Yeah, it's Horizon Focus. Yeah, what's the other one I'm thinking of? I keep thinking Event Horizon, but that's why I got you. Humanoid going in here. Seismic shot back on Mirwin. Okay, he's dead again. That's happened a lot this game, and it is because he's been targeted. It's not all been Mirwin's fault. I think there have been a couple of small misplays here and there, but that happens. Mirwin is very much the focus from Fnatic.
But this is what we're saying, right? Is like, pick off a member, then look for the tower, and now you're in a position where you've actually made the play towards Humanoid, whose TP is just about to come back up and available. You've even got the Rift Tower there. Now, I think they could have left that Rift Tower for the mid lane as well, because this tower more than likely going to fall regardless, but still, nice plays from Fnatic, and just opening up more and more of the map.
The other argument is this Rift Herald forces someone to respond in the bot side if you wanted to keep pushing. They're not going to. Rift Herald's just going to charge in and take about half the tower's health, so no one has to respond. Mirwin will be out there in time. I was wondering if they keep the push up, get someone to respond, and then move up towards the top side with Starfall and TP, but deciding against it for now.
The only reason is I think this comp becomes more difficult to operate in this sort of position with the mid lane tower still up, because you want to try and play for mid 2 sides. But hang on, Razor.
And pursuit onto Razor. Flash in by Mickey, lands a 2-man knock of Albo. Knocked back into the team. There's the Magnet Storm. Razor still surviving in this. Elioya dashing away. Razor tried to flash, but he was ignited and he falls to Elioya. Now the target has to be that Neferi, but Mickey has other ideas. Knocks Albo back in. 2 for 2 so far. His Super's fallen low. The blast go from Super! Oh my god, that was the antithesis of his name. Not Super at all. Upset gets the triple, only Elioya gets out.
Super to Oopsa very, very quickly on that one. Oh no! Fnatic, like that could have just been, hey, we got the thing, we're running away, but Fnatic now going to get the Adicon off the back of this, and it looked decent to start off with as they jump on towards Razork, but that Aegis protecting Razork a huge amount. Mickey doing a good job of now getting the combos and also kind of putting Alvaro into weird positions throughout this fight. You'll see there, knockback, then ends up knocking Alvaro back into the team, but it opens up then for Fnatic to try and play towards this choke, but you're going to see it here. Knocking Mirror or Jojo Kyun back in, and then Upset seeing his angle to pop in as well. Also, just the fact that the Hounds managed to protect Elioya there might have been just enough damage off the W to finish him off.
Elioya, just flanked by his dogs at the end, was able to survive, but that blast cone will live in the memory of Super, is what we'll say. As he yeeted his team back into the Unraveled Earth, Mickey goes in here, dodges the charm, immediately jumps onto Elioya, who still has Flash, remember, but doesn't have a chance to use it. He's down. Razork will take the kill. Drake up in 4 seconds time, and the gold swings into Fnatic's favor.
Couldn't even have the untargetability come up either, so just completely caught out there. And now Dragon going across, more pushing waves going to be coming through as well. Fnatic going to be able to take control. Looking like they want to try and go for this mid lane turret over the next couple of minutes as well, but it's just being able to get some deeper vision is going to set that up so nicely.
Really is. Will be 2 dragons apiece overall. Fnatic coming back into this game as Koi just a couple of mistakes costing them really dearly. Oscar in the side lane now is going to keep pushing towards Jojo. But, backs away when he realizes he doesn't really have enough vision to go any further. It is Hull Breaker on the Warwick, so that side lane combination you were talking about and those grubs, so vital for Fnatic to get in the early game. The only problem for Oscar in right now is there's no pressure on the rest of the map, so he has to wait until someone else is pushing in, some other lane is pushing in, so that Koi have to show, and as soon as Koi show on other portions of the map, then you can step a little bit further forward. But now this tower in the mid lane stands, but Fnatic are looking to raise it pretty sharpish.
Yeah, you can see though, because the mid lane tower is still here, everyone on Movistar Koi can just group to it. And Fnatic can't play far enough and deep enough into these top or bot lanes to draw people across. So this is where I was saying it kind of gets a little awkward. So at least Fnatic just basically try to be a nuisance and steal away Movistar Koi's jungle, but actually cracking these turrets, you kind of have to 5-man or find some way around it.
Yeah, so I was giggling a little bit there because both Upset and Humanoid ran through the blue buff field, and it was very much a who's going to get it, and then Upset got it, and you saw Humanoid just like kind of pace back and forth really quickly. Like, oh. Upset having it obviously isn't too impactful. He will be very happy to have that extra mana regeneration when he's playing this AP/AD Kai'Sa build with the Ginsu's Nash's Tooth. It gives him a lot more ability to spam out those Void Seekers. Humanoid's going up towards topside to push this wave in. There is a Baron in 10 seconds time. Drake's still 3 minutes away.
Yeah, this is where it kind of gets, as I was saying, like, for Fnatic, essentially what you want to happen is you want to have this wave pushed in all the way to the tier 2. You want this pushed into the tier 2, and then it's have both these clap through the jungle on towards the mid lane to get the mid lane tower. But it's really difficult to do that because the second you push in too far, because you just don't really have the control of the mid, it's very easy for the Neferi and also for the for Alvaro to just position himself on the sides that you were looking to threaten. And that's why I was saying I think you using the Rift Herald on mid tower would have cracked it open so much easier and made the game way more difficult for Movistar Koi to defend, because instead now you're able to use that mid push to play for a bot lane tier 1, and then there's no one on Movistar Koi can defend because you're already losing on that mid push.
Yeah, and they have to take the long way round through their jungle.
Exactly,
they can't just take the short routes, which is what they're doing right now. Great explanation there, Rob, as we see Oscar in suffering the consequences of the enemy team still having a mid lane tower. However, able to move across. Humanoid goes in, Mirwin flashes out.
That, though, is a big play. The fact that you managed to get Mirren's flash now makes him way more vulnerable on a potential sideline play, because now you can use the Talia ult to wall him off and actually look for that setup rather than needing to see him necessarily in the lane like Oscar in. But we'll have to see for Fnatic now what they're going to be able to do, because Baron is up, but again, I really don't know what they're going to be able to aggressively do apart from steal away some jungle camps.
I think that's what they've been trying to do for the last few moments. We saw the blue steal. You can see Razork here trying to steal away that Grump alongside Humanoid. It's a denial game right now. They know they can't really hard force. Koi are close enough in terms of gold, in terms of items to beat them if they do. So you just slowly chip away at things until there's a small opening where you can step forward with your Void Grubs and take down a tower. Now that the mid-tier 1 has gone down, it's a bit easier for Fnatic to get in towards that enemy jungle. They're clearing out all the vision around the Baron as well. They can advance their vision line a little bit further up.
Yeah, and that's the crucial part, is now you've actually got the opportunity to try and play for sides. And I think Fnatic can just slowly but surely do that. MKoi forcing 3 men mid to deny, upset that push in mid and try and deny that further expansion of vision in towards their bottom side, or sorry, their top side. But with a minute until Dragon, this is where Movistar Koi kind of now have to shove out all these lanes, then reset, and at that stage Fnatic will have already established all the vision they need around this objective.
We'll see if they decide that Drake is their main priority. Not a huge amount of vision for MKoi around it. You can see their control wards in a little bit more defensive positions. One towards where the Razorbeaks are and one in the tri-bush. Not going to give them too much vision right now. Mickey walks out, puts down a control ward, sweeps out. No vision here for MKoi at all.
Upset's in such a good position though. He's just ticked over to level 16. Seeker's arm guard alongside his other 3 items. Like, he is going to be an absolute menace in these fights, and very little that Movistar Koi can really do to aggress onto him. Like, he's just been so good this game.
It's been so good this entire split. You can see topping the numbers in terms of gold at 14, damage percentage is middling, but that's because a lot of people on this team are doing a ton of damage. He rarely dies as well, which is why his KDA is so high generally.
It's also not from a lack of aggression.
Yeah.
Like, Upset is putting himself in positions where he has to try and outplay and be that big carry, and he's just been able to perform. And I think that has been the standout for me, is Upset has just looked absolutely fantastic. And it does frustrate me when I keep hearing there's always a KDA player. It's not.
Oh, flash forward immediately. That's the, oh my god. Oh my god! I'm not sure we can even show that on TV! If we have to change Gragas's names, then why do we go? How can we show that, guys? That was disgusting! It's 18 plus at least as Fnatic find a kill in mid. They find the tier 2 as well. They took the Dragon. Is Baron the next objective?
I'm so shocked. Jojo just disappeared off my screen. And now Movistar Koi trying to re-engage.
And they're always going in. Mickey has the ultimate, has the exhaust as well. We'll pop the Unbreakable Will. The Baron down to 2,000. Mickey sacrificing himself for the good of the team here as he manages to let them get the Baron. Elioyo on the chase. Cyphic's job will stop him from going any further. Fnatic get out with the Baron and 4 members still alive.
Yeah, one quick pick and that's Fnatic securing more. And again, like, these are kind of the things that we're starting to see from Fnatic, which is much more about their map play. It's, hey, we've got that opportunity. Mickey with the taxi into the flash. Absolutely beautiful. The follow-up then from Oscar Rinnan. I mean, take a bow. And no super. Run! The Smitey slow is just about to come off cooldown. It wasn't quite there.
Well, Super's able to escape. Jojo was not able to extricate himself from what was a very nice WQ flash out of Mickey. 5,500 gold, now the lead for Fnatic. And we've talked a lot about the pressure that Oscar can put in the side lane. He hasn't really had to. A lot of this, like he hasn't been the focus of a lot of the plays, is what I'm trying to say. He has constantly put the pressure down, but often the plays been made when he has moved from a side lane into mid and then been able to team up with Razork and Mickey. Now Fnatic pushing forward here. Humanoid has the push in bot side. Will be spotted placing a ward, so MKoi might use this as an opportunity to engage. Jojo still has his summoner, that flash, because didn't have the chance to use it last time.
But again, look at the way like Fnatic are playing in the map. This is going to be their line of attack, and they're just using that Pantheon, so then he always has the opportunity to ult down here if he needs to, ult over here, and it's just a great setup. It makes this 3-1-1 really difficult to defend for Movistar Koi, because no matter where you put your presence, you end up losing out.
It's like Santa Claus at an unappreciative kid's home.
Elaborate.
No matter where you put your presence, you end up losing out. Right now, Fnatic's presence are up towards the top lane. Humanoid's pushing through mid, 4-1 the split. There's the Weaver's Wall to separate Super and Elioyo from the rest of the team. Not quite timed with the wave, but close enough that Fnatic should be able to crack this tier 2. extend their gold lead to about 7k. That's a Magna Storm. Charm going in as well. A great ultimate from Alvaro, but there is no follow-up from the rest of the team. Infinite Duress going out as they dive forward. Razzle looking for a little bit more. Oscar actually still has that ultimate if he does want to dive in, and he finds the backline. He finds two. Nom, 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 nom. One wolf, much better than the dogs. Elioya falls and Fnatic crack open the game.
Upset is the gift that keeps on giving in this game, flashing forward with the Seekers to keep himself safe and sets up Fnatic for a Game 1 win.
What a performance from Fnatic. Like the early game, and Koi. There was Elioya on the Neferi, he was 4-0, he was massive, but they just couldn't work out how to make it work for MKoi. Fnatic, they found a leash and they put him on it and they were able to keep him under wraps for the rest of the game. Great map movements, great play all around by Fnatic. We're gonna go to a short break. We'll be right back after this.
Damn it. Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yoya's just waiting around the corner here. Hounds pursue. Oscar jumps in, gets the barrier, gets the heal back up, but it's just dead anyway. Grand Starfall coming in now, but Razork doesn't really have anywhere to go. Are you not entertained? Movistar Koi!
First target, guys.
Yeah.
Harry.
Nice!
Nice one. Holy f***, Elias! Slowly.
I'm going.
We can dive them. Yeah.
Get him.
And then. Holy f***.
Nice!
Good job, guys. One more, okay?
Well, we had Jackie's on the desk earlier and he thought it was going to be a 2-0 for Fnatic. They're halfway there. And yeah, unfortunately for the timing, we have a special Movistar Koi guest in Skane.
Yeah.
What went wrong?
Hello, I'm part of the Koi streaming. We enjoyed this last game. It was a quite rough game for us. It's nice that it's best of three, guys.
Yeah.
It's best of three, so we have another chance. But yeah, it was a really bad game, really rough. We were kind of sad, and I think it was quite one-sided, to be honest. After one point, at point. So
can I ask you? I speak a little bit of Spanish, right? But how do you say library?
Library?
Yeah.
Ah, librería, biblioteca.
Biblioteca?
Un poquito de biblioteca. Yeah, un poquito. Like against Vitality, it was a biblioteca again. So yeah.
I'm kidding. You said before we were on air, you said draft cap.
Yeah, I think that they actually before the game, I liked way more the Fnatic draft. I think that they have really strong 2v2. They have easy collapse on Rumble, as it's shown in the game. I think that Alistar is really good against our comp in general. So.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think we saw G2 play this Warwick Pantheon, right? It looks so obnoxious.
Yep.
And they camped Mirwin in top lane and shut him down completely. I also really like the Kai'Sa. And you know what? I'm even happier to see the Kai'Sa shocks because both games today we have AP Kai'Sa, which is just so much more OP than the AD Kai'Sa build. And I also just think like Corki, I don't like the champion. I think it sucks. I feel like it never wins. It has like 34% win rate. If we can get the stat up, I even went to check.
What's this? So you hate Corki, you hate Jhin,
I love Jhin.
You love Jhin? Oh, you love Jhin, sorry. You hate Sion. Yeah.
They look like each other.
And I think that, do you have enough CC for Kai'Sa? I don't think so. Like, you have Rel, but you have Rumble, Nafri, Ari. Like, this Kai'Sa, if it's good player, it's upset, so yeah, really good player.
Yeah, it's insane.
His clicks are really good. It's really hard to CC Kai'Sa on 3 items. And it was shown, you know.
Yeah, there's some stats for the Corki as well, of course.
Yeah, like I feel like in drafts in Fearless, like the Corki appears when the tier S are out.
Yeah,
it feels like the stronger one.
And it's like it wins lane, but then it doesn't win lane that hard.
Yeah.
So then it's like you kind of come out equal.
Looking silly with a mustache and a helicopter. It's just.
But I will say as well, I think like individually we saw some good signs from Koi. I think actually Alyoya, he was on one this game where I missed that from him. And that's when Koi are the best when they can rally behind him. But I still think, draft aside, as a team, I'm still missing a link up from Koi every now and then where I see, all right, we're going in with Nafiri, we're going in with the real follow-up, Ari to come through. Like that mid-jungle support, it's not always on it. And that's why I'm left wanting it.
I really like the idea of Nafiri actually like covering and shadowing Rumble. I think it can work like that on this play. It has like, it makes sense, but like it looks so strong. Like the combo you said, G2 played, it's really strong. Yeah. And actually I think that we're gonna see it on replay, but one huge point on the game, I don't know if you guys remember, the second Drake.
Yeah.
Like, Eljoya started it, lost 30 seconds of tempo, Pantheon jumped in, and I think that was like the whole tempo thing. Nafiri was so ahead, but lost all the advantage.
Yeah, I was surprised in our earlier series that Pantheon wasn't as high of a priority because I think it makes the game so much easier to play. And I think Fnatic, you can tell they've practiced this because every time they found one single target they wanted to kill, they couldn't even do anything. Like they died before the CC disappeared.
Yeah.
You always have that side lane threat with the Pantheon, and I just feel like it enables upset so well. It's so nice to see him play way more aggressive with this support jungle from the side of Fnatic. I feel like they're enabling him so well, but for me, the biggest question mark from the series is Mirwin. What is happening to him? I feel like in the Vitality series, he looked really off, and in this game, also really off.
And he was actually looking so good for the whole year. Like, I think that he has been like the best player of MKoi. At least for me, at least this year, he was so good. And I don't know, Vitality completely off, Fnatic Day at the moment completely off. And we are seeing, like, I don't know if this has counterplay.
That's not really his fault. I don't think that's his fault.
I mean, maybe it has some counterplay. I don't know, but it looks rough, you know?
Nah, this is not his fault. Like...
And actually, this was really good play, I think, by Fnatic. Like, tempo advantage, you rotate bot lane into top, no summoners.
And
I mean, this is...
They made his game very hard, for sure. Yeah. But then he also got caught randomly a few times. And
to be fair, they do this a lot, Fnatic, where they send upset in these, like, is so nerdy. Like, they will send him up to, like, pick up that kill, and you see later in the game how it pays out dividends.
They've been so good at it recently. I think last week as well, when he was under Misfortune, it was something that they leveraged so well. I think Fnatic is leveling up ever since they had Duffman come in as well. I think you see it clearly on rotations. I think you see it clearly where they allocate their
this
members on
breaks
the
the
map.
game, by the way.
And this is a masterclass as well by Mickey on the Amistar.
Yeah. Like this Mickey, like Pinky carries the whole team fight. Actually, I didn't like Phase Rush, but they have, I mean, we have no CC, so I think it makes sense in a way. And the cow was, carrying the whole thing.
Yeah, when you get 2 combos off as an All-Star and team fight, I mean, it's just crazy, right?
You carry the whole thing, and actually there was Ari with Malignance that is not like really seen nowadays. It's more like the raw build, and we are not playing aggressive with Malignance and on 2 items. It's GG.
So we talked about Duffman coming in for G2, no, for Fnatic, sorry. Used to be on G2. But you told us, you know, Melset and him being gone has had a huge impact on the team.
Yeah, I think like, I mean, our head coach right now it's off for like 1 month more. He had, I mean, some familiar things.
Paternity,
Yeah, and I mean, there is coach. I think that it's so important for the team. Like, I think that there is coaches that are more reliable, less reliable. There is like the meme on Grabs on 2019 that Perk's team didn't need like Grabs drafting or something, you know?
Oh my god, he's catching strays even if he's winning.
This was like the history of Grabs on this team. On our team, I think that Melset is really huge.
Yeah.
And I think it takes like a big part of our performance. So we're going to have him back on some weeks, so yeah.
Yeah, it sucks for sure. We're going into the draft as well. We're going to do it here on the desk. But before we get there, we saw the full screen a second ago, Jack. But I do want to give you a little bit more space because we brought up Upset before this series, also in Ready Check, as I feel like it's like hard for him to get praise almost, it seems like, because we hold him to the highest standards imaginable. But he's been great.
Okay, I don't think we hold him to that high standards. I think it's just that result-wise, he has gone 10th, like, what, 3-4 times? It's just like, he had so many...
That's not a high standard.
The thing is, I also think that how he plays when he's on a team where he loses confidence is so infuriating to watch because he just kind of starts to play for KDA, right? And it's just like, it doesn't leave a good image when usually if you have a really bad team and you're losing, a lot of players, they will go the extra mile to try to do a little bit more to win the game. But I feel like Upset is the type of player to kind of back off. But in this Fnatic, he looks like completely different.
Yeah, you can tell he's taking charge. Like, we know it from communication-wise, but we also just see it in-game. This is a guy from his playstyle who wants to be aggressive with it, who's willing to flash forward, who know he has a team behind to follow up. And I think that's the kind of Upset that's Upset at his best. And I don't think he's made, honestly, a single mistake this spring split. He's been Fnatic's most consistent player.
Okay, every player makes mistakes.
Okay, we can talk about SK. Not the SK game, but if we don't talk about that, then we're fine.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, Upset, it's a great player, but what I feel like about this LEC, and I'm upcoming say this, like, Kaliste has taken the whole thing, you know, like...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Do you think, you can tell me, do you think, because I feel like someone like Supa, right? He's like the guy that wants to be in that position, you know, with the nation behind him, being that new kind of talent, but it's kind of past that moment for him, right? So now he's kind of chasing to prove himself.
Yeah, and you have Kaliste overall, like, he's proven so much, right? Like, he has won LEC in the first split, final of first stand. You know, it's a guy that you have to follow, you know. Supa has to pull the trigger, right? And we have to show on the Rift that we are good. Kaliste is doing it, for example, talking about ADs. So it's time for Supa to step up and all the whole team to step up.
And to show it right now, you have a best of 3. So there he is, Elyoya as well. We can talk about the draft a little bit because, I don't know, it's not for your trap. I don't know, man. It's been losing. Resork also lost on it.
I really don't think that's the issue.
I mean, you can't pick it again anyway, so.
Yes. I don't think that was the issue. Like, I want something that makes the game easier for them. I really like your point earlier where do you really have enough CC for a Kaiser? Because you saw the 2 pieces. You get a Rumble, you get a Rail. Where's that third thing? Where's the follow-up? Because Elyoya, or not Elyoya, but Jojimon has to be so aggressive on each pick as well on the Ari to extend that CC. If that's not enough, that makes it really difficult. So it kind of turned into a semi-pick comp when these engages started. And then you looked at Fnatic's comp, and that was just straight up a better pick comp.
Exactly. And they have Alistar to neutralize the whole thing. Yeah, that's why I think it's draft gap, to be honest, the game to 1. But of course...
That's good news.
What?
They get a new draft, so...
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully we can get a better one,
it's not the same.
Yeah. Hopefully we're going to get a better one.
But so, Skame, what would you like to see? Like them try to go for something like a Vi full dive comp or try to go for like an Azir full front to back? Like, what are you looking for with this team?
I mean, if we can like match front to back and we have good Azir game, or I mean, Koi, like the best performance we have ever seen from us is like Mirwin on random stuff, playing his own game, destroying the destroying the game, you know, like destroying the map,
kinda,
making a lot of pressure on his own, and then playing the game. You remember the Nidalee? For example, the Corki side,
good.
like playing weird things on side. It's the best for us. Bad thing is that I feel like right now in this meta you can only do it on red side, kinda. It's hard to do it on blue side.
Yeah.
Do we have the side select? Well, we don't have to.
We are blue side, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But they chose blue side, so maybe they have something up their sleeve,
Also,
ready for the first pick.
What do you think about this group? Are they good at bouncing back after a lost game or not?
Lately, I would say no, to be honest.
Oh, damn.
So
Come on.
the honesty. Lately, I would say no, but hopefully we will see some good stuff this game. Kalista out, Poppy out, as well. Pai and Varus. Kind of standard, right?
Yeah, I was interested about the side selection as well because Devi is such a contested pick between these two junglers. They're like the two junglers. I'll give the pass, so we'll probably see it banned throughout all of it. Jax is being banned instead. Response ban comes through. That means Jojo can get a Yone on one.
Yeah,
that's it.
And then a Sejuani 2-3 maybe for the side of Koi can have a very similar to the Giant X
Yeah,
draft.
to the Giants. Yeah.
I think that draft was really good. It's just really solid and you can pressure mid really well. I haven't been convinced by Jojo's Yone. I don't know what you think about it.
I mean, I think that Jojo had like on the past confidence points with this champ.
Yeah.
And on Winter he said it was really good for him. And like he felt comfortable, one of his best picks. So hopefully we'll go find this game. It's gonna be a Sejuani, right? For sure in second pick. And what are they looking for there?
Probably
Azir.
a Maokai for Fnatic.
Yeah,
Maokai is here.
Yeah, Maokai Azir could be fine.
But that's a scary front to back. I mean, you have to really try to camp this mid, but more aggressive pick in the Sin Sao instead. So you're more willing to leverage that 2v2 and try to fight around it.
I mean, you do get mid-pro as well from the early stages into the Yone here, so there's some possibilities of going some early invades into Alyoya. Ezreal is left open as well, so far, I believe.
Jack also hates Ezreal, so...
I don't hate Ezreal.
Oh, no, it takes a long
By
time.
the way, you are Ezreal in real life, bro. Like, you look at
It's actually
true. You are him, bro. Like, you're him, bro.
Yeah, it's true.
I like Ezreal. I think it's a good champ. I only hate Corki. That's the only champ I hate.
I think you said just because in some games, of course, it takes a little bit to have all the impact you'd want.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal is a hard champ to carry on. That's the biggest thing. Because, like, you need to hit all the skill shots.
Yeah.
So it's like, if your team is losing and they don't give CC for you, it's really hard.
In the context of this game, then, it might be hard.
Well, that's presuming they're going to lose already. It's only 2%.
know.
But I think, like Sejuani, Ezreal, Yone, now you have some magic damage from the Ezreal as well. Maybe you do a mixed damage top. I really like the Koi draft so far.
With Kai's out, I think it's easier to pull out the Ezreal blind pick, right?
Yeah.
I think it has, like, some more impact. What are they ending there? Like, third pick? It could be some power pick on the top lane, maybe. 2 bans.
Yeah, or maybe match AD, because worried about getting pinched on AD. Could go something like the MF, just to lifesteal up. Yeah, the Ezreal poke.
Yeah, like, Upset always plays, like, good matches, you know? Like, good matchups.
Yeah, he likes a good matchup.
Like, dominant.
Yeah.
But I think that's where it gets scary as well, because we've started seeing more rotations from Fnatic in general. I think they're becoming one of the more mobile teams in general. So having a priority lane from Upset where they like to go for these pincer swaps, making it uncomfortable for the enemy top laner, that's a scary thing to deal with.
Yeah, and with MF it's so easy to swap right, because you have so much movement speed with the W, so you can easily reach any lane and always kind of have a tempo advantage. And I'm curious to see if they're able to, like, as Fnatic here, would you want to try the last week support for a better support matchup? Or do you just say we need this top counter pick against the Seju?
That's a good question. Let's see what we do. I would like a Breezer on top because of the Sejuani, but there is not much left, right? Like, Jax is out, Renekton is out. I don't know what we can play. So maybe some tank, but...
I really don't want to see a tank, I think, because then you have double tank and it's like Mirwin on tank.
Yeah, and we need AP damage, right?
Yeah.
There is something left, Aurora.
Yeah.
Aurora might be the one.
Yeah.
But also, the support pool is really limited right now.
Yeah.
Rare Analyst out of the picture, Leona Braum out of the picture. Could look like a Nautilus angle at this point.
Yeah, like Nautilus, Rakan are the ones that definitely strike to me. I think Rakan from the side of Koi.
Gonna put in Mickey Fiddlesticks is something that could come in as a surprise pick with an MF ultimate, but
He's showing it, like he covered it on the first game.
Oh, yeah?
I was like a bit scared. Let's see. Actually, with MF, I think that you're going for the Nautilus maybe, but
yeah.
This could go either way for
Mickey. But Mickey's Nautilus
is
very good.
It's very good or very bad.
I think it's very good. I
You like
a lot
it?
by Mickey now.
Okay.
I will just say, some of the worst games that comes out from Mickey has been on that champion.
That's true.
Lady comp, bro.
Oh.
No.
You don't
Do you like it?
I don't mind it because you have the magic damage from the Ezreal and you don't really have any true tank on the side of Fnatic. And you can't really pick a tank into Mbessa anyways.
Okay.
Most likely.
Let's see.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, but I don't like it because, I mean, of course it's viable, but you make them like...
Oh!
It's a Wukong top AD.
But what is happening with the top matchup today? Like, Oscarinin is the one playing Warwick and Wukong, while Mirwin is playing Wakeful.
How does it work when Ambessa ults the Wukong and Wukong W's forward? It goes to the...
It goes to the clone.
Yeah.
Oh.
But ideally, you just want to dash away, and he just hits the clone anyway.
Yeah, depends on the situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Wukong is really good because he has the crazy innate armor from his passive.
Yes.
So he's just going to be able to stack that up and be super tanky.
Okay, who's winning?
And do you consider him a tank? I think so, right, Loki?
Kind of. But I think I actually still like MKoi's draft more.
Yeah?
I think Sejuani Yon is just so
trust
suitable.
you. Fully trust this guy. I trust you, bro.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you really want them to win as well. Some final words for your team or about your team.
Let's hope that we win with this full AD comp.
Let's go.
Let's pray to God, make the 1-1 and come back the series.
Okay, nice. That's our draft for Game 2. Hopefully, Movistar Koi can rally and bring us to a Game 3. It would be sad if they can't in this arena.
Really sad.
We still want to see Grabs sing on stage. So that would be in case of Fnatic loss, perhaps. I think the casters are ready, so let's kick it over to them.
Do you feel like it's been kicked over to you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's still in the air.
We're just waiting for it to land.
There it is.
Ah, nice. Excellent. We've received it back here. And we are ready to get into Game 2 of this best of 3. Some interesting picks here. The Wukong top, obviously, not something we have commonly seen, / I can't remember the last time we saw it.
I actually saw a decent chunk of it in the LPL.
Yeah, LPL, sure, but I meant LEC.
Oh, in the LEC, yeah. But I think that, I actually love it in this context. So, Wukong's passive, the stone skin, every time you auto it, you get increased armor, which makes you very, very strong in the early stages, particularly into something like a Mbessa. But when you hit the level 6, you just auto-kill. It is absurd how strong your level 6 bike is. So this is where I think, especially as you're trying to play to Mbessa, who isn't the strongest in the early stages, I think Oscarinin can just bully, because every time you use the Nimbus strike as the E, I think, it hits onto multiple people. You get that AoE. You also get that burst of attack speed, which makes trading very easy. And also then your Q has that increased range, which makes it very difficult to try and trade back in. Now, less so against Mbessa because she is quite mobile, but still, you're very, very strong in the early laning phases of Wukong.
I have done a quick look up. Photon played it last in 2024 spring. Wukong top. Before that, Wonder played it one game, Adam played it in 23. A lot of it was played back in 2021, which is when you were LPLing.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's probably where we saw a lot more of that Wukong top. Mid lane, though, not too unconventional.
It actually, funny enough, came out as a Jace counter.
Oh, interesting.
Because it was, you could close the distance, and then your level 6 was disgusting. So.
Oh, here we have Oscarinin jumping in, procking that bone plating on Mirwin. Can just walk away and farm up the wave. Obviously, Nimbus Strike going to hit a couple of those minions as well when you do jump in, so it helps you clearing out the wave. It's a Conqueror into Grasp matchup. Top Mirwin, the one running the Grasp, whereas Oscarinin looking for that Conqueror. Your clone helps you stack that up as well, which is quite nice.
Yeah, and it's the clone, the attack range. You can see how strong the Nimbus Strike is as well. It just makes it all very difficult to trade against the Wukong. Plus the stacking armor is just, it's just crazy. So again, in the early stages, it's more like you get pushes Wukong, nothing crazy happens. But when you hit 6, you have to be so careful of the zone.
We'll keep our eyes up for it. As Alvaro and Super do have the push in the bot side. So Rakan with that Gleaming Quill can sustain a little bit better. Looks like Super's hit a couple of Mystic shots as well, as Upset and Mickey have taken a bit of a chunk. Super's running the barrier this game, whereas Upset has the Cleanse to get away from the Quickness, the Glacial Prison. A little bit of CC coming out from MKoi.
Yeah, it'd be interesting because both junglers moving up towards the top side means there's Elioya might have an opportunity to try and get in towards Wukong before he actually crashes wave, but you can see there, one, the amount of trading power he has, especially because the clone will use the increased auto range as well, and you get that double hit, double Q proc off of your clone too, but also the fact then that it's so hard to hit the stuff you need to.
Alva going back in with Grand Entrance there. Does mean that Mickey takes a couple more auto attacks and a Mystic Shot from Super, but the Gleaming Quill not healing Alva up as much as he'd like. He's running the heal in that lane, so if he does take a really bad trade, he should be okay. Jojo taking a bit more damage from that tower shot than he would have liked as well. Mirwin's been able to heal up both through the Doran shield, but also through the cookies. Or just the pots, actually, so far, as Oscarinin tries to come down to help his jungler. Razork stunned up with the permafrost. He's going to have to flash away. Oscarinin, does he still have the decoy? That clone walks away from Mirwin, steps back to hit him with a crushing blow, and then decoys away.
Yeah, and that's, as you can see, the clone will just continue to hit, so Mirwin taking a little bit of the worst trade there, but both junglers still sitting here. Razork trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but I think without the level 6s, you don't win this.
Oh, Elioya flashes. They know Razork doesn't have flash. He's going to dash onto Mirwin, but Razork's already down. Oscar's now in the middle of Elioya and Mirwin. Mirwin flashes away, and Oscar's dead. It's a double for Elioya. Deja vu, I have seen this story before.
Massive mistake from the Fnatic top side. Way too greedy on the play, and they end up giving across the kills now. Both at least to Elioya, which means Oscarinin still stands a chance in the lane, but that is not the start that you wanted.
We're 2 kills away from Elioya. Greatness once again in the early game. Mickey here is going to flank Jojo Pyun, just going to wait for him.
Thank you, sir.
All right, there's the staggering blows. Jojo has the Q3 to get away, but the dredge line does still connect. Jojo holding on to the flash and can do that with a big minion wave built up. Humanoid doesn't want to tank the damage from it, nor does he want... Ooh, that was close. Nor does he want to lose any of the minions.
Nice barrier from Super. So pop the barrier so that then if the damage doesn't get through the barrier, it doesn't interrupt the reset. So nicely done by Super to guarantee that tempo and make sure they can get up towards the top side.
Yeah, it does mean that he won't have the barrier for the next couple of minutes, but should be okay with that. He's Ezreal, can play really safe, just Mystic Shot the wave if he needs to. Oscar and Mirwin meeting down towards this bottom side once again. Only a slight difference in terms of itemizations because, as we said, Elioya got the kills. So Mirwin has gone double longsword, whereas Oscar has gone for the Ruby Crystal longsword.
Yeah, probably going up towards the Sunder Sky. I have seen some people in the past used to just rush Black Cleaver because you could just proc that so quickly, both through the clone and everything else. So I imagine he'll still look for the all-in at level 6. Actually just reset there as well. So I'm still curious to see how Fnatic want to try and play this out, because I think you still got a strong early game for Fnatic where you can try and use the Xin Zhao to pressure down towards the bottom side, like play towards Mickey and upset and just kind of force an isolation for Oscarinin. But at the moment, you're just trying to basically keep away from Mirwin and Oscarinin.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It feels like trying to put Mirwin in a bad spot rather than trying to get Oscarinin more farm. Like, he's going to be able to farm up fine towards the top side, and he's not really under too much threat from an Ezreal and a Rakan. So Mirwin underneath this tower will struggle a little bit more. Nautilus has more CC than a Rakan, like 4 CCs in his kit, but also outside will just have a little bit more damage at this point in the game on the MF.
I think it's also the fact you can use the clone ultimate on Oscarinin to clear the wave if you really need to as well.
A bit like an equalizer.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But I think, like, at least in my eyes, a lot of the reasons why you pick Wukong in the solo lane is for punishing the specific matchup. So the fact you're shifting away from that is a little curious. Now, Upside is still getting, like, value. He's still getting gold. He's still getting plates and that. It's just, it feels weird to not try and have that matchup.
Alvaro hooked up. Elioya there for him to battle dance too. Can Arctic Assault across the wall, and of course Alvaro can use that grand entrance as well, as Super tries to put some damage onto Upset, but doesn't land anything after the initial Essence Flux. Oscar and Mirwin both level 6 now, but again that itemization difference with Mirwin building up towards an Eclipse and Oscarinin going towards that Sundered Sky.
And also the fact that Mirwin has just reset to TP top, right? So he actually has a bit more gold spent, so it's kind of setting him up nicely, which is why I think Oscarinin will probably play a little passive for the moment and then eventually look for his own reset. Meanwhile, Razork trying to play down towards his bottom side, because you're also the Fnatic bot lane didn't get to reset because they went for that play on towards I think it was Alvaro. So you're kind of in the spot where Fnatic are a reset behind. I need to wait for their moment to find that.
Yeah, you can see Super already with the Sheen in the tier, just stacking that up. Oscar and Mirwin still trading on the top side. Neither jungler in a position to gank anywhere right now, though, so it seems like both teams willing just to, you know, poke and prod, not really find too much. Fnatic should be pretty comfortable farming up in this game as well. They're pretty good scaling with the Azir. MF falls off a little bit later on, but if people are CC'd, that bullet time's still going to rip people to shreds.
Yeah, and you don't really have, apart from Ayoya, a lot of tanks there, and they tend to kind of congregate in the same area as melee champions, so we'll have to see how that one plays out. But at the moment, I think it's kind of Fnatic needing to get this reset, and my eyes are just drifting to Ayoya. Like, once you start to see people disappearing off the map, is it try and push in bot to go for Quick Dragon, but with in position on the top side and those resets, actually they're just interrupted again with Fnatic, but at least those resets trying to come through, I think you've got a timing window here for Ayoya.
He's currently looking up towards the top lane. Razork is there as well. Alvaro goes in with the grand entrance. True Shot Barrage coming out as well as Super dashes forward. Will get stunned up, or rooted at least, with the staggering blows. Mickey forced down to 150 HP and likely will just have to back. Upset uses the last of his mana on the Make It Rain. Does he have 100? Can he just bullet time this wave? The risk, of course, is if you bullet time from too close to Alvaro, you might just be jumped on immediately.
Yeah. And now with the wave crashing in, I just don't think you get the chance to try and do it, because Alvaro will be able to stop you and interrupt you before you get to the tower. Sejuani in position bomb, but now Razork here to show up as well.
Alvaro goes in, the wave there in time. Now Super flashes forward, Upset cleanses and flashes away. Didn't need the cleanse, but did burn it anyway. And now Super with no flash is jumped up by Razork. Alvaro has a depth charge following him. Flash hook across the wall, the battle dance not used. Alvaro falls, and now it's 2 for 2.
Super thought he had the outplay, was hoping that the flash into the arcane shift would finish the kill, but unfortunately, Upset able to flash away, and now Mirren actually...
That's public execution here if he does want to go in.
It's not going to follow, but... Yeah, so bot lane going Fnatic's way. This topside matchup not quite working out as you would hope for Fnatic, but at least the Dragon going the direction, but we'll see it here. Like, this is where Alvaro, as you alluded to, trying to interrupt the potential bullet time coming through, gets the knock up, and then it's a flash. The arcane shift will automatically target whoever Essence Flux is on, which is what Super was hoping for, but Razork in the area, good counter gang, as Ayoya was already in the area, and Fnatic are able to pick up 2 off the back of us.
It's one of the reasons that Upset was willing to stay with that next wave, as Razork was sprinting down there immediately. So Upset gets the kill. And one goes over to Razork as well, which evens out that jungle gold just a little bit. Mirwin was feeding out Oscar on the top lane and continues to do so. Repudiation giving him the extra little bit of shielding that he needs.
But this is the point where this matchup is just all in Mirren's favor. He's already got his Eclipse completed. You haven't really got to power through that early level 6 power cycle of Oscar in because there was so much rotations on the map. And now he's going for a more expensive item. And you do spike pretty hard off a Triforce, but like the big power spike is that level 6, and it feels like you kind of missed that window. And now Mirren just having the shield off of Eclipse trading and also his W is going to make it a lot more difficult to find those all-in windows as Oscar in.
With Koi having control of the top side of the map, they were able to pick up 6 grubs and about 1,000 gold lead so far. Most of that sitting on Mirwin, who's got himself a couple of plates. Humanoid answering the pressure of Jojo down towards this bottom lane. Alvaro is waiting around the corner, but you can see Mickey working his way across here as well to cover for his mid laner, because he's about half HP.
This is where Fnatic just going to open up with Upset in position to keep pushing waves, and you just try and hold out on the side lanes. Like, there's no real window that you have to worry about here. As Fnatic, you're going to continue to scale into a decent spot with this here. It's more, I feel like, on Movistar Koi to try and make plays, and that sounds weird because they do have the lead, but maybe they're trying to make that play on Oscar in at the moment.
That's what Ayoya is doing. Might just be covering Mirwin as he pushes in the wave. Oscar in does have that Cyclone. Would be risky to dive him.
But yeah, this is where like you need to try and find turrets and advantages on the map state if you're going to be Movistar Koi. You have those 6 grubs, so having a chance to use them. Oh, Humanoid misses.
Yeah, Jojo just dodges away and binds his soul for a second and then dashes back, realizing he doesn't win the extended trade into Nash's Tooth Azir. Humanoid has forced Jojo down to about half HP. Alvaro's coming across. Humanoid flashes away from the Fate Seal. Jumps onto Mickey as Alvaro went in with the quickness. Mickey Doesn't have the flash and is locked up with the Glacial Prison. True Shot Barrage coming down, and it's Super who claims the kill. Humanoid dashing in, thinking he can catch out Alvaro, who has to flash across the wall. Super falling low to Upset, who doesn't have a flash of his own. Humanoid stunned towards the bottom side, trying to survive, and Ayoya has made him meet his maker. Upset's coming across. Razzle dashing in here, looking for a little bit more. Jojo and Alvaro are both low. Upset clearing out a control ward, because he doesn't really think he can do much more. As Razzle goes back in, Crescent Guard, make it rain across the wall. Razzle, well, Alvaro jumps back in. There's the Permafrost. Alvaro's dead to the double up. Upset finds him. Oscar almost dead in the top side as well, as Mirwin holds on to the Verbal Execution and flashes, and then dashes out. Oscar falls.
Oscar falls on top side. Alvaro goes too far on the bot side, but it's Movistar Koi who are still kind of getting these leads. You have Jojo who's still covering that bot wave, so he's going to be able to pick that one up, and it's not like the tower or any of these plates are going to fall, so Movistar Koi responding decently thanks to Mirwin in that top side.
Yeah, Mirwin having an absolute tear for the start of this game. 1.2k ahead. Triforce now complete for Oscar Winning, but as you said, the spike has been missed. Let's have another look at this. Humanoid flash is the way to start it off.
Yeah, so Mickey ends up getting locked up. He doesn't have that flash available, so he's just trying to walk it out. But Humanoid is getting some decent damage onto Alvaro as this fight goes on. Gets caught by the glass, that Q3, and Alvaro's forced to flash as he goes over the wall. But I think in this position, like, this is where it gets a little messy. Upset is forced to go for the fight, which then kills Humanoid. But I'm surprised Razor continued as deep as he did on this play. I knew he had the ultimate, but at this point, it's like, hey, yeah, you're going to get the Krugs, but I thought the Crescent Guard would be more valuable in something like an upcoming objective fight. Now, he probably will still have it back up, but it was Alvaro who just ended up going that bit too far. They ended up netting the kill for Upset off the back of it. So now 3 kills on towards Upset.
Oh, Mirwin, that was gorgeous! A public execution to dodge the Emperor's Divide. Ayoya comes across the wall and picks up his 4th of the game.
That was so nice from Mirwin. And Mirwin kind of styling on them. This was the guy that we said, look, he's the guy to watch on Movistar Koi. He's been having an absolute stormer. He's been picking up so many champions, and we had him on Euphoria, and he's talking about how hard he's been working on so many of these like classic picks in the top lane. And you can see that paying off in the investment now.
Jojo's got Oscar's number as well. Talked about the stone skin. You need to auto to get that extra armor, right? So Oscar Winner not even having the opportunity to auto here. Alvaro on the chase as well. Oscar Winner going to try and survive underneath the tower. Jojo tanks it up first. But with the 6 Void Grubs, this tower will fall pretty sharpish. Cyclone coming out. There's the base seal as well. The clone going to get the extra knockup, but look at how low Oscar is. And Razork unable to finish off Alvaro as of yet. Now he gets him. It's a double. As Jojo and Alvaro fall, Razork had to flash forward for the kills.
Yeah, they try to go for the dive, but it doesn't quite work out. And again, Razork in position on this bottom side to turn around some of the Movistar Koi plays. It's still scrappy though. This has been haymakers back and forth as each team trying to see if they can get some crack in the armor here.
Upset 3-0, Alvaro 3-1. On the other side, Mirwin, he's only won 0-3, but he's taken a ton of plates, a ton of gold in his back pocket. 1.5k ahead of Oscar and Ayoya, already stacking up that heart steal on the Sejuani. Fnatic aren't going to fight over this Drake, with the 3rd neutral objective of the game going over to MKoi.
Yeah, this 2k gold lead is a nice little buffer for Movistar Koi, but it feels... This game feels so bizarre. It's like so many of the points where you think, okay, you can slow down and try and play through this position haven't really been happening. Now, Movistar Koi are going to move over towards Rift Tower to try and control it, but the Upset getting accelerated should be a strong point for Fnatic to play through. But because Movistar Koi have been so accelerated in the sideline through Mirwin, it makes it very difficult to try and play through that. Humanoid also going for these kind of big plays hasn't worked, and then Mickey calls.
Oh, Nautilus Death Fund is eating well. Flash across the wall, good dredge line. We'll get Mickey out. I guess the Death Fund will have to wait for another day, as he's only died once this game. Oscar winning 2 whole levels behind, basically. It's like 1 in 8/10. There's a better fraction for that. 4/5. There we go. As Jojo goes in with a fade seal from long range. Jojo finds it. Oh, okay. They doubted his Yone on the desk, but Jojo's coming out punching in this game.
It has been spectacular for him, and again, it's a lot of that has been Ayoya, a driving force in the back line, and Mickey just being a nuisance here, but also then just having the Mirren being able to solo win at the lane, and now...
That shot's going out. I think Mickey was being a little bit more of a nuisance. The quickness used by Alvaro. It's going to be Razork falling first. As Fnatic begin to retreat, they do manage to pick off Jojo, but it's Mickey that gets that kill. Koi have an extra man right now. Humanoid's back up, does have teleport, but isn't going to dive in towards that top side. Rift Herald summoned, and it will be a tier 2 for Koi.
Yeah, Mirren's did a public execution, so I was a little nervous that what was about to happen. But Fnatic will back away, but this is exactly what you want to see from Movistar Koi. That strong engine in the early game, taking over, now feeding those kills in the side lanes, they're getting control of the map, they're accelerating the pace of the game well. And a lot of it again coming off the back of one pick, but then Oyoya being there to cover for Razork. They managed to get Super into a position where he's just beating on towards upset as well, which means he has to flash away. And it's Koi collapsing faster and dictating the pace of this play. And with Mirren TPing in as well, you can see no one on Fnatic wants to play.
Yeah, especially when the Rift Herald comes down. It's like, okay, we'll just back off. There's no point trying to save this tower. Koi invading the bot side jungle as well, denying Razork as much as they can. And Yoya equal on farm with the Xin Xiao at 19 minutes on a Sejuani is a very happy place to be. Has a Bramble Vest, a Warden's Mail, and a Giant Spelled alongside his Heartsteel. He is a massive tank, and as much as Azir does do damage to tanks, he's like, Humanoid isn't in a position where he'll actually shred someone yet. Needs the Leandrides, needs to get 3 items before he can really work his way through Elioya quickly.
Yeah, but that is kind of the story for both of the solo laners. It feels like you don't have anyone who can actually effectively fight.
Yeah.
And you're kind of then relying on Razork, who yes has some kills and upset, but upset, as we all know, quite ultra-reliant in these fights. And if your solo laners can't set you up, how do you go for him?
Oh, Mickey with a good Hex Flash hook. The Depth Charge going to go down, but the bullet time not in range of Alvaro and Super, who managed to escape. Arcane Shift in the Battle Dance alongside Alvaro's Flash get them to safety.
Yeah, upset a bit shy on it, and this is what I was going to say, is like, unless you have ways to set up MF, she doesn't really do much. And Super, very mobile. Alvaro, Jojo, Pion, all these champions are incredibly mobile, so trying to lock them down in that one place when you already have 2 solo laners that are behind just means it's difficult to enable upset in these fights.
It really is. Atakan now started by Koi. They know there's no depth charge, they know there's no bullet time, and it seems like they know Fnatic aren't going to fight them over it. 3,000 gold to lead for Koi. They will get Atakan to their names as well.
Well, Movistar Koi played this so well.
Yeah.
Like, it's great to see, because I think there was a lot of questions raised on them, like after the Vitality series, where it was just like, what was this? Vitality absolutely dismantled them, but the fact that here, Elioya able to get the same control he got last game, but now in a champion that is far less team reliant, or at least he can enable his team more, and Movistar Koi looks significantly better. Also, Mirren back on the Ambessa looking fantastic. It's just like the top side of the map has gone so fantastically for Movistar Koi. And even Jojo Pyun, like the play on towards Humanoid on that top side, really just shut down anything that Azir wants to be relevant in the rest of this game. So at this stage, I think just playing for these objectives, like the Dragon in 15 seconds, is just perfect for him.
Yeah, that's what they'll be going for. It'll be their second Dragon of the game. It's an Ocean Soul for us here. They have 2 items on Super, 2 items on Elioya, 2 items on Mirwin. I don't really think Fnatic will want to fight. In fact, I think they definitely won't. This Humanoid is caught out in a side lane. And Koi, alongside the Drake, will take a tier 2 as their treasure.
This is kind of just dismantling Fnatic.
Yeah.
After the last game, I thought this would kind of be what we saw Fnatic doing, but Movistar Koi dictated the pace of this game, catching Humanoid inside, and now continue to just be a menace on the map. It was a little slow moving back over towards the Dragon, as it seems like they wanted to try and stick around potentially for this mid lane turret, but a bit unsure as to exactly what they want to do. I imagine Reset's going to come through as the Dragon just finishes off now.
Yeah, you'd assume so, right? Go back, make sure you spend all of your gold. You've picked up a lot of it in the last few minutes, so don't give Fnatic the opportunity to get back into the game. We saw Series 1 had a ton of throws in it. We saw even Game 1 have a few throws in it, right? Like, you just want to make sure you're dotting your I's, you're crossing your T's, you're doing it all by the numbers. Jojo, playing as safe as he can, will clear out this wave, combines his soul a mile away, and, well, it doesn't quite get all of the minions, but Q3 will do it for him.
Yeah, they were a little nervous because they saw that Mickey was trying to cheat tempo on mid and get some vision control, so into Movistar Koi's topside jungle, so maybe a little scared that they were going to transition over to the top side, but doesn't end up happening. I think Fnatic look like they've been put on a leash. Like, they don't really want to push out too far on the map. They have 0 wards essentially in their own jungle. There's like a couple on the bottom side, but it feels like only a matter of time until Movistar Koi put enough threat on this mid lane turret that it's going to fall.
Humanoid has just finished his Leandry, so if you're a Fnatic fan, there is a little bit of hope. The Azir will begin to melt his opposition, but the problem is his opposition is so damn tanky right now. Like Elioya's Randuin's Heartsteel, upgraded plated steel caps, I think they're chainmail laces or something, and then the Bramble Vest as well. So he also has to deal with the fact that Mirwin can just push out a side wave. He has the Last Whisper, Eclipse, and Sundered Sky already complete, so it's going to be tricky for Fnatic to play on all the points of pressure, and what will probably end up happening is, as we see Fnatic reacting to the side lanes, that's when Koi invests a little bit more into going towards this mid lane. You can see Elioya very happy to eat a dredge line.
They do have to be a little careful though of trying to play in towards the jungle, because if you set yourself up for Azir Soldier multi-hits, big depth charge damage, Upset having that ultimate across the top, that's probably Fnatic's way back into this game.
So to not choke, avoid the choke.
Yes.
Cool. Use abdominal thrusts for that in the medical industry.
Sure.
It used to be called the Heimlich maneuver, but we don't call it that anymore. We call it abdominal thrusts. That's how you avoid choking.
I wonder what Twitch chat is saying.
The problem is Twitch chat doesn't know the difference between an abdomen and the glutes. That's the issue. Okay? Can't trust Twitch chat with anything.
Is this what you're learning?
Probably doing the sussy or something. Yeah, this is what I'm learning from watching House again. I think every medical student worth their salt has watched House and been really proud of themselves when they get it before House gets it. It's like, oh, it's rabies. Hydrophobia? Yes.
I love the idea that like regular students go to pub quiz, the medical students just all go to someone's house.
Yeah, you should watch House or Scrubs. The Glacial Prison hits onto Ranzol. Can we talk about the risk of defending the mid-tier 1? Well, that's the risk, and now it gets even riskier. The TP comes in from Oscarinin, does get the Cyclone down, looks for the second, but there's no follow-up from the rest of the team. Oscarinin's dead again, 7-0-2 now for Elioya.
Yeah, that was a very deep TP for Oscarinin, and Fnatic left him out to dry. Koi immediately over towards the Baron. Humanoid's gone to the bot side, and that's going to be it. I mean, Koi with this, just continue to keep that pressure up in mid, and what are Fnatic going to do? There is 0 interaction in this game.
Lose.
Thank you. That was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
I kept saying win in my head. I was like, that's not
no.
the right
Good catch from Jojo again. Credit to him. Jone's been absolutely on point here. Elioya coming in with the Glacial Prison. It's the problem when you're having to defend multiple lanes as well as Fnatic.
I think it's also nice to just see Jojo stepping up. But even in some of the interviews, or even from the people that you saw on the desk, was like, well, Jojo has already been struggling. Well, not struggling is a bad word, but like, he hasn't been playing up to the standard he holds himself to.
Yeah.
And then it was also going to be nervous going towards a crowd where you felt that pressure to perform as well, because you have so many fans that are in the building that are supporting you. But Jojo seems to be thriving off it. Like, this has been a spectacular game from him, and probably one of the best he's had this year, I'd say.
I'd put it up there.
Yeah,
I'd definitely put it up there. I can't recall every single one of his games immediately, but I think he has had a really good impact. And even though he's only 2-2-5, I think the threat that he's provided for the team at all points has been exceptional so far. Now with the Baron Koi looking to even out this series, 7,500 gold lead. I have seen games thrown from this gold score with Fnatic in them.
I've also seen them from Koi.
Oh, true. Yeah, true. Okay. Not over till it's over. Elioya trying to put that final nail in the coffin as he does step forward here. Not really any damage. Oscarinin jumps forward and Miu's like, oh, nope. I'll leave the clone there and back away.
Yeah, the problem is, unless you have Humanoid there, Elioya doesn't die.
Yeah.
So when Humanoid elsewhere at the map, Elioya is like, cool, I'm just going to walk in here and do what I want.
Oscarinin level 14 to the level 17 of Mirwin. Jojo 17 as well, as Humanoid's only 15 and a half. Mirwin will be able to take the top in here. There's the Cyclone in onto him. Glacial Prison does go wide. Depth Judge there for the follow-up, but with the quickness coming out, they can't get onto the backline. Razork dives in. Jojo's killed Humanoid. Down towards the bottom side. Mirwin's still alive. Razork eventually will get the kill. A 1-for-1 exchange, but 3 inhibitors going to fall here for Fnatic. I don't think 1-for-1 is enough.
Now Super going to be able to pre-fire now with Oyoya going in.
Good dredge line away from Mickey, still caught up with the permafrost. Does not die to the Yone. Grub's pushing in. 3 waves of Barret up minions as well, although Razork was able to deal with one of them. There's a lot of cannons here as Jojo dashes back out. Almost like some sort of siege as the cannons eventually will be killed off.
They didn't bring the trebuchets though, so they got to go back to the dragons.
A far superior siege artillery, I think.
It's some weird Age of Empires
Yeah.
thing. I don't really know where dragons got introduced, but they're in there somewhere.
Yeah. I was going to say Siege of Borealis, and then I remember that's an M+ dungeon. It doesn't make me sound as good as I want it to, does it?
I don't have enough knowledge to tell you how that siege went, so you could just completely lie to me.
All I know is there's a Horde and Alliance at entrance, so you have to go through the Horde one apparently, and it doesn't show up on your minimap. MKoi have won this game, chat, okay? If they haven't won this game, Sally will eat a shoe.
Yeah. Or you release the goblin that you did.
Oh, we bring out the goblin? Well, this isn't Race to World First, okay? I don't think League of Legends fans can handle that. Chat is just these nuts. That's all they're saying right now. As MKoi, 8,500 gold ahead, 3 inhibitors to the good. Soul available to them in 4.5 minutes time if they want it, but I don't think they need to wait that long. 3 items on Mirwin, has the Serilda's Grudge to make sure no one can escape. 3 items as well on Elyoya with that Kanik Ruka. Double super minions in every lane, but not synced up as well as MKoi would like. I think bot and top are going to crash about the same time. Fnatic unable to deal with mid right now. Here come the minions. A Sun Disc put down. Upset can use the bullet time. Mickey goes in, and they will not kill off Alvaro! Oh my god, it's Majesty in Madrid! As MKoi finally engaged, Fnatic extend into them. Humanoid dives in with the Emperor's Divide, but he still can't kill off Jojo. MKoi, 5 players alive. Oscar in and flashes away and ruins the perfect line. Oscar underneath the fountain will be killed by a true shot barrage as we go all the way to game 3.
Beautiful stuff by MKoi. So controlled, so clean, and that last play was just the cherry on top. Fnatic did not stand a chance.
They did not at all. I think we're going to a short break before we get back with the final game of the series. Don't you go anywhere. have flashes. They know Razork doesn't have flash. He's going to dash onto Mirwin, but Razork's already down. Oscar's now in the middle of Elyoya and Mirwin. Mirwin flashes away, and Oscar's dead. It's a double for Elyoya. Deja vu, I have seen this story before.
Azure que tippy top.
¿Pero quién te crees? ¿Quién te crees?
I mean, I want to play for the Drake.
¿Qué ulting? Venga, gilipollas.
Coño, mire. Has flash that guy, okay?
¡Vete de aquí, gilipollas!
And they will not kill off Alvaro! Oh my god, it's Majesty in Madrid! As Koi finally engaged, Fnatic extending to them.
Well, Koi, they don't let Fnatic roll all over them. They bring us to a game 3. I have never in my life seen Mirwin so fired up. I'm learning all these new words. What does gilipollas mean?
I mean, it was translated as idiot. I'd say it's maybe a little bit worse.
It is a little bit worse. It's a
Quite
little
generous
bit worse.
translation. But I mean, you said it yourself earlier today, Jack. You know, when you played with Mirwin, he locks in for playoff. This guy in this second game, he looks a lot more locked in now than, well, I said playoffs. This feels like playoffs. That's not what I meant. But you know my point. Like this second game, he was on it.
I mean, he's been so clutch, and it was really, really nice to see. And just the energy that he has.
Yes.
You can tell that he's feeling himself.
I'm feeling it right now after just watching that.
And I mean, the Ambessa, right, it's been a favorite of his. And he just, despite the fact that Oscarinen has this creative counter pick, Mirwin just stumped him with solo kills, back-to-back, and being set up so beautifully by Elyoya.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen enough here to call it a counter pick even, right? This looked like Mirwin was just putting him in the dumpster, and as soon as he was ahead, it was so difficult for them to make any plays. I will say, okay, hold up. Wukong looked bad. It looked really bad.
Okay.
But I also think that he was a bit sold out by Razork.
I like when you're arguing against your own point.
Like,
we didn't say
no, but it's because I'm used to shocks over here.
What?
And she will say, Oscarinen. You know Oscarinen? Yes, you know.
Okay, listen. Okay, the Gnar thing is always in my mind, and sometimes I feel like he makes a little teensy mistakey, but everybody does. But don't like paint me as the Oscarinen hater.
Okay, I will not do that. Then I will just
Not
say,
yet.
not yet. Okay, I will just say, yes, the Wukong didn't do himself any favors, but I also think Razork with the early pathing, where he was forcing him to move from his lane into a 2 versus 3, then Razork flashes out, ganks
So he
again,
was
and
selling
then
his top
dies.
laner, basically.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
That was a rough game from Razork. I think he had some good aggression later on, but yeah, as you said, the early game not the best. But I want to talk a little bit about the draft.
Inspired agrees, by the way.
Yeah. Maybe you're a Razork hater too. Maybe
Yeah, literally quoting Inspired.
It's not me, guys.
The draft. So,
Yes.
Gane hated it because it was full AD.
Yeah.
But it's kind of fake full
Fake full AD,
because
yeah.
Yone does a bunch of magic damage, Ezreal does a bunch of magic damage, and Ambessa gets the free penetration. So despite the fact that the Wukong gets a lot of armor, I mean, if you shut him down, that also helps
That helps a lot.
For sure. But I just think you have so great tools, like Yone can start a fight, Sejuani can start a fight, Ambessa can start a fight, Rakan can start a fight, Ezreal can quite start a fight, but
It's okay.
4 and 5.
He can menacingly you
Yeah.
know, like it's
Which he did.
okay. It's
Under the
okay.
ball
He
power.
did.
But it's not just that they had a good draft, it's how they played for it as well. I think the fact that they so heavily prioritized getting those 6 drops in the moment where, well, no one can answer the Ambessa on site now, no one answers the Yone on site now. Like, already at that point, that was just GG, and Fnatic was just playing it out, getting worse and worse for themselves.
Yes, and 2 games in a row, Elyoya is proving why, you know, you should put him maybe at the top of the list of those Spanish junglers.
Hungry. I feel bad. I said at the start of the day, I don't think he's that good. He's kind of overrated.
Oh, you hate him?
Yeah, maybe.
No, you
But
don't.
no, now maybe I love him. You know, it's like I have to override both ways.
No,
but he had a phenomenal game.
Again.
Punishing all of these Razork's mistakes. I just feel like he was always at the right place at the right time, while also pulling the trigger so damn fast.
I'm not a KDA fan, but... Oh, it's in the series, okay. Yeah, I was like, oh, this is sick.
Yeah, on the series, that's really good. And it's been specifically towards that top side.
That's
where
with the
he's
loss.
handed, yeah. That's actually true. That's even more impressive.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that his read on where Razork is going to be or where Fnatic is making a play has been so good. It's also been a bit easy because most of the time it was topside, but I still think he's so proactive. He's so willing to pull the trigger. The fact that he's just flashing on Razork in that moment just means he's feeling himself.
The guy is always confident. He really doesn't need the boost almost because I can expect the performance from him a lot, right? It's some of the other parts that we had some question marks for, and I think Mirwin definitely answered it with a resounding C, that he's doing really well. I also think for the bot lane, confidence game also needed, right? And for Jojo as well. So as a whole, this is
I think for Jojo on the bot lane, it was maybe more like no sé.
Vale,
vale. It was like all right.
Yeah, why?
I mean, that was Jojo
Jojo had some highlight moments.
Yeah, and that's Jojo Yona, which he does well.
True.
The bot lane for me is still
well?
there, like...
Not always.
I think recently in spring, he's actually done well at the
Okay,
Yone.
I was thinking of winter.
Yeah, I think some of us are a lot, and that's sometimes stuck in the brain, but I actually think, like, he's going into it. I think bot lane, for me, this series, still needs a little more.
Super tried to go for the montage
for sure.
flash.
He
It didn't really work out. Yeah, it was like a crazy bot lane flash. It was...
And then they died.
It was not pretty.
Yeah.
Hey.
But it's like, those are the type of things you want to look for, but at the same time, I really want to see Super have a stable, good performance against Upset because he is the consistent machine.
But that's the pressure you sometimes feel, right? This is what you want. This is probably what he wants for himself in front of this crowd. I think normally he probably wouldn't have gone for that flash.
Yeah.
I think he was feeling it because it was where we are.
I like it.
I like it too.
It wasn't game losing.
No, it could have been because it kind of gave them a winning bot lane.
Did help him a lot.
Yes.
But now we have a big question in our league. Is our league very good or very bad? Because everybody beats everybody, it appears. G2 losing to Giant X, now Koi, and Fnatic fizzing it out.
But it's a best of 3, right? So a winner is a winner. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
Like at the 1-1, you can't really
looks like every team is very close.
The truth is somewhere in the middle, I fear.
Which means we're competitive, which is great. We're a competitive league, and I think that's definitely what's made this year more interesting than last year, where it was just G2. I care so much more about so many more teams now than I did last year, and that's a good thing.
I also think it brings it back to the point we've said a couple of times now, Jack. It's a different game here. It's a different game when you're in an arena, and that's why we had this kind of set out of what the possibilities here are, particularly for struggling teams. And you can really see, like, even though G2 lost coming into this week, they were still considered a top dog, right?
Yeah.
They lost again.
Yeah.
GX completely down and out, huge victory. Koi meddling in the middle, struggling in the middle. Now have a possibility to 2-1 Fnatic here in their own house. I mean, there's so much opportunity just left up for grabs.
No, absolutely. But let's take it over to some of the draft as well now that Fnatic selects red side, because I am curious what Koi is going to look for now that there's still blue side, right? Because that still means Mirwin on a blind pick.
Yeah.
That still means that, well, now you don't get Jojo on his Yone, which definitely is one of the better ones. Talia's still there, another one of his great champions. So I think that's something you want to pinpoint. What are we expecting for this one?
I'm thinking Talia first pick, Jojo unleashed.
Yeah.
Then a Gnar blind pick for Mirwin.
Wait, no, Talia was picked by Fnatic in the first game, so they can't even do that.
Okay, GG.
I thought you were going to
I even wrote it down. I just looked down on my notes. I was like, oh wait, there it is.
Then I'm actually not sure what Jojo chooses to go for. I feel like Talia, Ari, and Yone and Azir is like all I've seen him play. A little bit of Victor, I guess.
But that's why I get worried about like a potential humanoid Aurelian Soul, or where he gets a bit spicy with it, right?
Yeah.
So I think blue side is so tricky in Fearless once you come into these blind picks. I think normally for top lane a little bit, but I also think the bot lane matchup now that so many of the engage supported out, we only have Leona left. All of the others out.
Then we saw in the first series also, right? GX was perma on blue, and they ended up winning that game 3 from blue, right? Right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I feel like it was hours ago. It wasn't.
Oh, but it has been a long day. I mean, we started at 2, and I'm not sure what the time is right now.
Oh,
we started at 3.
We started at 3, yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's been a long day.
And also, if we were a little bit tired because of some of the delays, imagine like being on stage, right? It's always, this, it's a stamina game more than anything.
Yeah, it can definitely be tough. I do think, though, when you're like in the zone and you're here, it's like you kind of just forget it all. I'm sure you feel the same right now.
Yeah.
Time has gone by way faster than it actually has. And especially when you're playing, it just feels like it's all a blur
it's
right
all
after.
about timing your Red Bull. That's what it is. You can't be peaking
timing
too
your
early.
Red Bulls and timing your Kit Kats.
You can't be crashing too early. All right, then. Difficult to solve here. I think, the Fnatic fans are probably thinking, there's a lot of memes about grabs in this draft sometimes. Is he going to let us down today?
I hope they're not thinking that, but I mean, they might.
Fnatic fans are definitely thinking that.
Oh, I thought you said Fnatic.
They're fans.
But it's also hard for Fnatic here because at times they've made this series a library, for sure. But the moment it goes wrong for them, if you are a little tilted before, in this house, this arena goes crazy. Like, suddenly it'll be mega quiet, and then you just feel, oh yeah, they're actually alive. It's like out of nowhere. And for a team that's been emotional in the past, that needs to actually hold it together and prove that they can be one of the best teams, this is a great challenge for Fnatic to prove that they can actually belong at the top.
Loving the fluff. You're doing great. It's amazing.
I'm really trying here. What do you think, Jack?
I do think it feels bad when you get a kill and you hear 50 people screaming, and then enemy gets a kill and you hear 5,000 people.
It's super interesting. I think it's something we should maybe talk about when it's not going into Game 3 because of this orgs and how the landscape is shifting. It's all very interesting. But what's more interesting is how is this draft going to play out? Who are we prioritizing? MKoi still on the blue side. They did fantastically with it when it came to Game 2. They've got some momentum, but Fnatic can take it back.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that Fnatic are going to be actually banning out the Varus. I was thinking maybe they'd leave that Varus open and we'd be able to get that prio pick.
But let's get into the changes here. Like, there's a Lucian ban coming through. That used to be a Poppy ban instead. Kalista is still going into it as well. So something's definitely changing. Beforehand as well, it was Varus and Yone, well, in the first game, that later became that Gwen. Now Aurora is getting banned.
Yeah, this is very interesting. The Lucian ban, we haven't actually seen it yet much, but it's been popping up in scrims I hear, and it's like either the Lucian Braum or the Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio.
Nami!
Yeah, you miss it?
My favorite champion of all time.
Well, it is one of those things where enchanters will start coming through because they're pretty much all out of the engaged champions here, except the Leona, as we mentioned earlier. So there are trickier combinations that can come through. Lucian Nami or Seri
Lulu.
But Jack, Lucian Nami in EU, endlessly memed.
Well, it's banned anyways.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
It's all good. I think maybe like Sivir Lulu, Seri Lulu could be something to look for. Although there is still like, for me, I think both of these teams really prefer their support on engage and to be that playmaker.
Yeah, I'm just thinking there's big champion available here, 5, right? That's been the big one between Elyoya and Razor.
Banned out here on 3.
Oh, it's available.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a trap for the Vi, or are you just opening up and saying as Elyoya, yeah, I'll take that right now, thank you.
And the Pantheon is out as well, right? We saw G2 play well into Razork's Vi. Ooh, and the Gwen.
Yep.
Forgot about that one. The Jax is still open. But it's Mirrorwing Gwen is his best champion. And we'll see. Oh, wow, they're ready with this Jace counter pick here. Jace Vi. Not the most synergy on the two, but...
Not at all. But it needs to be redemption as well for Mirrorwing. He just played this Gwen against Vitality.
True.
And he actually didn't do too good on it.
That was Uncle Jace.
Yes, exactly. Yep. And as you say yourself, Jack, like, it is one of his best champions, career-wise.
Yep.
But he's got something to prove now.
You know, when we scrimed with Mirrorwing, it would always be the meme of one daily free win Gwen, because whenever he would look, it would be a free win.
Oh, now you only get one as well here.
Yeah, true. It's going to be the Skarner here. At very low priority these days. It's got numerous nerfs. It actually has the lowest win rate and lowest pick rate in solo queue.
And is it deserved?
Well, the champion's been pretty OP and pro for
boring.
quite a while.
But
Kind of boring.
Is he nerfed into the ground?
I think he's pretty weak. He still retains a decent strength in pro play, I'd say, just because of the ulti, the terrain crossing.
But what are we picking with Vi here as well? Because Talia is not here.
Okay, but what is this Nico? Where is this Nico going?
I mean,
is that support? Is that mid? Is that a blind pick mid Nico?
Well, we call it a flex pick, so he could go
well, yeah, but it's so random. This is I'm very surprised here.
Oh, Victor is still open.
I really like the Victor for Humanoid, though. I think it should do great into the Nico on mid. And the Nico pick just actually threw me off guard.
Wait, but isn't this just going support the Nico?
I don't think so. I'm assuming maybe Jojo picked it because he's kind of running out of champs.
But Fnatic don't think so. They're going through with some of the bans now. Aurelion Soul, which was usually Humanoid's own response into this.
But the Nico blind pick support is just, unless you have a really good ADC pairing, I don't really see it.
No,
but
it was dumb of me to say it, right?
No, they're banning mid laners, so Fnatic agree with you.
Oh, see? Okay, we're also dumb. They are as dumb as me.
I'm dumb.
So Leona ban is coming through. So that's one of the last engaged supports. We still have the likes of, well, if you want to play a Mumu and things like that too.
A Mumu, Camille, Pike, if you want to really crazy.
Now we're getting goofy.
Yeah, this is the Fiddlestick support that you talked about. There's definitely a lot of crazy picks for the side of Fnatic.
Mr. Useful as well.
Yeah, so the Jhin would pair up nicely with the Nico. And you do, so the biggest thing that you really, really want for the side of MKoi is some heavy AD damage. Because if this Nico goes mid lane, Skarner is not that much physical damage, and the Nico and the Gwen's all magic, right? What's Saya pick here?
What do we think?
I don't know. It's not. It's good into the Gwen Skarner and decent into the Nico as well. It's pretty solid actually.
Oh, they're staying flexing perhaps.
I mean, the thing is, the Nico support does have a very good lane into the Xayah, but if you can't pair it with a poking ADC, then the poke doesn't really stick that well.
I was going to say as well, what ADC that's available right now? Are you happy picking into what you see here? You could do Sivir into Vi.
Ashe maybe, but Ashe is
banned.
Ashe is banned. Yeah, actually. Yeah. And Caitlyn was banned by MKoi. It's a toughie.
Interesting.
I do think though when you looked at Tristana, you really want the more engage-heavy support. They could still choose to opt for the Nico, just with her ult.
He has a smirk.
Give me the Sivir.
Alvaro has a smirk.
No way they're picking Zed.
What is it about?
I mean, he's hovering Zed.
I know, but hovers, and I think we're on a little delay. Oh!
Silas. This is a lot of magic damage for the side of MKoi. He does have... Does he even have good ult? He doesn't have good ult. It's a bile.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. It's a bit puzzling, this one. I mean, Victor ult is not bad, but Xayah and Jace ult are definitely some of the weakest.
You also don't get the upgrade on the ultimate, I think, when you're playing Silas and steal the Victor ultimate, so...
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's going to be Renata last pick for Fnatic. I do think I prefer their comp a whole lot.
Why? Because of the Renata?
I think just their champs make a lot more sense together. I do think they're a little bit low on the engage side with only the Vi going in.
Yeah.
But I think what MKoi is drafted is just really weird.
Yeah.
Triple AP with a Silas without really good ultimates.
They love
and this
some...
Renata, when all of MKoi are going in, is going to wreak havoc.
They love some messy damage profiles. Doesn't make any sense.
But Super against Renata now he can dodge the handshake.
That's true. Wait, what?
What?
Handshake? Mickey?
Okay.
You get it? It was a bit far-fetched, but no, it's a bit...
Yeah, that took me a bit.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry.
Don't try to joke anymore. It's all right.
It was a good joke.
It was a good one. It's just our bad.
It's true. It's true. We didn't get it. So here we go then. If we prefer,
Which draft do you prefer, Shogs?
I think also the Fnatic, because it does make a little bit more sense, and I feel like maybe they mind game themselves too much, and maybe the Jojo champion pool kind of stir them in a certain direction.
Sure.
I don't know.
I think that's very fair. And we were saying before, like, this is where you can get a bit lost in the sauce. Game 3, lots of OPs out. So
yeah. Lost in the sauce, lost in the mayonesa, perhaps. We don't know. Let's kick it over to our casters in beautiful Berlino.
Of all the good sauces Shox could pick, she went with mayonnaise, I assume. I don't speak Spanish that well. Donde está la biblioteca?
I'm pretty sure mayonnaise is actually just chipotle sauce.
You think it's chipotle sauce? Oh, really? You don't think it's mayonnaise?
No.
Okay.
No, something says to me that's not. Like, I don't think I've ever heard Shox say the words, I love mayonnaise. So I think
That's
that's
true,
why.
actually. She is a well-known mayonnaise hater.
Yeah, regularly. Fries as well, which is weird when you think Belgian person.
Yeah, but she likes apples, pommes.
Oh,
right? So,
that makes sense,
It does make a lot of sense as we get into Game 3 of this MKoi Fnatic series. Only bangers all the time in Madrid, it seems. This game, a bit more conventional in terms of drafting. I haven't seen a Tristana AD carry in a hot minute, but does still do a huge amount of work. Has a lot of damage. Was nerfed slightly on this patch, actually, because of how much damage she was putting out. We had a little debate during draft, and you seem to come down on the side of liking MKOI's draft.
Yeah, I think you've got... I think the Silas actually does have a lot of options here, even if they are not damage options. Like, being able to steal the Vial to guarantee an engage is really nice, because I think it kind of sets you up well. Being able to steal the Renata ult as well for when the Vi goes in gives you options in that regard. And even then, if you do want DPS, stealing away Humanoid's ultimate is going to be super nice for fights. It's also then, I think, when you try and look at how a fight kicks off, I think Alvaro has nice non-committal engage. You can just fish for some of the lockdowns, especially on a shorter range AD carry like Upset or even Mickey popping forward. And then whenever you go in as Fnatic, I think you have so many ways of buying space to deal with Razork in a fight. Like, Elyoya walks forward, he can go for the Impale. Alvaro can go forward, he can go up and open up with a Pop Blossom to buy space. So I think it gets very difficult for Fnatic to try and play through the fights. And I think, like, yes, they do have some range advantage in Oscarina and in Humanoid, but I don't think it's enough of a range advantage to just deny everything that MKoi want to bring to the table.
It makes sense. We'll see how the drafts play up into each other as the game goes on. Mirwin going in here. Okay, well, Mirwin is dead. That did not go too well. for Mirwin.
Yeah. And that's not going to go too well to the game in general, I will point out for MKoi, because ideally you want to be able to survive the early stages.
Super going in.
Okay.
Dodging away from the handshake, puts the explosive charge down, does get rooted, though cleanses. Flash forward from Mickey as he thought perhaps these couple of auto attacks would be enough. Flash as well from Upset, but he was rooted up and immediately had to cleanse away. Great root from Alvaro to help his AD carry escape.
Alvaro has a flash Q. Upset, how dangerous are you willing to play this? I think he knows you're not Tristan Alvaro, but still okay. So everything burnt on the bottom side, apart from Alvaro's flash, which suddenly means the junglers will probably want to walk down, but I think there's a gank happening top first.
That there is. Mirwin pops the ghost and walks right out of there. The wave not in a good spot for him at all. Oscarina using that vision as well to keep Mirwin as far away from these minions dying as possible. Humanoid and Jojo in the mid lane, both relatively low. Jojo running the door and shield will have a little bit more health regeneration. Kind of need to into the Victor as the Siphon power comes out. Both of them pretty low on mana as well. Elioya is coming around the side here, but is spotted on a wall.
Does he want to just come over the wall, though? We'll end up spotting the Flies there, and he might just try. You're not going to respect it and back away.
I think that was the correct choice.
Yes.
From both of them. Mirwin here, being traded on by Oscar, and again, Oscar only has an extra tier. Doesn't actually have much fighting power gained from that first blood, but obviously getting the tier stacking up as soon as possible is great. TP coming out as Jojo is looking for blood. Oscar still has his flash. Jojo. Okay, so where we are, abscond, flash away from Oscar, abduct. Jojo misses, and now doesn't have a flash of his own. Razzle's on his way across. Last time we saw Fnatic fight a 2v2 on the top side, it didn't end up well for them. But Razzle chases forward, and down goes Mirwin. Jojo absconds and abducts a minion. And that's not what you want. 3-0 Fnatic.
Top lane is hemorrhaging gold from Movistar Koi, and Fnatic are happy to pick up the pieces. 2 kills now to Razork and Oscarinen getting off to a phenomenal start. Like, look at the amount of CS Mirwin's about to lose.
Where were you when MKoi was killed? I was here in Berlin watching on the screen. But what an awful start for MKoi. It's 1,300 gold lead already. All of that situated on that top side of the map for Fnatic. Obviously, MKoi can still get back into this game, but it is a long, long road back. When your Gwen falls behind in a matchup where she is outranged, it is so tricky to get back into the game.
Yeah, and it's the very quick double longswords now going to provide a ton of push power for when you get on towards the tower. Start to look at even more plates that can go Oscarinen's way. This matchup just becomes very, very snowbally. And even when you look at the little ward as well. Oh, well, never mind. That was just there. I was also giving a lot of information to Oscarinen about how aggressive he can go. And the fact that now the camps are respawn on the top side. So as Dragon goes down, I imagine Oscarinen basically going to try and hold this wave in position so then he doesn't end up overextending on the top side, or actually it looks like it's already potion. I know, Will's looking for the freeze, but yeah, basically just saying, okay, if Elioya is going to be top side, I'm going to make sure I'm nowhere near Mirwin's tower. I'm just going to freeze the wave in a position that works for me.
Both of them will get some cookies up there. Arcane Storm used on Jojo Bjorn as Humanoid looks to chase him down. Jojo without flash, remember. Mickey coming in from the side as well. Elioya uses the upheaval to force Humanoid back. Grubs on the menu here for Fnatic. It's not the most delicious dish, but it does help you out, especially when your Jace is ahead in terms of getting that pushing power. In fact, both games in this series, we've seen the team with 6 Grubs win.
Which is an anomaly. Which is, because when you actually look at the stats, the people that get 6 grubs tend to lose. For some reason, 5 grubs tends to be the special number.
5 grubs is better than 6 grubs on average.
Yeah. But the dragon stacking, at least, still helping out.
5 grubs a possibility for Fnatic.
Playing the numbers, I like Fnatic. I like it.
Definitely nothing to do with the fact that Elioya was there with Impale. And
nah, the number game.
Number game makes sense. As Razzle was forced away, he's going to come around and farm up his camps. 15 CS lead for Oscar in the top lane. Bot lane even. 0 gold difference between the 2 AD carries, and then Super goes and ruins it all by farming up another minion or 3. Humanoid's in an okay spot in mid as well, as Jojo has gone back and got himself a Dark Seal, 2 Ruby Crystals, and some boots.
That are made for walking.
That's just what they'll do. Jojo will walk all over. I was going to look for a fun, like, I couldn't think of a good rhyme for you. I had glue in my head. That doesn't really work. Because he's walking all over the lane to the mid lane.
The blue side.
Yeah, walk towards. Oh, walk all over from blue.
Yeah, there we go.
Got there in the end. If only Dracos was here, he'd be like that.
I know. But we're stuck with us. We're slowly losing our minds over the course of these 6 games.
I know what you're talking about. It's going well.
It does remind me of being back at the LPL a little bit, where it's just like you just have these mega long days, and it's just like this isn't as bad. I don't know if people remember Lyric losing his mind in Game 9, where against TT, where he thought the game was going to end.
And then it doesn't end, and he just absolutely goes off on one. Was it TT that he went off?
It was supposed to end! It's one of my favorite casting clips from Lyric ever. I miss that man. He's a good lad.
He's a good lad. He's a good lad. All right, so on the Rift at the moment, much ado about nothing. But, both Fnatic lanes are just going to get pushed in, top and bot. Humanoid is pushed through mid, or is holding mid as well, as Jojo is here to try and get that underneath the tower for himself. With no neutrals up, expectations are that we'll just keep playing through this sort of lane state for the next little while.
Yeah, Mickey is roaming up, but it's only kind of to match Alvaro and Elioy, who are on that top side of the map, and we're kind of seeing the back to basics of, hey, if the matchup swaps, let's swap. So Supa in that top side, and they're going to send Jace down to the bottom side for Oscarinin. But it does mean, I think, should be able to catch this wave relatively easy. And it's kind of just 3-man. See what we can fish for in the mid lane and hope for the best.
Tangle Barbs coming out from Alvaro as Oscarinin forces Mirwin back again. Mirwin only losing 1 minion out of this wave if he can't get that singular one, so he'll be okay with that. It's kind of his job right now is just to find as much out of every wave as possible while not dying. Right, and that's exactly what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much he wanted to chase on towards Mirwin there, but even here, like, I don't know, actually, I think Supa's going to be there a little bit too quick, but I wasn't sure if he could just slam down on the wave, clear the wave, and then actually look for a play. He might be able to.
I think he can get a play.
Yeah, there we go. So, in this position, you're relatively happy as that. And now Razork's here for a dive on top lane.
Mirwin TP's in, immediately runs away. There will be another plate over to Fnatic. Mirwin steps back forward with the wave. You can see Alvaro working his way past the blue buff to get up towards this. Hallowed miss down from Mirwin. Himself a little bit safer while he farms up that wave underneath the tower. There was a plate for Oscar on the bot side, so he's 1,100 gold ahead. Not going straight for the Manamune, instead he's got himself a serrated dart, because Razork's gone so deep. Alvaro with a great pop loss, lands a stun on 2. Mickey's going to fall to the tower. Oh my god. I thought it was all over, but Razork had other ideas. Stopped by Mirwin as he tried to spot breaker across the wall. Upset needs a TP from his teammate to try and help him out of this one. Human is going to catch out Jojo. Oscarinin coming in from the side. Elioya, though, on that front line is going to get knocked out by Oscarinin. Fnatic will extricate themselves from the situation, but they just went so deep for the dive. Jojo was able to get Humanoid from, stop him from recalling at least, and in the end, it is just 1 kill for naught.
But look at the bot side. Supa going to work his way through these turret plates as well. So it's not only the fact that that kill went across, it's now going to bleed over into that nice little lead that Supa's starting to accumulate for himself. And it's all Razork going way too deep on the play. Just not respecting that, one, anyone on MKoi could have been moving towards that top side, and 2, you just couldn't really follow up. Like, upset that to a flash. You just try and get in range to auto attack.
Supa stopped. Has already used the rocket jump. He's going to be handshook back here. Gravity Well going down as well. He does have the cleanse, but he won't burn it. Arcane Storm takes him down, and Supa falls in bot lane.
That Gravity Well was actually clutch, because if he'd got that extra auto attack onto Mickey, he would have got the jump reset and been able to escape, but just not quite able to get that last tick of damage means that he won't be able to survive. So, bit of a whoopsie from Supa. But it's now just going to be a trade of objectives on each side of the map.
Yeah, a little bit greedy on the plate, a little bit greedy with his back positioning as well. You can save the rocket jump, you can walk underneath the tower. Both of those were options. At least he doesn't burn his summoners when he thought he was pretty much dead, so he will have both of those up for the next fight. Fnatic get their hands on a Chemdrake. The grubs were taken by MKoi, so it's 4-2 in their favor.
Everyone on Fnatic starting to shift down towards his bottom side. I think they want to try and make a play towards Jojo, as actually Upset going to have to move back now to try and cover that mid play. But yeah, they really want to make something happen.
Jojo doesn't have flash, So I wonder if they're just thinking maybe we can punish this Silas if he tries to go in onto Humanoid. Does have an okay spot in the 1v1 matchup, at least now with the Catalyst of Aeons complete. So Jojo may look to step in.
I do love how Alvaro is just playing as a second support, though, because you can see it's kind of like where Alvaro is.
Second jungler.
Defensive. What did I say? Second support. Sorry, second jungler.
It's because sometimes there are two Nikos. I get you. I get you.
But it's kind of like, hey, where Elyoya is the offensive part of the map for MKoi, and Alvaro is just acting as the defensive part of the map, and always kind of playing to where Jojo is, making sure that, hey, he can farm up safely, and if you ever go aggressive, I have Pop Blossom and heal, I can keep defensive part of the map safe, whereas Elyoya is just trying to see if he can sneak into awkward parts of the map to cover. But now both starting to join on this bottom side as Fnatic setting up for play may give them a bit of a number disadvantage here.
Okay, so a couple of pings immediately go down onto Razork there because the World Atlas proc hit onto him. Mickey thought the real Alvaro was the closer one, so he stops his recall. All of Fnatic resetting at the same time to be out on the map. Plate's about to fall off in 30 seconds time. Super will have a little bit of time. A smidge, a jiffy with this mid lane tower.
Delightful.
Get the plate. A jiffy is actually a measurement of time. I can't remember what it is, like 1/200th of a second.
Oh.
So if someone says, I'll be there in a jiffy, it means...
They have to, you basically just open the door, they better be there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone outside of the UK really says that, but...
No. I mean, we do say it in Ireland as well.
Oh, it's true. UK and Ireland, I should have specified.
Look, I don't want to go Killian Murphy on you.
No, justifiable in my eyes. Justifiable.
But, yeah, I love the classic of, yeah, I'll be there in a jiffy and you're just about to get into the shower.
Oscar here, holding on to his final order attack, letting as many minions die to this tower as possible. Still has that sizable sum of a lead, 1.5k ahead now after taking that first turret. Razork gets the smite and takes away the blue, and Bolt Breaker's over to safety. Next objective is 1.5 minutes before we have a rift held. Ooh, Oscar. It's going to get slowed up with the upheaval. Heal coming out as well from Alvaro as they look for the chase, but Oscar is pretty darn fast with Swifties already completed. And yeah,
the slow down, like the reduction on the slow from the boulder toss coming through from Elyoya, plus then having the acceleration gate just makes it so much easier to move through. So
yeah. There's a blank space where he once was because of those Swifties.
Wow. I don't know what our crossover is between T-Swift fans and...
Hey, there's Swifties in every avenue of life.
Oh, my bad.
It's like...
Look, I'm not trying to annoy anyone or, cause anger. I was just...
Like BTS fans, right? They're everywhere. Is it BTS? I can't remember the name of the K-pop band, yeah.
But, okay, yeah. But yeah, I think at this stage, we're coming back to the game because I don't know where to go from here.
Yeah, tell me what's going to happen.
What's going to happen is you're going to have Oscar and move back up towards the top side. They're going to try and make a play over towards the Rift Herald in a couple of seconds because you really want to try and play for that as Fnatic with the push advantage that you have on Oscar and try and play through that strength. Whereas when you're looking at MKoi, they really want to try and keep the dragon stacking that they have going. But they are trying to compete here, and I don't know if this is the point, because if you try and compete in the Herald pit, it's very easy for Oscar to get value from the Jace. Constantly being able to play at arm's reach, and also then having the U bundled up in the pit. But here we go. MKoi going to have to try and engage on this bottom half of the fight.
Neowin has snuck behind Oscar in here. Elyoya going forward. Oscar is going to have to flash away. Elyoya with the slow. Lands the Impale, and Mirwin chases forward with the needlework. Oscar is down. Mirwin gets the shutdown, and Fnatic immediately call for the retreat.
All right, Oscar got caught. Nicely done by Mirwin to wait in the bush and set up then for Elyoya over the wall. And now Fnatic going to go with the tail tucked between their legs. There's still 15 seconds until Dragon as well, so MKoi finding their moments.
And a good moment it was overall. Mickey looking for that handshake, only lands it onto the clone. Drake up in 8 seconds time.
And I really like that Jojo has taken the vial to it, because now you've got that engage tool for a potential Dragonflight if you need to. Mira moving up towards that top side to push out the wave, has that TP if you want to join. Supa hopping away, got to keep himself safe, but Jojo's still hovering around just over by the Raptor pit.
And Mirwin's up in the top side right now, trying to add another point of pressure. Fnatic, I think, will just get this dragon anyway. MKoi don't really want to fight so quickly after using their Impale and their Needlework, so they will accept. Second dragon of the game goes over to Fnatic. About 1,000 gold lead overall for Fnatic off the first 17.5 minutes of this matchup, but we have seen Koi manage to pick up a couple of things in the last couple of moments. That shut down onto Oscar, and also, of course, the Rift Tower.
Yeah, it's the advantage of having the push through Supa is helping them out, at least in this position, because if you can get Supa onto mid tower for already void grubs for yourself, I think you can play very quickly into covering that, but also the fact it's very difficult to lock down Supa as Mickey or anyone really, apart from Razork, that he just gets to play so freely on the wave and opens up for Alvaro to constantly be in these other parts of the map.
Humanoid needs a little bit of support down in this bottom side. Razork walking in immediately. Charges up the Vault Breaker. They should be able to get this control ward. Mickey takes it. Handshakes again just onto the clone. Fnatic are investing a lot in getting this bot side push. In fact, they're investing a lot in trying to kill a Skana, but he's damn tanky, and there's the Pop Blossom follow-up. Great Featherstorm from Upset, lands the root as well onto Alvaro. The Arcane Storm starting to do a little bit of work. Now, Mirwin, the next target, is a TP in behind Fnatic. Hallowed Mist almost taking out Razork there with the needlework, but can't quite get the extra bit of damage.
Fnatic needed that to work, because they already had the push from Mirren on top side. They would have lost the Terra top, and Supa, as you can see now, is on that Terra in the mid lane as well. So Fnatic wanted to hard force, but without getting any kills, it means that they're over-investing into that bottom side, and it's just giving that more time for Koi to pick up advantages through the waves.
It did manage to kill off Alvaro, but as you say, Supa getting a lot of damage done onto that mid lane tier 1. Jojo healthy enough as well to defend against Upset and Mickey on the bot side. So Fnatic, although they have this chunk of change, 2,000 gold ahead, are struggling to really stamp their foot on the gas. They're struggling to really get all of these extra turrets. Not getting the Rift Tail won't help them with that. They can't really open up the map as much as they'd like.
Yeah, and I think it will continue to be a little bit of a struggle for them as now top side.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a struggle for Oscar winning here. Because Mirwin's here, Alvaro's here, Eliora's here, and Oscar doesn't have a flash. There's a blast cone for him, TP coming out from Koi as they invest a lot of resources into making sure this Jace goes the way of the Dodo.
Yeah, 10 seconds on Atakan, but now Mickey finds Supa.
Oh, great handshake, but Supa even chased with the cease and desist. He got the reset on the rocket jump, and there's a blast cone there for him. Does have to burn the flash. Meanwhile, Jojo's on the flank, and Mickey has to flash away himself. Hostile takeover stolen away. Won't be able to connect onto anyone. We call that one a merger. As Humanoid is being chased out by Mirwin. Hallowed Mist doing a lot of work here. Mirwin dashing forward, though. Humanoid can turn some damage back onto him.
Yeah, no connection on Jojo Pyun using that hostile takeover. It was a bit of a disaster. You can see Razork and Humanoid just hugging the wall, able to escape. At least Koi going to be able to put down the Rift Tower mid, should get the mid lane tower on resets, and Jojo also moving up towards the top side means that they'll get at least a little bit of damage onto the top side plate, or towers I should say.
Tower falls in the mid lane. Koi, the first to take a mid tier 1, get another charge out of the Rift Tower as well, as it is eventually killed off by Fnatic. The gold shrinks to about 1.2k in Fnatic's favor, and you can hear the crowd in loud voice as well. Koi slowly working their way back into this game, Dagden.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue is just losing control of the map and then Atakan being taken away by Fnatic. Like, Koi are doing a very good job of very quickly collapsing onto Fnatic as they try and play her in the mid wave or like try and play on towards the top side.
It's happening!
There we go, yeah.
Oh, this feels scary for Fnatic, scary for Koi as well. Mirwin's going to take the bot tier 1, and Koi aren't going to challenge. As you say, no TP on the Gwen means that Koi don't want to fight it. They had Impale, they had Pop Blossom, they didn't have Alvaro's flash, but obviously just didn't think they could get in.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a gamble from Fnatic, basically saying, look, Mirwin is on bottom side, he's not going to be able to get here. Koi more than likely setting up for the Dragon, that's in a couple of seconds time, because Fnatic also, with a third Dragon, would go towards Soul Point. So I think it was Fnatic kind of making an educated guess as to exactly what Koi or where Koi were going to be in the map, and it pays off well for them.
I don't know if there was any vision on Fnatic as they did go up towards...
I don't think so either, yeah.
It looked like Koi was starting to make their way there and then decided against it. So I'd have to rewatch the replay. But as you say, good call from Fnatic. They now have the false life. They can look to break this tier 1 in mid. Elioya on the flank. No wave there for Fnatic. So as that's cleared out, they won't quite be able to take the turret as of yet. 8 seconds on the Infernal Drake, though.
It is drawing everyone on MKoi towards mid though, which opens Oscar in to get bot side turrets. So at least you are still getting something on the map, but we do need to be careful of MKoi suddenly trying to force a play in mid. But with Oyoya on reset and Jojo now moving down to try and catch that wave, it'll be mid tower for Fnatic as well. So 2 towers picked up off the pressure before this dragon.
Mirwin has teleport and is looking for that top tier 1. So 2 towers for 1 will be the ending of this exchange, unless Mirwin continues to push forward, which he might. Has those Infernal Cinders to pick up a little bit more ability. Hasty Impale onto 2, but no real follow-up here for MKoi. Super and Alvaro were not in position to chase any further in. Razork goes down to a 3rd HP. Meanwhile, Mirwin continues to push in top.
Stop the ports. I mean, if MKoi can try and prevent Fnatic from resetting, you can have the tier 2 gone, and you can also have your cake at the dragon as well. So this is where it's a little bit of a precarious spot. Fnatic, with Razork going in that bit too deep, are in a weird position.
I think Fnatic just get the Drake. Oscar TPing back because he knows he's already lost the tier 2, but the dragon is gone. So Mirwin just gets more time on top. He's taken the tier 2 already. He'll just push that out. You can see, though, the goal basically even between the teams now.
Putting Fnatic to sole point is
it's a dangerous game, but Mirwin's ahead in goal.
Yes, Mirwin is ahead of goal, but it's the, hey, we are not willing to fight a lot of these situations is the part that I'm a little worried for. And I think you have opportunities there where, hey, Razork has already used his engage, so if we can just close that distance, we can take the fight. Like Jojo Pion, I'm 90% sure, had Razork's ultimate on cooldown, so would have been able to steal it and look for that play. And then you have Alvaro's follow-up, you can look for the dragon. I think there was ways to fight that. And Mirwin had already taken top tower, so you can immediately TP him in. So this is where it's like, I think MKoi can look for moments to fight. They're just not being able to get them. And now Fnatic on Soul Point, if they steal it, there's accelerated shock blast and long-range lasers from Humanoid that are going to cause much more damage to health bars of MKoi.
Alright, can I just say, it's slightly absurd that Alvaro, if his clone survives until it times out of its animation, can immediately throw out another clone.
Yeah.
Like, that is slightly absurd. That's just Nico things, apparently. Using that animation well to make sure that it doesn't expire as quickly as it would die. So,
yeah, I think there was conversation ages ago about like not being allowed to use that.
It was a very specific conversation around not being able to control the clone to reposition.
Okay.
There was a very specific conversation, because this always comes up whenever anyone sees Nico doing that animation. The animation is fine.
Yeah.
It's a very specific interaction that I'm not going to go any further in depth about, so you can't abuse it in solo queue.
Gotcha, okay.
Yep. So, MKoi setting up around the Baron right now. Next Drake 3 minutes away, so we have a little bit of time to play on the top side of the map. Only 200 gold between the two teams. 2 items complete on both the AD carries and both the mid laners. Rod of Ages has fully stacked up for Jojo, so he is level 15 now. Razork sitting at 2 items himself. Now looking for Mirwin, as you say, but he does have a very powerful tool at his disposal, Dagda.
Is it the B button?
It is the B button.
But he stopped being.
Well, it was powerful while he did it.
What a strong individual.
Look, in Dota you have to buy a scroll to be able to do that, that's all I'm saying.
Well, Mirwin decided to stick around and is now going to position himself in the tri-brush to make sure that Fnatic aren't going to try and move in to contest the vision control that MKoi are getting. But it's kind of a bit of a stalemate on both sides, right? It feels like Fnatic don't really feel comfortable looking for, or like forcing in towards River or trying to make plays, because Oyoya is very strong at being able to turn around some of those plays from Razork. Same with Alvaro, but you don't really have enough strength now in your side lanes. Like, I don't think Oscarina wins 1v1 against Mirwin, so your points of contention on the map for Fnatic feel a little difficult to play through, and MKoi are kind of in a bit similar spot where they don't feel comfortable enough to contest on mid position, so it always means that Fnatic are first in the map, so they can't play through the maps on side lanes either.
Makes a lot of sense. Humanoid the only one on Fnatic with a gold lead. I mean, gold's basically even between supports, top laners, and the junglers, but a bit of a chunk of change for Super. 500 gold ahead in that AD carry spot. It must be sitting on a bit of gold as well. Yuntal Infinity, I guess, is slightly more expensive than Yuntal Navori Flicker Blades, so maybe just a little bit more expensive build path for him overall.
So every time I hear the Nico helicopter, it sounds like someone with a cat.
There's a universal like cat calling noise that every now and again comes up on TikToks, and
Oh,
it works.
I have seen it.
But whenever I do it, my cats ignore me. And then if I play someone else doing it, the cats run. And they run to me if it's on TikTok, right? And I'm just like,
Maybe
do you not respect me in my own home?
Maybe just, you know, it's just like an accent thing. Maybe you just.
Oh yeah, maybe it's the English accent. They're German cats. Well, I guess Egyptian because they're sphinxes, right? So I don't know where sphinx cats are originally from.
Okay.
True. 30 seconds before the Infernal Drake. Fnatic wants to play through mid lane to get into that river. Koi have total control of the river right now. Humanoid just basing. Looks like it's a Void Staff complete into TP. So he is very powerful. Fnatic might give up the Drake in exchange for a Baron. Now, I will say, we've seen this happen in the G2 series.
Yeah, I will say though, like, I think this is a good call from Fnatic. Koi had a really strong position in that jungle, and I think if Fnatic tried to brute force it, Jojo had a good flank, you had Elioy in a decent spot, I think it would have been a disaster. Now they pulled them out, and it worked better.
Decent assist onto Elioy, he's rooted up, and the Pop Blossom finds 4. Jojo looking for the flank already, then Nico has fallen. Mirwin going in as well as Razork does have the bailout to try and bring it back to life. Jojo on the back line, Oscar and Humanoid running for the heels, Super coming in as well. So far, 1-for-1 exchange, a double impale! Snip goes Mirwin, a double through the double impale! Jojo chases further, Humanoid forced away, good knockback by Oscar Ridden as he manages to save his mid laner. But the impale into the shears from Mirwin's enough. Super jumps out of the Dragon Pit. I think Koi are going to reset before they go for an objective.
Yeah, you lose track of the impale and it's all over. So here they all in on towards Elioya with everyone trying to play back, but they don't respect Alvaro being able to come in over the side. And at this stage, as he was rooted, I thought Elioya had used that ultimate. So I think Fnatic were like, okay, cool, a lot of these tools are down, we can start to play up in this fight. But Jojo and Super are doing a good job of keeping Oscar and Humanoid away. And there's the impale that comes through onto Upset, onto Mickey, keep them tracked down. And Jojo, I did not expect that chain to be as long as it was there. But it only ends up sending him to his death. But it's still a valuable fight for Koi, plus that dragon to boot.
Yeah, they get the dragon afterwards. No soul for at least 5 minutes for Fnatic. They'll set up towards the top side. They do have great vision control here. Double control ward is just showing how good it is for them in that bush. Fnatic will clear out any awareness Koi have. Mirwin now has finished the Rabadons. 3 items on that Gwen. Koi did a really good job of getting him back into the game because he was 1.2k behind. 1.5k behind, in fact, earlier on in this matchup.
Koi need to find some way, though, of breaking Fnatic's bunker that they have over in this Baron pit, because if you don't draw them out, you don't really get to threaten any of the side lanes, because the second Mirwin shows on the side, you just start Baron as Fnatic, you get the TP, and then you can start to play out the map through that. So Koi trying to play off this mid wave, and finally you're starting to draw Fnatic out from that point.
That's the thing, by gaining control of the mid wave, Fnatic don't want to lose their mid tier 2. Razork goes in, cease and desist. Immediately they dive onto Super, and the handshake will pull him back. Fnatic have found one. The Movistar Koi AD carry in a shallow grave. Koi can back away. They can reset and look to fight Fnatic if they do start up the Baron.
Super needed to buffer the engage with the jump, but wasn't able to do so, and now you're down one of your main damage dealers.
Just the clone, it's just the clone.
But still, Koi just trying to push in mid, force Fnatic, but they're going to go for the Baron.
Mickey has the hostile takeover here. It's going to be difficult for Movistar Koi to get in. Elioya rooted with the handshake. Baron down to 5,000 HP. Mirwin going in as well. The impale hitting with the gravity well into the hostile takeover. Stops the engage from Koi. Humanoid able to stay out of range as well of the Pop Blossom. Razork is down, but Fnatic were able to get the Baron. Humanoid and Razork fall. Fnatic get the Baron and walk out.
They will lose 2. But it may also be the mid lane tower that they're going to lose as well. Elioya looks like he's kind of sticking around here with Jojo, see if he can interrupt, but no, it looks like they will lose the mid lane tower. And now if Fnatic can get back on the map and use Baron, maybe they can get some value, but you can see here, it's the hostile takeover that comes through from Jojo Pyun, which ends up clipping onto Humanoid as he walks forward after the impale hits, which means that he's kind of stuck here, and just barely ends up falling to the 5th needlework on the back as Baron goes down.
I didn't work out how Razork died. The hostile takeover clipped Upset as well, and Upset just auto Razork to death. I was like, how did they lose Razork? He got the smite, but then A hostile takeover from, over from Jojo was well positioned. Fnatic turned around to try and help their mid laner, but it cost them one of their lives. Mickey now has the Mikhail's Crucible as well to try and keep someone out of the rage that comes from the hostile takeover, that berserk mode. Next Drake up in 2 minutes. Fnatic have the Baron for another minute 50. They've lost 200 gold off it so far. Remember, that includes the 1.5k they get for taking it. So it's about a 1.7k swing with that mid lane tier 1 going down. Fnatic will try and push through mid, but Super's in a good enough position to clear out these waves almost as they arrive. Elioya, Alvaro, Jojo, and Super, the 4 MKoi players here to defend. And they should be able to. Good buffer out of the handshake there, as Mickey did get the pull back. Half the tower's health has gone down. Mirwin's pushing through top. Oscar's there to answer. Fnatic move their way down to bot and should be able to secure at least 1 tower off this push.
You can see there's no real wards for Mirren to TP to, so any kind of flank position for the Gwen wasn't available. So at least Fnatic getting some value out of the Red Bull Baron power play. You can see, but it's not a huge amount. Like, that tier 2 tower isn't massively valuable for MKoi at this position. Like, it still feels like it's going to be decided at this next dragon in a minute's time. And as you're starting to see, like, the full item completions coming through on, like, Jojo Pyun, I believe, should have his Zhonya's complete. Actually, must be a little bit shy there, but I think you're still in a position where this is where it gets tough to try and play these fights, as people buy a lot of time with Seeker's Arm Guards and these kind of things. So your combo from Fnatic and try to burst someone out doesn't really work.
Humanoid is really strong though, and if he can have a little bit of time in a fight, that Arcane Storm can do a huge amount of work. Mirwin going in alongside Elioya. Gravity well used by Humanoid, who steps forward for a little bit more damage onto the Skarner. Alvaro chunked out a tad as well. Can be hard to tell exactly what his health is as he transforms into a Razor Beak. Drake up in 16 seconds. MKoi have given up the ghosts on this mid lane tier 2. It will fall. They've tried to gain control towards the river, but they're spotted by a control ward right now. Humanoid does have his flash. MKoi go all the way around. No vision here for Fnatic at all.
MKoi are all in on this dragon. They're completely abandoned mid. If you lose this, you can lose the game, but Jojo trying to get the flank. They're trying to draw Fnatic multiple different ways, so they can't just set up behind the hostile takeover.
Alvaro has flash, has Pop Blossom, and is currently cosplaying as a Scorpion. Sends it in. Elioya on the Drake, down to 3,000. The smite comes out. Elioya's the one to secure it. Also takeover coming out as well. As the re-engage happens onto Mirwin, but there's Bob Blossom. Feathers fly and the roots come back. Upset pulls him through too. Jojo goes golden, but he's taken out where he stands. He comes back up. Only Elioya and Super left alive. Fnatic win the fight. How much more can they find?
Oscar Renan did so much damage with Upset in that fight. Humanoid went down immediately, and I thought that was going to be it. Fnatic may just lose out, but somehow Fnatic are holding on and now working their way through the base. Super and Elioya have to put on the hero shoes to carry this one.
I feel like they should be able to defend it. There's the risk of a flash handshake from Mickey, but he's already used it. They jump in onto Super. Oscar knows who the target needs to be. Upset's tanking the turret though. And I think after that they'll realize they can't go any further. Good handshake. Oscar dives back forward. Super almost taking out Oscar in there, but there's a chunk from an accelerated shot blast. Would love to see a replay of that last fight around the dragon, but we might not have time. Oh, here we go. I think Upset popping the Featherstorm as the Pop Blossom comes down is the game-changing moment.
Yeah, because this Humanoid gets caught as he tries to move into the pit, gets completely shut down. And then this was where I thought it was it. Alvaro gets up, but as you say, Upset with the ultimate, being able to get away. A ton of feathers go down, pulling through Jojo, pulling through Alvaro, and also then Oscar Renan getting a ton of damage in the backline and being able to jump on towards Super, taking him out of the fight. You can see the reactions there. It looks like it's an MKoi win, but the faces fall soon after.
Real Madrid versus Barcelona today, and that's like someone scores a goal and it's immediately called back for offside. It's like, yeah, oh no. We need VAR in League of Legends. That's how we make it more interesting. As Humanoid's caught Pop Blossom as well. Razzle and Upset have to try and get away, but the chase continues. No Featherstorm for Upset, but no life for Elioya. Hostile takeover, but Mickey comes in from the side and Upset kills off the Skarner. 2 for 1 the exchange in MKoi's favor.
They are trying everything here to pick off multiple members of Fnatic. Like, they get them in jungle, but Upset being able to survive thanks to the cleanse, thanks to being able to jump away from the tango barbs. And it looks like Fnatic still, with just him standing and Oscar Ridden, have enough in the tank.
Just hold on to it. It feels like MKOI's comp is a shotgun, right? They are going, and if they land the Pop Blossom and people die, but otherwise Xayah and Jace are just doing so much work from range. Mirwin has to be on top of them to take them out. Let's have another look here, because again, it's Humanoid getting caught.
Yeah, and Alvaro does end up getting on towards Upset, but watch the tango bars. It's a cleanse into immediate up into the air for Upset. Means that you don't get that lockdown long enough. And then huge ultimate from Mickey as well, pulling multiple members of MKOI back, buying space for his backline, and making it very difficult for them to try and play it through.
Baron back up as Upset's actually just starting it up. They've snuck around the corner here, avoiding that Scuttlecrabber vision. MKOI, I mean, you have to assume they don't know. Otherwise, maybe they just decided not to contest. Fnatic will get the Baron. Drake up in a minute 50. MKOI are going to play for that mid wave, but Fnatic are grouping up towards the top side.
Yeah, I think you have to reset as MKOI though. You can't really take this base race. Jojo Pyun's going to try and do it, but I don't know if you can even clear these waves as effectively as you'd like to. Oscar Ridden can even go back. He's going to have his TP up momentarily just to cover. Actually going to send Humanoid, who has the TP up available now.
Yeah, you have the empowered recalls for Humanoid. Jojo will get an inhibitor tower out of this, so good exchange overall from MKOI. You give up a tier 2 for an inhibitor tower. Your inhibitor is respawning in 2 minutes time. Unfortunately for you, there's an Infernal Soul for either team up in a minute's time.
And this is where it does get tough for MKOI, because you've already lost that Baron. Fnatic just get to continuously shove the waves and make it very uncomfortable for you to try and keep pace on the map. Already, Jojo Pyun picking up the Zhonya's and immediately TP him out. They want to look for a pick, and Fnatic read it. MKOI trying desperately to keep Fnatic off the map.
Yeah, good read all round by Fnatic. There's the TP as well from Mirwin towards the mid lane. Clone goes forward, Elioya looking for the Ishtal's impact, can't find a connection. Handshake back, Impale is short, the Gravity Well down as well. Elioya is the first to fall, the Arcane Storm begins its work. Mirwin dashing forward onto Mickey, he's got the bailout. Needles from Mirwin, won't find much more. Fnatic taking down the jungler, and there's only 20 seconds on the Soul.
Jojo needs to kind of make a hero play with his ultimate if they want to try and hold out, but 4 versus 5, and we've already seen how difficult these fights are. I just don't know if it's possible.
I mean, I don't think you take it.
Yeah.
It sucks to give up a soul, but if you lose the fight, you lose the game. And I don't think without your jungler, you can really take that smite fight. This Xayah is well and truly scaled into the game. Full build, only lacking the upgraded boots. It's a 7,000 gold lead for Fnatic as they push in with the Baron. 2 waves left of this. Be this +1 most likely, as they have 50 seconds before that buff time's out. Hostile takeover. Well, Razork was able to dodge away from it. Thought perhaps he might have dodged into his death, but just about able to escape as Mirwin dashes forward, looking for Mickey. Needle working to the bailout. Mickey's down. Hostile takeover doesn't connect onto anyone. Super gets the kill. Fnatic retreat. The inhibitor line will stand for MKOI.
And that Baron is about to fall off as well, so it's the last that Fnatic will really get out of that. But you can see MKOI not wanting to give this one up yet. Still continue to push forward, but now without a support, I think you're still okay as Fnatic to just bounce these waves, keep them off your turrets, and I don't know if MKOI can really punish Mickey being down.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds, it felt much more like a stopping Fnatic from doing what they wanted rather than getting a chance to do what we wanted, right? And Alvaro will get a little bit of vision in, pretending to be Skarner as he steps forward. He uses that clone to scout out, puts a control ward down. Razork is on his lonesome, but MKOI have no way of knowing that as he's up towards that top lane. You can see the damage coming out from Oscar has been phenomenal this game, alongside the damage from Humanoid. Jojo, he's had some really good ultimates, but hasn't really, I mean, you're not going to put as much damage as the Victor as a Silas, but hasn't had as much chance to impact the game.
It is difficult because it's kind of, as you say, those ultimates that we're looking at Jojo for more. And every time he's thrown out the hostile takeover, it has just been partying the Red Seas for Fnatic. They have refused to be in a position where you can actually get value from it, apart from that one clip where Upset managed to pick off Razork. But you can see, like, if he manages to connect with that, it can completely change the fight. But
Elioya just missed it pale. Like, it was a mile wide as well. He looked for Razork, couldn't find him. Mirwan's going to be able to skip and slash across this wall. But that is a big ultimate down.
Yeah, Jojo hovering off the side, like, I think Fnatic just happy to keep these waves slowly pushing in. They don't. This is weird because this is a position where I thought, oh, they'd send Oscar in and off the side and just try and look for a push, try and get all these waves in. But like they're giving these moments to see now for Jojo to sidle off to a side lane, put a little bit of pressure, then they have to back away. Same when you look at the fact that Jojo was able to get the mid lane inhibitor turret when it was Fnatic that were pushing onto the map. So I don't think Fnatic have been as clean in keeping pressure on these side lanes. And Jojo now stepping up, but just going to keep these waves shoved in so Fnatic have to respond. And
Jojo also, he's so far behind in gold, but getting these extra waves just gets him back into the game a little bit more, right? Super's done a really good job of farming this game. Like 450 CS, 43 minutes into the matchup is pretty good overall. It has been funneled a little bit. You can see Mirwan suffering a bit towards that top side, but Mirwan was gifted a lot of tower gold and plate gold earlier on in the game. So he's almost at full build. Super, he must be close. Like, he's recalling right now, has a Doran's Blade. Is he gonna sell that? And buy, Guardian Angel. Makes a lot of sense. 40 seconds on the Baron. What feels like a fight that will decide the game.
But Fnatic have good positioning here. They can look for to just poke down as MKoi are moving into position. MKoi don't really have a moment to aggress on the wave because you can see Fnatic now moving across. And again, this soul for Fnatic going to do a ton of work for them in this position as well.
Definitely is. There's a very small argument that MKoi could accept they're not going to get the Baron and just set up to fight around the Elder in 2 minutes' time. It's a risk. Like, a Baron gives you so much pushing power that it would be very hard to do, but Elder is the game ender. If you can hold against the Baron, and you can with someone as fed as this Tristana, or as strong as this Tristana, you can just delay the game a little bit more. Oscar snipped by Mirwan, clipping at his heels. Jojo with a great flank. Oh, hostile takeover. Onto Upset, but he cleanses and Feather Storms immediately. He has enough tools to get himself out of that one.
This though means that if Jojo can hang on until he can get ultimate available again, can take Razork's ultimate and just look for Upset. That is all the safety tools apart from flash down. But MKoi immediately start on towards the Baron.
TP coming out as well from Jojo. He looks to join up with his team. Fnatic stepping forward. Look where Mirwan is. He's down towards the bottom side near that blue. MKoi will get the Baron. Both teams apprehensive about making a big play. MKoi find a good flank with Jojo, and as soon as Upset doesn't have that ultimate, Fnatic like, okay, we'll give you that one, we'll let you land that punch, but we'll see what the judges decide at the end of 10 rounds.
The clone being very valuable here and being able to face check so many of these brushes for MKoi and making it really difficult for Fnatic to hold on to these positions. Stepping forward once more.
Elder, 45 seconds away. Who cares about a side lane? They don't exist anymore. Everyone is grouped up around mid. Jojo looking for that flank once again. MKoi still have to push. Oscar has to step forward a little bit to clear out that cannon.
Upset's ultimate is so close to coming back up. It looks like MKoi won't be able to try and play for it here. Even Jojo had stolen the Jace ultimate, now going to change it back.
And the issue for Fnatic now is they don't have access to this wave. MKoi are doing a really good job of gating them off as Jojo goes into Oscarinin, who has to flash away. Buster shot used as well. Jojo falls low. Razork takes him. Oscarinin survives through the explosive charge. Humanoid chase down towards the bottom side. Oscarinin is so low, but doesn't have teleport to rejoin this fight. MKoi could play a 4v4 if they take it immediately.
Humanoid was spotted though, and I think Elioya and Super want to try and make a play on him. Mickey, good handshake to keep them at bay. Still, I don't know if you can fully commit to this. Oscarinin is tearing out of the base as fast as the legs can carry him.
Razork no flash, Oscar no flash. On the other side, flashes abound for MKoi. Razork is met with a clone. He's at half HP. Mirwan looking for a flank position, has a blast cone here as well. Oscar's going to take the long way around. Super still has that Guardian Angel on his shoulders. Razork looking for the Elder Dragon. Mirwan going forward. It's Super who gets the Elder as his Super for MKoi, the needle's just short of Humanoids. Fnatic look to try and turn this play around, but MKoi get the Elder, and they're pinging towards the inhibitors. They're not going to be able to go for it. It's in fact Fnatic who want to defend.
Yeah, it's looking like MKoi were just trying to use the last little bit of this Baron to see if they can get on towards mid, but Jojo, up in 5 seconds, has no TP, so MKoi kind of on their own, and this is a risky bush to be in when the rest of your team are back in base.
Will someone take the bait? They won't. Accelerated shot blast to check. Elder for 2 minutes, only 1 wave left of Baron. I don't think MKoi are going to be able to use the double buff advantage they get.
Every bush is being checked by Oscar Ridden, though. Nobody wants to face check into MKoi, so they're going to establish themselves on this top side. They want to look for the inhibitor turrets. Fnatic desperately need to clear the wave. 15 seconds on the Red Bull Baron power play left.
Upset sold his boots. Has a Guardian Angel of his own now. You don't need boots if you're just defending your base. Who needs the movement speed? Who needs the attack speed? MKoi stepping forward. A minute left on the Elder. Baron expires, but so does the inhibitor tower. So will the inhibitor as MKoi crack through the base of Fnatic. Jojo doing work as well as he moves towards the mid lane in here. That's 2 inhibitors for MKoi. Allure being chased away a little bit. MKoi don't have a wave in bot lane. Fnatic can just clear top and mid for the next little while. They can actually hold on until the Elder buff times out.
I think that wave in bot side is going to start to push out though and eventually meet onto the Fnatic side of the map. So Jojo starting to move down, wants to try and collect it, has the TP to join it if they want, but everyone in MKoi resetting gives Fnatic a time to push these waves off of their base, but it's still 2 minutes until a major objective, and MKoi can just look to play the wave states.
What a series, what a game, man. Like, this has been absolutely sublime. It has been so much fun to get to watch these series. You can hear the crowd having so much fun as well in Madrid. So many thanks to MKoi for hosting this and to all the fans who have shown up. It has been a truly wonderful experience so far. The question is, will it end in elation or will it end in a eulogy for MKoi? They fought back so well in this game, but they have not closed it out yet. 3.5 minutes on both the inhibitors. 1:30 on the Baron. 3 minutes before the Elder is back up. Jojo is still at 3 items. It's going to be 4 when he backs here.
It has to be. He's been sitting on that for so long. But I don't know basically how, with Fnatic in their base, the plays that MKoi have been making to get themselves into a good position aren't really there anymore.
Yeah, there's no flank hostile.
Yeah, exactly, Sorry, I was going to say Mickey's ult,
Yeah, sorry.
So I think that's where it's like, how do you have to try and draw Fnatic out, which Baron will help do in just a minute's time, but it's going to be a case of trying to play for picks, I feel like, in this jungle, and hoping you're not going to take too much damage from Oscar Ridden as he starts to move in, or anyone else. You don't really have access to the ultimates beforehand, though, which makes things a little bit difficult for Jojo.
It makes it a bit of a sticky wicket for Jojo, who has found purchase in this game. Although his scoreline and his items don't reflect that as much, he has had some really good moments. See the waves not in the easiest spots, very quickly cleared out. Remember, Infernal Soul for Fnatic, so it's just helping them get through these super minions.
It's this control ward that they were trying to play around and using Jojo Pion on a flank, so now he's falling back further, and they basically know Fnatic don't really have vision of what he's up to. Even like the pink ward, actually I was about to say that was in his inventory but just got placed, is basically just what they're trying to play for.
Mirwin uses the stopwatch. Razork was looking for him. Jojo's still on that flank position, but Fnatic do have a wave here with them. MKoi, they played around the Baron. Jojo here to stop Fnatic for now. Steals away the hostile takeover. Will pocket, but no one from Fnatic's going to get caught by it. Mirwin jumps in and immediately assassinates Humanoid. Pop Blossom as well. Onto Razork, counter hostile takeover. Mirwin falling lower as Upset begins to open up. Mirwin's down, super dives forward, and Upset dies. Brought back by by the GA. Super trying to survive. That's Guardian Angel of his own. Us is about to respawn as Fnatic. It's Oscar, Upset, and Mickey still alive. But there are super minions beginning to walk into their base.
They want to just TP in. They want to just look for the end. But it's still Super is so healthy. I know Yoi is here. Yeah, they need to protect their base. They need to protect the Baron. They need to do so much. And there's so little that they can do.
Oscar goes back and will clear out the super minions. A minute for both the Fnatic's inhibitors to respawn. The risk for Fnatic is if they all reset, they lose the Baron to Super and Elioya, who can just 2-man it. TP is available to Mirwin and Jojo. Mickey puts the control ward down. Koi start up the Baron.
Mickey's ultimate is just about to come back up. Fnatic need to buy time. That could be the crucial one. The TP to the mid wave. Oscar Rinnan wants to just look for the end as Fnatic play keep away.
Alvaro's up in 10 seconds time. Upset. Trying to do what he can here. The handshake back. There's a hostile takeover onto Super, but it doesn't really matter because Elioya is tanky enough. Super still has the Guardian Angel as Upset goes in. The Impale stops him. The bailout not enough. Super will get the shutdown, and meanwhile in the base, Oscar Rinnan is met by a pop. Blossom TP's coming in as well by Humanoid. Fnatic are looking for the win. It's all on Humanoid. Humanoid is dead. Koi! Magnificence! Majesty in Madrid! Koi, hold on!
And now it's Koi who are in the base of Fnatic. It is Razork who has to try and hold, but there is nothing left. Koi have done it!
You'll take the win out of their cold, dead hands! Koi never give up! The inhibitor respawns, it doesn't matter, they'll still win! They can walk back, they can take the inhibs! Koi win at home!
What a game! What a way to end the first day of a road trip! My God!
Oh, well, Dios mío. That was a series, wasn't it? Whew. Koi, tenacity at its best, you gotta say. That was fun. That was insanity.
I mean, even like every minuscule call in that game made the outcome what it was. It's the tiniest little decision. We're going to go for Baron. We're going to try and hold on. Jojo having these great flanks for the ults. It was insane.
It really was. Analyst, I don't know how you're going to break that one down. Have fun. Enjoy Madrid. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, you will. That was one of my favorite games of all time. I cannot believe it. This does not happen in the studio. It doesn't.
That was absolutely insanity. It went back and forth the whole way through, and you couldn't ask for more picturesque ending.
I need to see that ending again, because what happened, we think?
You think he clicked the minion?
I don't know. The thing is, I was too hyped, okay? Yeah. And I didn't have a time to look at a replay.
I thought it was for sure GG.
Yes, I thought it was GG as well.
Yes.
Why is this not best of 5?
Yeah, okay, good point. By the way, is Grabs gonna sing on stage? Is he?
But it's, I don't know, it's something with our players when we have this huge crowd, everybody performs to the max.
Oh, we're waiting. We're gonna get Mirwin up here, by the way, but it might take a while because, you know, he has to go through all of that. But like, it's also the two orgs, like the most Spanish orgs, definitely. Koi, who's setting up this event, and GX today that walk away with miraculous victories.
What a day it's been, day one, and it's just setting up tomorrow even more perfect, but I don't know what's real anymore.
This is insane. What was your favorite part?
I mean, the thing is, I was so tired for this BO3 that I kind of like zoned out, but then they hooked me back in, you know? They completely hooked me back in.
Like Elioya was hooking them all, baby.
And it's just, you couldn't write a better story than what we have today.
I have such a good video. I was standing near the Spanish co-streamer booth, right? They were so elated because you know what it is when you're the fans of this org and you're the players themselves and you're all the co-streamers who are following them. You're like, you want it to go better, right? Because these players deserve it and you know they have it in them.
Yeah.
And then it happens like this.
Wow.
A botched base race, I guess.
But also just because it was the fact it was so back and forth. You get sold. They lost with Inferno
What made the difference? I'm going to just say that, Gwen. Mirren.
Yeah, Mirren in the team fights later on.
I mean, that's how crazy is that? Like, he had so much impact after having sprinted laning phase.
Yeah.
Do we have the replay by perchance of the last seconds of that game? Because
That's absolute cinema. That's absolute cinema.
Yeah. We are operating on like a small delay, like after the hero. So let's see.
So it's Oscar in here going for the backdoor. Upset tries to delay them, and then he gets the TP ward for Humanoid. But then let's see if Humanoid actually misclicks on the minion here or
Q
not.
procced.
He autos.
No, it's a Q. What happens then? Something happens, right? Something happened. Did he get CC'd?
Yeah, he gets CC'd by the Silas chain.
Sorry. I was
Something happened.
What happened? Oh, he got CC'd, okay.
Yeah, okay. It was like, oh, it's not player error.
But it was kind of player error because he flashed towards the base where Silas was spawning. Who could CC him? If he flashes differently, he could probably end.
But it's so
super hard at the moment.
That's so easy to be hindsight.
That's going to be the Reddit #1 comment.
It's true.
Actually.
Gonna check right now. Yay, let's go! I'm so happy for them. They waited all day, these MKoi fans, and also the Fnatic fans, but alas. That is how the cookie crumbles. That is how the Kit Kat crumbles. Here we go. Oh, man. Amazing. They've been waiting all day. Yeah, it's so great for them. That sets up their match of the week tomorrow versus GX, and what a welcome momentum. But also when we talk about kind of, okay, the decision that Humanoid has to make and how they have to play that to finish that is really difficult. It's super high octane, but I would wager that the way MKoi had to play that game in terms of having to come back, picking their fights, taking some of the objectives like that late game Baron and stuff, and those decisions, those were all very difficult, and they did a phenomenal job.
They did, but there are so many individual mistakes that I don't even want to care about when I'm watching a game like this, because you just know how intense it is.
Yeah.
There was mistakes. It was not perfect.
No.
But the back and forth, and you're right, the fact that they could remain calm enough in a setting where they're behind with Soul, can still contest, coming in for the Elder Dragon as well. With Super getting the Elder Dragon.
But it still felt like all the players, in my opinion, were way more locked in than normal.
Yes.
Like, sure, there were mistakes, but this was way less sloppy, and I felt the same with the G2 Giant X than what we normally see out of LEC.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're getting such high-quality, close games,
it's crazy. Again, your question is everybody good? Is everybody bad? They're really entertaining.
That's good.
I'm happy. Okay, I wonder where Mirren's trying to get up the
He's
stairs,
right there.
probably. He is? Yeah, let's go.
There you go.
Yo!
Brother.
What a game. Holy
I hate the question, but how are you feeling?
I mean, moments like this are just, it just shows that everything is worth it.
Yes.
Absolutely. What happened at the end?
I mean, I don't know. We killed 4 of them. I start shouting. You was like, chill, guys, chill. And I'm like, I mean, I won't say the word. But I was like, bro, shut the fuck up. What the fuck? I mean, okay, I will stop.
It's fine.
I will, let's say, end this and something else.
Yes. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
We did hear there's a couple of mic checks that we heard after the second game, right? And you were calling them like, you were saying a lot of stuff. I don't often see you like this. What's going on?
But do you have something against Oscar? Oscar is so cute, no?
You're like, who do you think you are?
Oscar, I mean, Oscar is a good friend, you know, but in competition I don't have friends.
Okay.
I just have enemies every day.
You make more enemies every day.
I think this, I mean, you've been with me in the finals. I shout like a monkey. It's not a new thing. And I don't know. I just see 10K people cheering for us.
Yeah.
I mean, the adrenaline must be crazy while that's happening. You were off in your chair as well.
We can't like listen anything. We are just like communicating by people shouting, but it's so fun. Like, what can I say?
I mean, it's hard because we were thinking about, let's just do Key Player of the Series. It's you, Mirren. I know that you probably not so happy about the first game, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, for sure, Joya deserves it, in my opinion. I think.
Joya? Yeah, he actually smoked it as well.
The Skarner ultis and the Sejuani game, the Nafiri game as well. He played very well.
Not only in the game, I think, as a captain in general, he did so well today. He's the one with most experience, and he really helped us a lot. So.
Can you give us some specifics? Like, what did you really notice today from him that helped you get this victory?
I think even though he's a super emotional person, like all of us, I think he really tried to be calm, even though we're in front of 10K people. It's not easy. but I think he did a really insane job. So, and what can I say? The Sejuani game, we were laughing at them. Like, it was so easy to play with him. So.
What do you think of that? Do you guys still have the daily free win Gwen? Do you remember that one?
Yes.
The Archer client? You still have that?
I mean, not the level 1.
No, not that one.
But I think after I played really well.
Yeah, your team fights were.
The team, I think we'll play in our win condition, even though it was a crazy game. Like, we almost lost.
Yeah.
We almost win, we almost lost, we almost win for like 10 times. And I don't know, it was crazy.
I feel like you're the only Gwen in EU where the ultis are like always landing late game. The other ones they just throw it everywhere.
I don't know what happened this game. My ultis
Bro, you were a
crazy,
sniper.
yeah.
It was insane. Especially on Mickey. It felt like we were Mickey targeting you specifically.
And humanoid like 2 times or 3.
Yeah.
They're so cute.
Can I say, yeah, they're adorable. I'm gonna say that, like, from Movistar Koi, we were looking at kind of the storylines for all that. Oh, by the way, we're doing something else also, which is the King of Madrid. We made it up. So, but you now get as many points as GX, which is, I believe, 2 points. It's basically the team that wins the most, and then it's pentakills, and then it's combined kills per minute. Let's see the graphic, maybe. It's probably not that important to you. You probably want to make it to playoffs, but how important is it, regardless of being the best team that comes out of this weekend, knowing that it's your org that set up the whole damn thing?
I mean, it's our job to do this. They put a lot of effort, a lot of money into doing this. All the fans are here, spending their time with us. I think what we have to do is let the fans enjoy, give the best we have to make the biggest show. I think today we did, and hopefully into GX too.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would like being the King of Madrid.
Nice, I thought so.
Was it more pressure for you guys as well, with that in mind?
I mean, all this was crazy. We've been yesterday doing the tech check. This is like, we were like, is this going to be actually so big? Because it didn't, like, with all the things empty, it was like, maybe it's a bit small. I just entered the arena, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Bro, the cheers for you was insane. Yeah. It was like, fucking couldn't hear anything.
You'll be signing, I think, the whole night at this point. Can you tell me a bit about how, coming in the standings in the LEC, you're struggling a bit, right? In the games, you're struggling a bit, and I think we all feel that this is the MKoi that we know you can be. You can be this clutch team. You can be this team that can skill check the other team. So how do you see this weekend with all the factors, like being in Spain for you as well, that it can give you the energy to kind of get back on your feet?
I mean, I think this is not only a good opportunity for us, like to get the wins because we're in our crowd. We can take advantage of it. I think it's a good learning opportunity also for internationals. We're playing front like so many people, and it's going to be like this in Worlds too. So for sure, it's going to be good for us. And I think that's what we can actually take.
I love how you say it's going to be. Like, there's no going. That is the eye on the prize. I absolutely love it. Let's talk about the match of the week then a bit tomorrow. GX, were you surprised that they beat G2?
I mean, honestly, I think Lot played insane.
Yeah.
And Jun, I think they were both the best players. I was really surprised because I didn't see a lot of someone who doesn't feel the pressure at anything. Like, he was just so chill. He was playing really good into VD, which is one of our best top laners in LEC. So I'm excited to play into him. I think he's pretty good, and let's see how it's in the official into us.
Let's see, exactly. We also got G2 Fnatic tomorrow, as we can see on the schedule.
Who cares? Like, it's not a win.
G2 Fnatic.
I don't give a hoot.
It's a match of losers.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
like,
luckily that ain't match of the week, right?
That's what I'm like.
We knew that. We totally knew that.
Hindsight, yeah, we're crazy. Whoever came up with that, actually, good idea.
Yeah. Who would have thunk it? We're here. We're going to let you go, Mirwan. I'm sure all these fans are waiting. Wow, it's actually pretty intimidating.
It's a crazy line.
That's crazy. So I'll let you go. Also, there's, of course, a lot more League of Legends to watch because LTA North is about to be live, and they have FlyQuest up versus Cloud9 as well. So tomorrow we will be back, though, at 2:45 for Ready Check. We'll get, I believe, Antonio is joining us for the start of that. And you might want to watch. I'm just going to tell you that. There might be something you might want to watch at 2:45.
You should absolutely watch.
You should absolutely watch more than usual. And then the game will start at 3. We will start with G2 versus Fnatic, and then after that we'll have our match of the freaking week. Giant X versus Movistar Koi to crown or to end our day here. And we'll find out who the King of Madrid is, of course. Good night, muchas gracias, y hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana.